Chapter 471. At that moment, ha 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 ha, a low, desolate, and almost sorrowful laughter rose. Everyone's gazes gathered on him. Zacriel raised his head, took a step forward, and walked into the area illuminated by the firelight. However, it was also at this moment that everyone was stunned. The former watchman of the royal guards, the terrifying Knight of Judgment, Zacriel laughed softly and staggered towards them. But this was not a reason for them to be surprised. At some point in time, Zacriel, who was tough and difficult to fight against, had tears streaming down his face. "You are very smart, Your Highness." Zacriel's voice was choked and hoarse. His chest trembled non-stop, and he stared at Thales with bloodshot eyes. "You are even too smart." He slowly raised his axe. This made the rest of the people instinctively get ready for battle. "You knew that you would not be lucky if I targeted you in this gloomy dungeon, so you gave up on using force, stopped running, and stopped using your forbidden power. Instead, you resorted to political tactics." Thales was slightly shocked. Zacriel's voice was very hoarse. It was filled with despair and sorrow, like a wounded person who had lost his last hope. "You knew my relationship with these people, so you deliberately let them out and had them confront me. You observed them, gathered information, and looked for opportunities while you lay low and made preparations." He swept his gaze over them one by one. He saw that every guard's gaze was filled with pain and conflicting emotions. "From the moment we met until now, you seemed to be fleeing in a pathetic manner and appeared weak. But in truth, you had a plan in mind, and you pressed on. From Samel, Barney, to Nalji, your indirect attacks and incitement made you get closer to the truth of what happened in the past, until you found my weakness and the things I care about." As Zacriel spoke, he looked around him and laughed bitterly with traces of tears on his face. Thales opened his mouth to speak, but found that he could not. Clang. A crisp sound rose. Zacriel's axe fell to the ground. At that moment, under everyone's surprised gazes, Zacriel finally showed signs of fatigue and old age, which was rarely seen on him. Just like before, he was still alone, and he stood against everyone else. 1 against 8. But now, Zacriel raised his gaze. But now, the numerous figures in front of him gradually blurred, and finally focused on the young and disheveled figure at the very front, but inexplicably steady. Zacriel stared at Thales quietly. Through his tears, there was a hint of bitterness and melancholy in his smile. He did not know when it started, it had become a one-on-one battle. Zacriel sighed softly in his heart and averted his gaze from his former colleague. They were no longer criminals who had lived in prison for a long time or were on the run. Instead, he became the proudest existence in the world again. Constellations, royal guard. At that moment, Zacriel did not know why he could not hold back the tears in his eyes. He also did not know why he could not fill the hole in his heart. He only stared at Thales in a daze. If he wasn't such a taboo existence, that's good. Zacriel's figure swayed in the air, but he did his best to stabilize himself. "You interrogated them for the truth sincerely and mercilessly, forcing them to reveal their true nature and dig out the details that were most valuable to you." The more Zacriel spoke, the more anxious he became. His expression became more solemn and desperate. "Then, like a saint who saved the world, you used your special status as a Jade Star to forgive them and relieve them of their burdens. More importantly, you've become their spiritual pillar. You've completely tied yourself to them." Thales felt bitter in his heart. He could only force himself not to look at the expressions of the people around him. Zacriel sucked in a deep breath and stared at Thales, who had a complicated expression on his face at that moment, in despair. To them, you are no longer just a prince they met for the first time. The Knight of Judgment continued to speak dejectedly. "You are Nalji and Nair's mourner, the pardoner of criminals, the comforter of those serving their sentences, the Jade Star prince they acknowledge, and the noble person who was willing to take the risk to clear up the misunderstanding for me. If I kill you, it will be the same as destroying all of them, both physically and mentally." Zacriel covered his tears and laughed bitterly as he trembled uncontrollably. "But all of this seems so logical, and I can't find any fault with it. Ha ha ha. Thales sighed. Zacriel, but the Night of Judgment did not give him the chance to speak. Just now, when I was still an evil person, I could have broken their bones and torn their tendons without hesitation, and then killed you. Zacriel lowered his arm. When he said these words, there was a ruthlessness that made the others nervous. After the fact, I could bear their hatred as an evil person. I could live like that, and I could die like that. I have already lived like that for 18 years. 18 years. Zacriel growled in a low voice. His swaying body seemed to be unable to support itself anymore. He fell backwards and leaned against the wall. There was a sad silence in the dungeon. Zacriel's expression slowly turned gloomy. But the words you said just now, the words you said to defend me, were not for me to hear. You said them to hear. Zacriel raised his head and looked at each of his colleagues. For some reason, those who met his gaze felt an indescribable pain. You cleansed me of my sins. You made them respect me again. More importantly, you turned their feelings into weapons against me. The Night of Judgment's voice became more anguished. He sounded as if he was pleading. Because you know, from this moment onwards, when I no longer see hatred for traitors on their faces, but regret and respect for their officers, Zacriel leaned against the wall and pointed at his chest, then at his head. His breathing was intermittent. And you know that this is my greatest weakness. Zacriel stared at the axe under his feet in sorrow. He lifted his head and opened his mouth. He let out a pained roar from his throat. You know, when I face them like this, I can no longer do it. Thales stared at the man in a daze. He was speechless. But why? The dying Night of Judgment sucked in a sharp breath, as if he had regained his energy. If you don't expose all this, if you don't pursue the truth, then perhaps. At that moment, Zacriel looked at the bodies on the ground, at Barney Jr. Endless sorrow appeared on his face. Perhaps Nalji and Nair will still be alive and breathing. As for Barney, the one he hates is still me, not his father, not the late king. Zacriel closed his eyes. Barney Jr. turned his head away, trying his best not to look at him. Cannon sucked in a pained breath and threw down his weapon as well. The atmosphere became rather unbearable. Thales felt a heavy pressure on his chest that he had never felt before. If he did not say anything, he would explode. I'm sorry about Nalji and Nair, but the moment the teenager finished speaking, he was interrupted again. Zacriel held his forehead tightly with one hand. His face contorted in pain. I don't know, I really don't know. The words you said to them, the words you comforted them, the words you said to me when you were willing to reveal your identity, and even the words you revealed yourself as if you were telling the truth from the bottom of your heart, or was it a lie with ulterior motives? Did you do it to save them, or to save yourself? Thales was stunned. Sincerity? Hypocrisy? Saving others? Saving himself? Thales was lost in thought for a while. Perhaps. For some reason, the teenager felt an indescribable loneliness. Perhaps a little of both. Zacriel's breathing became more intense. It was as if he was having an attack again. Ha ha ha, lurking in the dark, probing for weaknesses, and finally striking the vitals, killing them with one strike. The Night of Judgment's laughter became faster. The scariest thing is that I already know what you're up to, but I still can't fight back. I don't have Lord Hanson's talent. I can't even tell whether your words are sincere or not. Sincere? Fake? Thales stared at him, conflicted. He opened his mouth a few times, but in the end, he could only say in a desolate manner. A long time ago, I heard something from a one-eyed man. Thales sighed. If it's beneficial to Constellation, what's the difference between sincerity and hypocrisy? Zacriel shuddered slightly and froze for a few seconds. But soon, his tear-stained face contorted. Beneficial to Constellation? So you're saying that you deliberately pointed out your identity as a hostage in Northland as one of your tricks? Are you trying to remind me that Ekstead is currently on the offensive and has the upper hand, and that once you die, the kingdom will be in trouble? Zacriel mumbled to himself almost maniacally. Thales was silent for a while before he spoke. Actually, I didn't think that much. I just felt. Thales opened his mouth, but found that he could not continue. At that moment, you jade stars are all the same, aren't you? Zacriel put down his hand and smiled with tears in his eyes. Thales was stunned. Us? Zacriel chuckled again. Back then, he was like this too. He looked at me sincerely and calmly, showed me the truth without hiding it, and admitted his goal without hesitation. He even admitted his hypocrisy, his apology, and the fact that he had no choice but to do what he wanted. This time, the Knight of Judgment looked in one direction in a daze and slowly extended his finger. Look, he's sitting there, smiling sincerely and innocently, and he's asking me to choose. Just like now. Thales looked in the direction he was pointing. But he only saw a dark void. He turned his head worriedly and found that the guards around him were looking at the deranged Zacriel with sorrowful expressions. Their gazes were sorrowful. He melted his true feelings and hypocrisy together, and carved out a chessboard that others have no choice but to walk on. At that moment, Zacriel looked like a withered old man. He no longer had the grace of a warrior. This made Thales' heart ache. Zacriel's voice gradually became softer, and he spoke in a heartbreaking rhythm. I hate all of you, but I hate that I don't hate all of you even more, and I hate that I can't hate all of you even more. Jade Star, all of you are equally cruel. Cruel. Thales shut his eyes tightly. I'm sorry, he said with great difficulty. In the next moment, the Knight of Judgment suddenly roared. Ah! Zacriel knelt on the ground in agony and held his forehead. Your Majesty, Your Highness. Why? His roar was hoarse, but it sounded even more heart-wrenching. Thales wanted to go forward, but he was pulled back by Belden, who was behind him. Barney Jr. shook his head at him. Zacriel's wails lasted for a few seconds before they became weaker. But in the next second, he looked at Thales with a sorrowful expression. Go. This time, Zacriel's words were simple. Go, Your Highness, leave. He held his head and crouched in front of the wall. His tone was almost pleading. Don't ever come back here. Just pretend that you never saw me. Thales stared at the Knight of Judgment in a daze. I'm safe. But, this is not what I want. He felt sad as he watched Zacriel, who was on the verge of breaking down and had been hysterical just a moment ago. No, Thales sucked in a deep breath. You can come with us and leave the prison of bones. You might not be able to return to the capital openly, but unexpectedly, Zacriel suddenly exploded and roared in the air. Go. Thales jumped in fright until Belden pressed down on his shoulder. Zacriel fell back to the ground dejectedly. His voice became low, and he began to sob. Go, before I lose control. I'm begging you. Jade Star. Thales looked at him and was silent for a few seconds. Then, Barney Jr. coughed softly behind him. I understand. Thales sighed, turned around, and walked away. It's over. That was what he told himself. But for some reason, there was no joy in his heart. There was only a faint sadness. Wait. Everyone turned their gazes and saw Samuel looking in Zacriel's direction. He said loudly, Zacriel, do you intend to stay in the prison of bones and rot here for the rest of your life? The Knight of Judgment did not answer. Samuel frowned. All right, if you like it here, you can live and die on your own. But before that, you have to tell me. Samuel gritted his teeth. Who was it? Who was the Jade Star who tried to usurp the throne 18 years ago? This sensitive question made everyone tense up again. But Zacriel only chuckled in a daze and shook his head nervously. It's not important anymore. It's not important anymore. Samuel's frown deepened. He was obviously indignant. He took a step forward. But another hand held him down. He's right, Samuel. Barney Jr. exhaled. His tone was filled with disgust towards the past and lies. No matter who did it, the result can no longer be changed. Samuel was silent for a while. In the end, he snorted angrily and flung Barney Jr.'s arm away. He no longer looked at Zacriel. Very well, then, now we. Barney Jr. sighed. But just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Thales exhaled deeply. As if he had made up his mind about something, he suddenly turned around and walked back. Without turning back, he walked towards Zacriel again. Barney Jr., who only had one arm left, could not catch him in time. His expression immediately changed. Your Highness. Belden even instinctively wanted to stop Thales. But Thales calmly raised a hand and stopped everyone from moving. I know what I'm doing. The teenager exhaled and slowly walked towards Zacriel, who was trembling non-stop with his hands over his head and mumbling to himself. He then squatted down. Do you know, Knight? Thales revealed a friendly but sad smile. During my journey, there was a period of darkness that made people despair the most. Zacriel stopped trembling. He put down his arm and stared at the teenager in a daze and perplexity. At that time, there was a lonely and selfless hero behind the scenes who gave me the most generous and sincere blessing. In the next moment, Thales did something that caused everyone to turn pale with fright. He extended his hand and gently held Zacriel's head. And now, in the name of Thales Jade Star, Thales said the most sincere words in his calmest and softest voice. I pass on his blessing to you. Blessing. Zacriel seemed to be stunned. He stared at Thales and did not move. Thales leaned forward and leaned against the knight's forehead. May darkness cleanse your soul, and may the torch guide your way. Thales' voice was hoarse, but there was an inexplicable emptiness to it. It made the onlookers' anxiety subconsciously disappear. The lonely watchman, Zacriel. Thales closed his eyes and used his forehead to lean against the ugly brand on the man's forehead. May you never lose your way. At the moment of contact, Zacriel trembled slightly. Thales was incredibly calm. After doing all this, he had a feeling that he had become different. But, he suddenly heard the people behind him exclaim in unison. But Thales ignored them. He knew that they were worried, but he also knew that he was safe now. This is, however, Quick Rope opened his mouth at an angle that Thales could not see. He stared at the faint silver light that shone from Thales' body. He was so shocked that he took a step back and crashed into Tardin. Barney Jr. stared at the unusual light in shock. He exchanged glances with Belden. He was so shocked that he was at a loss for words. A few seconds later, the puzzled Thales opened his eyes and stood up. At some unknown point in time, the royal guards behind him widened their eyes and stared at him in a daze. This is strange. Thales was puzzled. The teenager cast a puzzled look at the man who seemed to have been petrified. What's wrong? Just now, Quick Rope covered his mouth in an exaggerated manner and spoke incoherently. He pointed at Thales and shook his arm non-stop. Oh God, bright moon, harvest, shepherd of the seas, desert god, could this be the legendary imperial family, the golden, shining, sparkling? In the next second, Tardin covered his mouth from behind him. It's nothing, Your Highness. Tardin said respectfully, he's just a little agitated. Under Tardin's merciless grip, Quick Rope, who was about to cry, immediately nodded obediently. Thales shook his head, baffled. But he knew that it was not the time to pursue the matter. With his body covered in pain, he turned his head wearily and saw Zacriel, who was covered in wounds, sitting in a daze. He stared at Thales in disbelief and did not say a word. But at least, Thales thought quietly. The crisis is resolved. Thales stared at him for a while before he finally sighed. The prince strode towards the others. Barney Jr. and Belden made way for him in tacit agreement, then Samuel, Tardin, Cannon, and Bruley. Quick Rope stood where he was in a daze, and Tardin pulled him away. Thales staggered through the path they made way for him respectfully. He suddenly had the illusion that he was walking in Renaissance Palace. He smiled in a self-deprecating manner. He did not know why, but he felt that these people's attitudes were different. They were more respectful than when they first met, but less cordial than when they forgave and comforted them. Thales did not think too much about it. He walked through the path the people made for him and went to Nalji and Nair's bodies. What are you going to do with their bodies? Barney Jr. paused for a moment. His expression was sorrowful. One day, he said softly and carefully, we will come back and retrieve everyone's remains. We will come back and retrieve everyone's remains. Thales nodded. These people's bloody year. It ends here. The teenager sighed. He endured the pain in his waist and bent down to pick up the green crystal key on the ground. The key to the prison of bones. Thales grimaced in pain and rubbed his waist, which was probably a muscle strain. He looked at the people in front of him. Are you ready to get out of prison? Everyone looked at Barney Jr. Barney Jr. was silent for a while before he averted his gaze from the bodies on the ground. He quietly picked up the long sword and walked to Belden's side, allowing the latter to support his body. Cannon tidied up Nalji and Nair's remains one last time. He sobbed, gritted his teeth, and nodded. Bree kissed the forehead of the deceased and stood up. Tardin released Quick Rope and tidied up his sword. Quick Rope flashed his white teeth, hugged the crossbow of time, and gave Thales an exaggerated, "You're awesome," gesture. Samuel quietly pulled out the silver longsword left behind by Thales from the ground and walked behind the group. The group of wounded soldiers silently assembled. Barney Jr. looked around and snorted softly. He nodded at Thales. Anytime. Thales lifted the corners of his lips, and his gaze suddenly froze. Oh, one last thing. While all of you are still here, the prince turned around and rubbed the key in his hand. He looked at each of the unkempt and wounded royal guards, and he seemed to be deep in thought. Dharanjarana. Does this name ring a bell? Everyone was taken aback. Thales swept his gaze over everyone's expressions. He didn't notice anything unusual. The youth frowned and asked, what I mean is, 18 years ago, and especially before the bloody year? The others looked at each other at a loss, and all of them looked stunned. Finally, Belden asked in puzzlement, Dharanjarana? Who is that? Thales looked at their expressions and could only sigh in disappointment. My mother. He shook his head and finally gave up on the idea of looking for witnesses from many years ago. It is said that she is. The group looked at each other in shock. It's okay, I was just trying to ask. But since you don't know. Thales did not hesitate. He walked straight to Samuel and raised the key in his hand. With the most complicated and strange emotions, he sized up the ancient but lonely, dark dungeon for the last time. Come, find your secret exit. We have stayed enough in this stupid dungeon. Samuel extended his hand, but he did not take the key immediately. Are you sure you want to go out? Thales was slightly stunned. What do you mean? Samuel shook his head. I don't know what you're capable of, but if the calamity is outside, and it is leaked through us, Samuel's gaze turned cold. Whether you are a prince or not, there are plenty of people who want you dead. Samuel. Belden cast a glance at Zachriel, who sat in a shadowy corner, and said sternly, don't forget, His Highness saved your life, and all our lives. Samuel snorted softly. Thales looked at him, then at the people around him. In their eyes, he did not just see respect for the prince, but also fear and reverence towards the unknown. Of course, there was only one heartless person who was an exception. Thales smiled. Yes, if my identity is exposed, many people will want my life. The prince said calmly, but you don't want it. That's enough. At that moment, Samuel was stunned. His gaze lingered on Thales for a long time. A few pairs of eyes moved slightly. Thales snorted softly and shook the key in his hand. And we really should go. Samuel stared at the key in Thales' hand, then at him. He was a little absent-minded. Yes. It's time to go. Samuel nodded coldly, but he pulled his hand back and ignored the key. Under Thale's puzzled gaze, Samuel took 10 steps forward and walked to an inconspicuous corner. He first used his longsword to pry open a floor tile, then he bent down and stretched out his hand to pull something inside. Samuel? A key? Just when everyone was puzzled, a change occurred. Asterisk rumble, asterisk the ground trembled slightly, and the dust that fell from above made Thale's and the others' expressions change. What is this? Before Barney Jr. could finish speaking, Thales, who had covered his mouth and nose, discovered the key. As the dust continued to fall, a dark hole suddenly appeared in front of them, where the ceiling was connected to the wall. Asterisk rumble, asterisk while everyone was in shock and bewilderment, the tremors continued, and the area of the hole above them continued to expand. It looked as if the bricks on the wall that were connected to the ceiling were retreating piece by piece, slowly revealing the wide, rectangular hole. What was even more amazing was that the bricks seemed to have agreed to it. They retreated from the top to the bottom at different distances. When they retreated to the bottom, they formed a stone staircase that led upwards. It was the width of 8 to 9 people, and it led to the dark, unknown hole. Cold wind continuously surged in through the expanding hole, causing Thales to shiver. More than 10 seconds passed. When the tremors completely disappeared and the hole above them was completely revealed, everyone was already dumbfounded. Thales stared at the stone staircase that seemed to move backwards on its own and went upward step by step. I know, it's very shocking, right? Samuel stood by the newly formed stone staircase and sighed. The miracles of the wizards. When I first saw it, I was just like all of you. Thales took a deep breath and snapped out of his daze. He tried to convince himself that he did not need to be so shocked. The teenager took a step forward. All right, then Thales' grip tightened. Wait. In an instant, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Samuel. Thales stared blankly at Samuel, who stood by the stone staircase. You opened the exit without looking for it? You know where it is? The prince's question attracted most people's attention. Samuel snorted softly. I've always known. Thales was stunned. He tried his best to regulate his breathing and raised the crystalline green key in his hand with trembling hands. Then why don't you need the key? Thales' question made everyone feel that something was wrong. Barney Jr.'s expression changed. Samuel snorted softly and turned around to face them. His back was facing the hole and the stone staircase. Because this exit was opened an hour ago, Samuel said expressionlessly. Before the key fell into your hands. Thales felt dizzy. He tried hard to make sense of the strange logic in this place. The door that serves as the exit was opened a long time ago. Before it fell into my hands? Wait a minute, where did I get this key that is said to open the prison of bones? When he thought of this, Thales could not help but turn pale. Samuel stared at the darkness in the hole and frowned slightly. They seem to be a little late. They need some reminders. Samuel held the silver longsword in his hand and tapped it against the stone bricks a few times. The blade immediately let out a clear clang, and it spread through the empty darkness behind the hole. Asterisk ding, 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 asterisk at that moment, Barney Jr. and Belden's expressions changed at the same time. Samuel? Samuel turned his head and snorted softly. He did not say anything. But soon, there was an unusual change in the field. Asterisk thud. Asterisk footsteps. Asterisk mysterious footsteps came from the darkness at the hole. They traveled into Thales' ears. They came from behind Samuel. Barney Jr. instinctively took a step forward and formed the truth formation with Belden. They protected the surprised and bewildered Thales behind them while they faced Samuel, who did not look quite right. Asterisk thud, 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 asterisk multiple footsteps could be heard. More and more footsteps could be heard. They grew from weak to strong, from soft to loud, and from far to near. They could be heard faintly, but they became clear. Everyone became nervous. Samuel, what did you do? Barney Jr. stared at his former colleague in disbelief. But Samuel only stared at him coldly. Asterisk thud, 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 asterisk finally, a pair of sand boots appeared at the top of the stone stairs. With a leisurely rhythm, they walked out of the darkness and went down. Well done, Samuel. A voice so unfamiliar that Thales had almost forgotten it, but immediately remembered it the moment he heard it came from above his boots. I waited for so long, I almost thought you were dead. The voice was calm, but cold and indifferent. Samuel snorted coldly and did not answer. Barney Jr. and the others looked at each other in puzzlement. They did not get an answer. But they noticed that Prince Thales' expression suddenly became unpleasant. He was incredibly shocked. Impossible. So, all of our troubles, the pair of sand boots slowly walked down the stone stairs, and their owner's figure was gradually revealed. The calm voice continued to rise. Shadow Shield, Northlanders, the kingdom's secret intelligence department, your prisoner friends, and that damn mask. You've almost killed each other, right? Samuel nodded. He did not care about the others' puzzled and disappointed gazes. Of course, everyone here is basically injured. They are no longer a threat. Samuel swept his gaze over his fellow guards and said coldly, of course. But Sonny didn't survive. The owner of the desert boots froze for a moment. Oh, what a pity. But we will remember him. Barney Jr. held his sword with one arm and raised his guard to the highest. Belden protected Thales' flank with all his might, while the others solemnly rearranged their formation. But Thales was completely frozen on the spot. Impossible. The owner of the sand boots finally stepped down the stone stairs and revealed himself in the firelight. No, no. Thales stared blankly at the newcomer. I saw it with my own eyes. You were clearly pierced through. The person in sand boots sighed slowly. He did not seem to be in a good mood. Yes, I know. He was like a librarian who had explained the library rules to people countless times but still encountered violations every day. His words were filled with laziness and impatience. You saw it with your own eyes, I died. While the guards were in shock and bewilderment, Thales glared at the person who should not be here. Impossible. So, why don't you take a guess, Prince Thales? The person spread his arms in a relaxed manner. With the same polite smile as before, he revealed his undamaged neck and chin to Thales. Just what kind of existence is there in the world? The person paused for a moment, as if he enjoyed Thales' reaction. Unkillable, he chuckled and continued. Every time you are reborn? The person's laughter seemed to contain magic, and it brought out the deepest fear in Thales' heart. Unkillable. Every time you are reborn. Thales stared at the person on the stone stairs stiffly. He felt as if his thoughts were about to come to a halt. In this world, an existence that cannot be killed, that is, by the way, thank you for keeping everlasting truth safe for me. Under Thales' shocked gaze, which was almost frozen, the person calmly and politely took the silver longsword from Samuel. But I remember that you did not understand the inscription on it. It's Ricky. Thales said to himself in a daze. It's him. The person who should have died under Yodel's sword a long time ago, the leader of Blood Whistle's mercenary group, Disaster Swords Crassus. The ever-calm Ricky stood on the stone stairs and gently revealed the 2 rows of inscriptions on the streamlined blade. Truth is eternal and inextinguishable. As he stared at the stunned Thales, a cold glare shone in Ricky's eyes, as if he had been reborn from the dead. He said in the most soothing tone, we struggle endlessly. Chapter 472. I remember this guy. He's one of the traitors of the Tower of Eradication. He came with Samuel. Belden's face was tense as he spoke to Barney beside him. Thales listened to them in a daze. His gaze was locked on Ricky, who stood before him. The huge shock not only drained his spirit, but even the pain in his body seemed to have deepened a little. How is this possible, Samuel? Barney Jr. stared at Samuel, who stood among the disaster swords. You deliberately lied to us that this was the exit and lured us here, just for this? Barney Jr.'s words made the prisoners gnash their teeth in anger. Samuel stared at Barney for a second, snorted softly, and shook his head. I did not lie to you. Samuel paused for a moment. His voice was cold. This is the only way out. If you leave the gate, you will die. Barney Jr. snorted angrily in response. The aggressive swordsman in front of them clearly did not come with good intentions, but on their side, Barney glanced at his right arm, which was still in pain, and at the people who had suffered a serious setback in the alchemy ball. He instantly felt that this was a thorny problem. Let's talk about the past later. Ricky interrupted Samuel's exchange of glances with his former colleague in a confident and polite manner. Now, everyone, we should go home. As Ricky's voice faded away, the people beside him, the Northlander swordsman Klein, who wielded an incredibly fast sword, and Joseph, who was sent here as a spy, slowly reached for the sword hilts at their waists. The prisoners of the royal guards tensed up. Not in their best condition, they raised their weapons with great effort and got into a fighting stance. We are in a bad condition. We cannot fall into a chaotic battle or encirclement. There is a problem with their power of eradication, and we cannot be entangled with them for too long. Barney Jr. stared at Ricky, who was right in front of him. He whispered to the people beside him, Belden, I can only use one hand, and there is no room for me to test the waters. I understand, Belden replied softly with a solemn expression. Wait for your signal. Barney Jr. nodded, raised his head, and raised his voice at Ricky. What is your goal? Ricky smiled faintly and was about to speak. Don't worry, but Thales, who was trying his best to calm himself down, changed his expression. He suddenly understood what Barney Jr. wanted to do. The teenager instinctively raised a hand. Wait, but before he finished speaking, Barney Jr. and Belden pounced on him like an avalanche. The battle instantly broke out. It seemed like it was because of his injuries, but this time, Barney Jr. did not take the lead. Instead, Belden roared and took the lead. The two of them stood in front of Ricky, one at the back, and the other at the front with an axe and a sword. Perhaps it was too sudden, but Klein and Joseph, who were standing behind Ricky, unsheathed their swords subconsciously, but they were still unable to catch up. They could only watch as the two of them approached Ricky first. Whoosh! At the same time, Ricky's silver longsword, Everlasting Truth, drew a beautiful arc in the air, bringing with it the sound of wind as it enveloped the two attackers. Ding! With a soft sound, Everlasting Truth hit Belden's axe in midair. He was in the lead. At that moment, Belden suddenly had the illusion that he was trapped in an endless, scorching vortex, and he was about to suffocate. What was worse was that even though he had expected it, the disaster sword's power of eradication still affected his arm, making it even more unstoppable than before. Scorching, oppressive, heavy. The mercenary axe in his hand, which was rather heavy, began to tremble uncontrollably. As Ricky smiled, Belden could only watch helplessly as his attack deviated by more than an inch. It barely grazed past Ricky's wrist. Ricky sneered in his heart. He knew that Belden's attack was no longer a threat. He turned his long sword around and charged at the other person. But at that moment, Barney Jr., who was one step behind, finally arrived. What surprised Ricky was that Barney Jr., who only had one usable arm left, did not attack him. Instead, he straightened his body and charged at Belden. Asterisk thud. Asterisk a muffled sound rose. Belden grunted and let go of the axe handle, which seemed to be out of his control. He used Barney Jr.'s charge to change his direction. He wrapped his fist in his palm, bent his elbow, and charged at Ricky. Ricky, who had been calm and composed, finally changed his expression. The axe is just bait? But Belden, who seemed to have lost control, had already arrived in front of Thales. Thales suddenly came to a realization. This was a variant of the Northland military sword style, counterattack. However, Barney Jr. used his comrade as a shield. He was secretly shocked. What kind of tacit understanding do they need to work together to execute this style from a shield in their hands to a living person beside them? Thales did not have time to think about it in detail. Ricky had no choice but to crouch and move, but he could not withdraw his long sword in time. He could only use the hilt of his sword as a shield. He struck Belden's abdomen violently and deflected his attack. As Belden grunted, Barney Jr. used this opening to finally thrust his longsword, which he had been preparing for a long time, straight at Ricky's abdomen. The sound of flesh being torn rose. Aha! Ricky's enraged roar echoed through the underground prison. At that moment it was as if the air around them had been compressed. Barney Jr. and Belden, who were already confident in their victory, shuddered at the same time. Thud. Before Thales could react, Barney Jr. and Belden staggered around Ricky like drunkards who could not control themselves. They fell to the ground in a disheveled manner. Clang. The axe and sword fell to the ground. Thales sighed in anguish. No. Tardin, who had taken over his duty to protect Thales, cried out in alarm. His eyes widened so much that they looked like they were about to pop out of their sockets. In the next second, the disaster swords reacted. Joseph and Klein caught up to them at the same time. They pressed their long swords against their necks and firmly suppressed the two men who had failed in their ambush. Ricky's body swayed. He stabbed his long sword into the ground and tried his best to maintain his balance. He lowered his head with a pained expression. Blood seeped out from the gaps between the fingers of his left hand, which was pressed against his abdomen. In just a few seconds, back and forth, the dangerous battle ended just like that. The people around them watched with their mouths agape. Damn it. Klein, the Northlander swordsman, stared at Barney Jr. by his feet in exasperation. How many times have we been ambushed tonight? But just as he was about to continue speaking, Ricky stopped him. No, they are very powerful. Ricky panted and waved his hand to reject Samuel's kind offer to help him up. They have been imprisoned for many years and are heavily injured, but they still managed to find such an opportunity. Ricky stared at the bloody wound on his waist and sighed. As Barney Jr. and Belden failed and were captured, Thale's heart became increasingly heavy and bitter. Quill Barney, right? Ricky's face was pale. He watched Barney Jr., who was dragged up from the ground by his subordinates. Barney Jr. was in a pathetic, if not tragic, state. He looked at the man's indignant and resentful expression. Samuel mentioned you to me before. He said it was very ridiculous. Ricky's eyebrows furrowed back and forth, as if he was enduring pain. He told me that no matter how bad Barney Jr.'s condition is, as long as you are alive, even if you only use your teeth, you can still deal the most fatal blow. Ricky stared at his waist and laughed brokenly. I believe him now. As a response, Barney Jr. only spat. His gaze never left the serious wound on Ricky's waist. Damn it. Almost. Normally, you would definitely be a worthy opponent. But not today. Ricky's panting gradually subsided. He turned to Thales, whose expression was incredibly unpleasant. I am very surprised, and also very impressed. Your Highness, in such a short time, you found yourself a team of top-notch guards. Now, we can wrap things up, right? As he spoke, a few mercenaries tightened their grip on the hostages' swords, as if they were demonstrating their strength. Thales' expression tensed. Ricky waved his hand with a tired expression. Take down the others. We are going out. The mercenaries, led by Klein and Joseph, received their orders and moved forward. Your Highness. Tardin watched the disaster swords who surrounded them nervously. Please stand back, but at that moment, Thales suddenly stepped forward. Wait. Under Tardin's worried and puzzled gaze, the prince walked past them with an unpleasant expression and stood at the forefront of the team. I have a question. Klein and Joseph frowned slightly as they held their swords in their hands. Knowing the teenager's importance, they turned around to look at Ricky. Ricky took a deep breath, pulled out his saber from the ground, and stood firmly. He took a step forward with his saber in hand. Come, Your Highness. I believe that you are very tired. Let's talk after we get out of here. Thales ignored Ricky's words. He only stared at him, trying to find out the difference in every detail of Ricky's body. But he was disappointed. Although Ricky was heavily injured at that moment and looked tired, compared to the corpse that was once submerged in a pool of blood, he looked like a brand new person. Thales took a deep breath. He felt the pain and fatigue in his body become more obvious. Even his thinking seemed to have slowed down by half a beat. But he had to persevere. Especially when he was facing, I saw it with my own eyes. Your head was pierced through. Thales braced himself and stared at Ricky with suspicion in his heart. But you, how did you do it? As they listened to the conversation between the prince and Ricky, all the guards were shocked. What do you mean? Tardin whispered to Cannon, who was beside him, pierced through the head. Cannon and Bruley just stared at each other. They could not understand. Ricky smiled again. It was a very natural smile. But it made Thales nervous and agitated. His head started to hurt again. Didn't you have the answer a long time ago? Ricky stared at the teenager with a smug look on his face. Once you think it through, you will understand that you are powerless to resist. I have the answer a long time ago. Thales suddenly realized something was wrong. That's right. Thales was surprised to see that the pain on Ricky's face had disappeared. Ricky straightened his body and released his hand from his abdomen. At some point in time, his wound had stopped bleeding. Ricky returned to his indifferent image as a leader. He rubbed the blood that had coagulated on his hand and shook his head with a smile. It was as if he had never suffered such a serious injury as having his abdomen pierced through. All that was left was the armor that had been cut open, telling the story of what had just happened. Thales felt a chill in his heart. What does this mean? And he said, Ricky's faint smile suddenly became mysterious in Thales' eyes. The prince only felt a splitting headache. He looked at the torn armor around Ricky's waist and endured the fatigue that made him want to fall asleep. You are a blood clansman? Ricky paused for a moment before he burst into laughter and shook his head. I told you, you have the answer a long time ago, but you are unwilling to admit it. Not a blood clansman. No, the teenager stared at the subdued Barney Jr. and Belden. The inexplicable fear in the depths of his heart surged again. Did you just say that those who cannot be killed will be reborn every time? Thales gritted his teeth and carefully asked the question that worried him the most. Are you one of them? Ricky continued to smile. He did not answer. His smile made Thales' spirit, which had already been tortured to the point of death, feel even worse. When he saw Ricky's almost tacit admission, Thales' heart turned incredibly cold. He could be vigilant against assassins. He could negotiate with Northlanders. He could find other ways to deal with Zacriel. But Thales' face was dark. The subdued Barney Jr. seemed to have understood something. His expression changed slightly. Wait, do you mean that this person? Thales shook his head. His gaze never left Ricky. Damn it. If this person is really what I think he is, if he is, no, this is too bad. First it was Zacriel. Now it's this. The teenager's tired gaze circled the area and stopped at the silver longsword he once held. If he is really, then there is no hope in fighting him head-on. Unless, Thales felt like his head was about to explode. He had to think about a way out. He thought about Asda, Giza, and even Taurus. He thought about what he should do when he faced them. Thales sucked in a deep breath and said with a trembling voice, if that's the case, then Disaster Sword is indeed an organization of calamities, just as its name implies. Just like Blood Bottle Gang, they exist for you and serve you. Everyone was stunned. Including the people from the Disaster Swords. Ricky raised an eyebrow. When he saw his expression, Thales thought of something. You said that your sword is called the Everlasting Truth. The Truth. This isn't a coincidence, right? Thales made up his mind and gritted his teeth. So, your leader is the Truth, brother? Against Thales' expectations, his tactic of stalling for time and finding an opportunity worked. The Truth, brother. In that second, Ricky's expression changed. He was originally smiling, but when he heard this, his face instantly turned as cold as ice. Thales's legs were sore. He saw hope, and he had to support Barney Jr. by his side to stand firmly. Or are you the truth, brother, B? Or L? Should I call you the truth sword from now on? The prince's words stunned almost everyone present. Except for one person. Standing in front of everyone, Ricky's expression became extremely cold. There was a murderous glint in his eyes, and Thales could not help but tremble. Ricky stared at Thales coldly, as if he wanted to find some secret from the teenager. You, say that again? Chapter 473. It was a good thing that they were stalling for time, but, as he looked at Ricky's murderous gaze, Thales felt his head swell. What did I say wrong this time? However, if he was a mystic, Thales rubbed his head and remembered the reason why the disaster swords came here. He was right. Dragon Breaker. But, what could he do now? However, a dry voice suddenly sounded from the darkness behind him. Steady. Thales, whose thoughts were in a mess, immediately snapped out of it. Calm down. Barney Jr. and Belden were shocked. They turned around and looked behind them. The more disadvantageous the situation is, the stronger the enemy is. When he saw the person behind him clearly, Thales was stunned. Even Ricky's gaze tensed up. He no longer stared at Thales with a murderous look. That's even more important. It was him. It was Zacriel. The Knight of Judgment, who had lost his mind just now and was left in the dark corner, limped into the firelight with his left arm tied tightly with a wooden board. His face was cold and his eyes were bleak. The appearance of the knight made many people nervous. It was especially so for the disaster swords. Klein and Joseph's expressions changed drastically, and they raised their weapons at the same time. Thales tensed up as well, but when he looked at the situation before him, he probably could no longer care about Zacriel's threat. And you, Vanguard Barney, Penal Officer Belden. Zacriel's body swayed, but his words were extremely stern. You guys really disappoint me. Belden looked ashamed, while Barney Jr. turned his head away awkwardly. Sir? Tardin asked in bewilderment. But Zacriel ignored him. He only stared straight at Thales, who had an unpleasant expression on his face. As for you, at that moment, the Knight of Judgment's gaze was fierce and resolute, as if he had the power to see through people's hearts. Thales could not help but feel his heart skip a beat when he thought of the man's previous record of trying to kill him. Think about it carefully, Zacriel said. How exactly did he die? How did he die? Who? How did he die? Thales was confused. Zacriel. Ricky raised his voice. He appeared very surprised and amazed. At the same time, he did not forget to give Samuel a questioning look. But Samuel just shook his head with a complicated expression. You look much better than you did when you were in prison. Thales looked at Zacriel, whose face was covered in bruises and bloodstains. He also had a sickly expression. Thales could not find any evidence to prove that Zacriel's complexion was much better. Why don't you reconsider my offer? The surprise and wariness on Ricky's face disappeared in a flash. His words became steady and confident again. We should be able to get along, for example, when it comes to attacking the Tower of Eradication. But Zacriel did not even look at him. He only stared at Thales. The teenager panicked under Zacriel's gaze. He quickly turned his head away and forced himself not to look into Zacriel's eyes, who had returned. At that moment, Thales had a flash of inspiration. He understood Zacriel's words. It was Ricky. He was talking about Ricky. Ricky, how did he just die? Yes, I remember now. He was in Zacriel's cell, Yodel. At that moment, the distraught Thales immediately snapped out of his daze. He was right. Thales shook his head with all his might. His current state was too poor, so much so that the physical pain and mental fatigue affected the most basic thinking. Thales took a deep breath. A little of the half-dead sin of Hell's River flowed out reluctantly, but it was only a drop in the bucket to relieve his pain and dizziness. The teenager tried his best to regain his composure and nodded at Zacriel. Only then did the Knight of Judgment look away. Thales then turned to Ricky. "You are not a mystic." His tone was calm, but firm. "You are not a calamity." The moment that word appeared, the royal guards were slightly surprised. Barney Jr. widened his eyes. Belden stared at Ricky stiffly. Ricky raised his eyebrows slightly. Thales took a deep breath. He felt the uneasiness in his heart gradually disappear. "Absolutely not." The royal guard's surprise quickly subsided. They looked at Thales together. "Oh." Ricky's smile slowly cooled down. "Why are you so sure? Why are you so sure?" As if to continue convincing himself, Thales, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, subconsciously blurted out, "Because you are a man." Ricky frowned. He was puzzled for a while. A man? But his expression immediately relaxed. "I see." Ricky looked enlightened. "Because I am a man." "So, you heard what we said about the Magic Empress, right?" This time, it was Thales' turn to be stunned. The leader of the mercenaries smiled faintly. He looked around, and his eyes sparkled. "Your Highness, where is your masked friend?" Thales' heart tensed up. He instinctively wanted to look at Zacriel, who was the last to see Yodel, but Ricky's words forced him to divert his attention again. "So, the sword he used to kill me, should be a legendary anti-mystic equipment, right?" Thales' arm froze. Ricky was still as calm and composed as ever in front of him. His eyes were fixed on Zacriel. "So, the legend is true. Other than the 4 weapons in the hands of the 3 marshals and the King of Constellation, there is another one in Renaissance Palace. By the looks of it, it is a sword?" Most of the disaster swords and royal guards were confused. They could not keep up with Thales and Ricky's train of thought. But Thales' gaze on Ricky became more and more solemn. This is bad. He believed that Ricky was not a mystic based on the clues Zacriel gave him and the fact that Ricky died to the supreme sword. But Ricky quickly grasped their logic. He deduced that the sword in Yodel's hand that killed him was a legendary anti-mystic equipment from Thales' baffling words of, "You are a man." Thales subconsciously glanced at Zacriel behind him. But the man did not even look at him. He only stared coldly at Ricky. "No, I can't count on him." Thales shook his head. Zacriel's mental condition had always been problematic. Besides, after going through a series of battles and being baptized by the alchemy ball, Thales did not think that it would be a good idea to place all his bets on Zacriel, who had returned after leaving for a while. Zacriel looked like he was limping and could not even walk steadily. Thales had no choice but to brace himself and continue. "So, your death was also planned by you?" Then. Thales stared at the disaster swords before him and counted their numbers. "Then you watched us kill each other and reap the benefits?" There were at least 30 to 40 of them. More importantly, there was Ricky, the biggest variable. But if he's not a mystic, Thales thought of Ricky's magic of resurrection. He felt that after he got rid of his fear of mystics, he had sunk into a deeper layer of the unknown. "Planned?" Ricky chuckled. His gaze never left Zacriel. "Your Highness, you have to understand that this world is very complicated. Nothing is planned. Like tonight, isn't it? Nothing is planned." Thales clenched his fists. The mysterious and terrifying Shadow Shield, the Northlanders with terrifying backgrounds, the famous kingdom's secret intelligence department, the Northland's secret room, the former prisoners of the royal guards, and even the Constellatiate nobles in the camp. About half of the people in Blade Fang's camp are involved. Ricky clicked his tongue and shook his head. "Of course, there's also us and you, Your Highness. When they are intertwined, all preset plans will be broken. Only accidents will be the main theme." Ricky narrowed his eyes, and a vigilant look appeared in his eyes. "We never planned anything. Or rather, the only reliable plan we have is to act according to the situation." "Act according to the situation?" Thales recounted everything that happened that night in one go. From the tavern to the dungeon, from the mercenaries to the assassins, from the prisoners to Zacriel. His expression changed slightly. Ricky could be said to be the culprit of everything that happened tonight. From the beginning, it was his disaster swords who planned to break into the prison of bones and obtain the information they wanted. He was also the connection between many parties: Shadow Shield, who wanted to take advantage of the situation, the Northlanders who were interested in the prince, the innocent and neutral tavern owner, the secret room with ulterior motives, and Thales himself. All of them were gathered here by Ricky. He was also the trigger of the conflict. He was the one who brought Samuel to meet the former royal guards and stirred up the old matter from 18 years ago. He was the one who led his subordinates to fight against Shadow Shield, and dragged everyone in the dungeon into the vortex. And he was about to become the terminator of the game. When he had almost achieved all his goals and everything was almost settled, he lured them here through Samuel to witness the final outcome. Thales felt his heart become heavier. He suddenly realized that he had severely underestimated Ricky. He was able to stand here safely after going through countless chaos and accidents. Of course, he was not a small fry. Coupled with his strange and mysterious method of resurrection, in the suffocating silence, Ricky chuckled. "Now, can you come home with me?" But once again, to everyone's surprise, a figure burst forth at this moment. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk before Thales could sort out his thoughts, his nerves twitched. He heard the sound of wind by his ears, and he saw a limping figure move past him to attack Ricky, who had just finished speaking. It was Zacriel. The former watchman's expression did not change. He did not move quickly, but with great determination, he moved his legs, which were no longer agile due to his injuries, and charged forward. Thales was completely dumbfounded. What happened to the promised steadiness and calmness? This time, the disaster swords, who had been prepared for this a long time ago, no longer reacted passively. Instead, they roared and launched a counterattack to block the attacker. At least 5 or 6 people went up to Zacriel. Only Samuel's expression changed drastically, and he spoke up to stop them. No, not so many people. But it was too late. In the next 6 seconds, Thales felt as if he was watching a comical acrobatic performance. In the first second, a mercenary swung his hammer fiercely. He was pulled away by the Knight of Judgment, but he inexplicably bumped into his companion on his left. The two of them scrambled to avoid being accidentally injured, and they rolled into a ball. In the second and third seconds, Joseph clashed head-on with Zacriel's axe. Then, when he retreated and moved, he found himself standing in the path of his companions, who came to his aid. He tripped 2 people in succession. In the 3.5 seconds, Klein thrust his unparalleled sword accurately, and it miraculously helped Zacriel, who had his head lowered, block another attack. In the 4th second, the last mercenary who stood in front of Ricky cleverly chose not to engage with Zacriel. Instead, he shot 3 darts. Zacriel nimbly dodged 1 dart, and it pierced the foot of a pursuer behind him. In the 5th second, the second dart hit the handle of Zacriel's axe. It coincidentally changed its direction, flew into the crowd, and pierced Barney Jr.'s butt, who was pinned to the ground by 2 people. In the 6th second, the third dart accurately hit the splint on Zacriel's left arm, which was used to stabilize the injury. The Knight of Judgment turned his head, bit the splint, and spat. The drooling dart immediately appeared in the air. It was struck by Zacriel's axe, and it shot towards its original owner's crotch. In the 7th second, Ricky was shocked to find that the mercenary who threw the dart in front of him had curled up into a ball in pain. He fell backwards and coincidentally fell towards Ricky's right foot. At the same time, Zacriel's axe flew through the air and shot towards Ricky's left foot. Ricky had to take a huge step back to avoid his companion's screams as he rolled on the ground. Then, he used his sword to parry Zacriel's throwing axe. But when he was done, Zacriel had already appeared in front of him. Oh no, Ricky, who was trying his best to maintain his balance, only managed to say half a word before the indifferent Zacriel raised his right arm and left arm at the same time. Asterisk crack. There was a terrifying, muffled sound of bones cracking. Thales shuddered. In the next second, Ricky's head was turned in an impossible direction on his shoulder. Thud. A soft thud rose. Ricky, who had been insufferably arrogant just a moment ago, fell to the ground with eyes wide open in disbelief. His head was twisted in a strange position, and he was looking behind him. He could no longer move. The battle ended while many disaster swords cried out in pain or in pain. Aside from the wailing wounded, everyone else was stunned. But Zacriel was not done. He extended his hand coldly and caught Ricky's falling everlasting truth in midair. It looked as if the fallen Ricky had thrown the sword to him of his own accord. Everyone's hearts trembled. Thales turned his head subconsciously. Swoosh. There was another sound of flesh being torn apart. This time, amid the gushing blood, Ricky's head was separated from his body. It rolled limply on the ground. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Under everyone's almost shocked gazes, Zacriel stood up. With a clang, the longsword fell to the ground. Ricky's body lay on the ground, unmoving. His head was not far from his left shoulder. His eyes were wide open, and he stared at his neck. Once he was done, Zacriel grunted. He covered his chest and hunched his back. Obviously, he was not unscathed. The mercenaries around him reacted and were about to step forward. But Zacriel only took a deep breath, turned his head, and swept his gaze around him. The mercenaries all froze and retreated one after another. They retreated like a tide. Or a flock of sheep that ran into hungry wolves. On the disaster sword side, Klein supported Joseph, who was coughing. He stared at the ghost-like warrior in front of him in shock and fear. Damn it. It wasn't a coincidence that we were in the prison. This guy can really. The people on Thales' side were also dumbfounded by what they saw. 40. Quick Rope looked at the wounded and Ricky's corpse on the ground. He mumbled in horror, what the F***ck? F***ck, could it be true? The Knight of Judgment ignored the others. He only turned his head around and stared at the headless corpse on the ground with a grave expression. It felt like a long time had passed. But the corpse on the ground did not move. Zacriel breathed a sigh of relief and turned around. Thales and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, he remembered to deliver the finishing blow after killing someone. It's the right thing to do. But a few seconds later, Zacriel froze in his tracks as he walked back. Because a strange, rustling sound came from behind him. On the other side, Thales, Tardin, Cannon, Bruley, and Quick Rope looked behind the Knight of Judgment, and their faces instantly turned pale. Even the disaster swords in the area turned pale. They turned their heads and avoided him. Zacriel's pupils shrank. In the next second, without thinking, he kicked up the axe on the ground, grabbed the handle with his right hand, and turned around. Splat. It was the sound of steel sinking into flesh. Zacriel pushed the axe into the chest of the person behind him. But this did not make Thales and the other onlookers feel any better. Because they saw the corpse, who stood up again, grab Zacriel's arm, and nonchalantly stare at the axe that had sunk into his chest and was bleeding profusely. It was as if it was not his own chest. How ruthless, beheading him. At some point in time, the corpse, Ricky, whose head had returned to his body, laughed. You really know how to cause trouble for me. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 474. Ricky's voice was hoarse. It sounded as if his vocal cords had been cut off and had just been reattached. Ricky's head reappeared on his neck. Thales watched all of this with his skin crawling. The terrifying fracture between the head and the neck was still vivid in his eyes. Above the fracture was a pale face that was devoid of blood, and below the fracture was the bright red skin of the neck. It looked like a head that had been sewn back into a corpse's body. But the stitches could not be seen. What exactly are you? Zacriel could not believe his eyes. He glared at Ricky, who was wrestling with him, and refused to give up on trying to cut him open with the axe. What exactly are you? But Ricky did not answer him directly. Crassus of the Disaster Swords only chuckled with a smile as pale as a corpse's and the terrifying fracture on his neck. This made many of the mercenaries under him nervous. Joseph even closed his eyes and turned his head away. I have to admit, between the two of us, Ricky's voice was weak, but it made his laughter sound even stranger. You are still stronger. In the next second, the dead came back to life. Ricky, who was so strange that everyone was stunned, suddenly exerted strength in his arms, lifted Zacriel up, and slammed him down. Asterisk bang. Asterisk a loud noise was heard. Commanding officer. As Tardin roared at the top of his lungs, Zacriel fell to the ground like a lifeless sandbag. He twitched in pain and vomited blood. Ricky sneered and shook his head. He pulled out the axe embedded in Zacriel's chest and threw it on the ground. Asterisk clang, asterisk Thales was stunned. That person, what exactly is he? The terrifying scene of Giza putting his head back on his body appeared in his mind, and he shuddered. Is he really not a mystic? As the axe fell to the ground, Zacriel trembled and tried to get up. But he did not know whether it was because he was too heavily injured or because he no longer had any stamina, but his arm only supported itself on the ground for a few seconds before it bent again. He fell to the ground again. Thales breathed in a daze. He had never seen Zacriel so powerless before. But what chilled his heart was, Thales lifted his head in horror and saw Ricky twisting his neck without a care in the world. With a rustling sound, the terrifying fault on his neck gradually disappeared and was filled with new skin. The color of the skin on both sides also gradually became the same. Crackling sounds came from his chest. It sounded like the bones that had been broken by the blade of an axe were being reset. He's healing. But fortunately, I'm always better than my opponents. Ricky extended his hand. Under the fearful gazes of his subordinates and enemies, he quietly tidied up his collar and armor. One more life. An extra life? Thales stared at Ricky in a daze. Oh, sunset. Barney Jr., who had always been tough, watched this scene and lost his composure. I know, it's not fair, right? Ricky shrugged with a smile and pulled out an axe shard from his chest as he recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Welcome to the real world. Ricky took a deep breath, as if he was learning to breathe again. He walked towards the dying Zacriel. No. Tardin and Bruley roared as they charged forward. Only Cannon, whose eyes were bloodshot, was left to guard the incredulous Thales. Ricky chuckled and picked up his long sword. The disaster sword surrounded him as well. Zacriel, who was lying on the ground, suddenly shouted angrily. Stop. As if they were born to obey this voice, even though Tardin and Bruley's emotions were surging, they instinctively stopped moving. Zacriel coughed up blood in pain as he spoke to them. Do your duty. Tardin and Bruley froze. They looked at their heavily injured officer with conflicting expressions, then at Thales, who was so furious that his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Ricky, who was standing beside him, looked at them with interest. Ricky. Samuel walked up and glanced at the others as though he didn't care. They are all excellent warriors. They will be very useful. And we are short on manpower. Ricky's eyes flashed as he looked at Samir. Samuel did not dodge. His expression remained the same. Humph. Finally, Ricky snorted softly and nodded. Of course. Then capture him alive. Thales breathed a sigh of relief and let go of the dagger in his hand. One more life. Thales subconsciously repeated the words. Even now, he still could not believe what had just happened. They could not fight head-on anymore. The strangeness of Ricky was really, at that moment, what exactly are you? Ricky lowered his head. Zacriel was panting in pain. It was obvious that he had used up the last of his strength. The Knight of Judgment looked at him in a daze. I have seen the legendary second generation of the Blood Clansmen recover as if nothing had happened even after their hearts were damaged and their necks were broken. I have also seen terrifying orcs who are as tough as steel. They can fight for dozens of hours while suffering from unimaginable injuries. I have also seen psionic warriors and powers of eradication, which are extremely rare. They can heal terrifying, fatal injuries in an extremely short amount of time. Ricky raised his eyebrows. This man has seen a lot. Zacriel trembled and took a deep breath. But you don't belong to any of the above. Ricky snorted softly. No one knew whether it was a tacit admission. Zacriel coughed. His gaze was unfocused. And their brains and skulls were destroyed? His gaze cleared up for a while, and determination appeared in his eyes. No. Under such circumstances, no matter how powerful the long-lived species is, they cannot withstand it. No matter how powerful the orcs are, they cannot survive. No matter how terrifying the psionic warriors and powers of eradication are, they have their limits. Zacriel, who was lying on the ground, raised his head. His bloodshot eyes stared straight at Ricky, as if he wanted an explanation. Thales and the others were also vigilant and solemn. They also looked at Ricky expectantly. Ricky smiled. A strange expression appeared on his face. It was as if he was reminiscing. There were all sorts of miracles in this world. The man who came back from the dead shook his head absent-mindedly. And you are just too ignorant. Zacriel coughed again. Ignorant? For some reason, the Knight of Judgment chuckled. There is only one way to prove it. In the next second, Zacriel suddenly extended his hand and picked up a torch dropped by a mercenary from the ground. Ricky's expression changed. Zacriel flipped over, and the torch flew straight to the leader of the Disaster Swords. Ricky clenched his teeth and swung the torch away, but he was still hit by countless sparks. A few mercenaries had already pounced on Zacriel, who was at the end of his tether, and firmly suppressed him. Thales watched Zacriel's actions in surprise. What is he doing? But unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, Ricky's upper body burst into flames. It was as if he was the torch that was lit on fire. Ah! Ricky roared and slapped away the flames on his body with all his might. What is this? Zacriel chuckled under the suppression of a few people. This is, oilcloth I removed from the torch. The Knight of Judgment suffered a heavy kick from a mercenary, but he still insisted on finishing his sentence. I stuffed some in your clothes. A little bit will set you on fire. After a few seconds, Ricky slapped away the flames on his body and lowered his hands. The smoke dissipated from his body. But at that moment, when Thales saw Ricky's face clearly, he cried out in surprise and took a step back. He was not the only one who reacted this way. The prisoners of the royal guards and even many of the Disaster Swords were shocked. Ricky was different. Even though it was only for a few seconds, the skin on the parts of his body that were burned by the flames peeled off inch by inch, like the paint peeling off a wall. It was especially so for the left side of his face. Thales stared at the person in front of him in horror. The skin on the left side of Ricky's face was gone. In its place were layers of dark folds that overlapped with each other. They looked like muscles, but also like the veins of leaves. As Ricky gritted his teeth, they trembled from time to time. The skin on his left eye had also peeled off, leaving only the same dark muscle lines and a terrifying eye that shone with a strange yellow light. It was not just the left side of his face. His left shoulder, left abdomen, right hand. All the places that were touched by the sparks or flames revealed layers of dark muscles that squirmed as if they had a mind of their own. The other parts of his body were still intact, like a perfectly normal human being. However, the combination of human skin and pitch-black muscles, human and inhuman, made everything seem even more bizarre. Thales was stunned. What is this? What the F***ck is this? The Ricky in front of him was like a human whose skin had been removed, and there was a strange yellow-eyed monster with dark black muscles that could even squirm. It had an incredibly terrifying and hateful face. Oh my God, Quick Rope was dumbfounded. Am I living in a horror story? Tardin subconsciously grabbed him and did not let him continue speaking. Even though Tardin himself was almost scared out of his wits. Ricky trembled. The human part of him showed anger. Of course, Thales could not tell what emotion the non-human part of him was feeling. The black and white monster cast a glance at the prince in the distance. Its strange and terrifying face shocked Thales so much that he shuddered. By Ricky's side, Joseph handed him a hooded jacket in a practiced motion. Thales could tell that Ricky had done so while suppressing great fear or disgust. The disaster swords around Ricky also instinctively moved away from him. Ricky put on the coat and used the hood to cover his half-human, half-ghost appearance. He spoke slowly. I know. In that second, Thales' hair stood on end. He only felt that the moment Ricky opened his mouth, what came out of his throat was a rough, hoarse, and sharp noise that sounded like grinding stones. It was like someone scratching a steel plate with their fingernails. It was a sound that could only be heard in everyone's worst nightmares. He was not the only one who felt that way. Quick Rope's face even turned pale. He subconsciously covered his ears. Thales did not know whether the nightmarish voice had negative magic, but as the voice spread, everyone in the area became nervous and uneasy. The mercenaries who were close to Ricky moved away nervously. They wanted nothing more than to be further away from their leader. So much so that they even forgot to be on guard against the enemy. I know that I don't look good right now, Ricky said coldly. Every syllable gave people goosebumps. Thales even felt his entire body tremble. I need some time to recover. The moment he stopped speaking, Thales breathed a sigh of relief. Ricky stared coldly at Zacriel on the ground with his terrifying yellow left eye and normal human right eye. And you, the moment Ricky opened his mouth again, Thales truly felt as if he was tormented in a horror story. But when the Night of Judgment saw Ricky's face, even though he was shocked and puzzled, he was the first to speak. As expected, the flames, they made you reveal your true form. Thales breathed a sigh of relief. He was very grateful that Zacriel interrupted Ricky. The repulsive Ricky shuddered a little and clenched his fists. Zacriel stared straight at him, gritted his teeth, and spoke in an aggressive manner. Tell me, which of the 7 sovereigns do you serve? Under the hood, Ricky's exposed human pupils shrank. At that moment, many people were stunned. Including Thales. 7 great kings? Wait, little rascal. Ahem, Saroma seems to have mentioned this to me before, 7 kings. But before Ricky could answer, Zacriel continued to speak loudly. His voice was fierce and resolute. How do you appear in this world? Possession? Pollution? Confusion? Or a crude and direct invasion? Everyone was dumbfounded. The strange and unfamiliar term interrupted Thales' train of thought and added to his puzzlement. Perhaps it was because they could not keep up with the conversation, or perhaps they were too shocked after they understood it, but all the royal guards, including Thales, watched the conversation between Zacriel and Ricky in a daze. A few seconds passed. Finally, Ricky's hood trembled a little. As expected of the watchman of the royal guards. You know quite a lot. That trembling voice that could tug at people's heartstrings was heard again. Thales subconsciously shuddered. Zacriel stared at him for a long, long time. I see, the Night of Judgment finally spoke again. This time, his tone was no longer aggressive and stern. Instead, it was solemnity mixed with respect, surprise, and wariness. I know what you are now. Ricky was slightly taken aback. He then laughed in resignation. However, even his laughter made Thales want to cover his ears. He seemed to have understood something. Huh, you've never seen me before, have you? Thales tried his best to understand the man's words as he endured the torture in his ears and the shock in his mind. Ricky raised his head, revealing an incredibly strange black skin under his hood. Thales instinctively turned his head away to avoid it. So, you were just testing me just now? Zacriel closed his eyes and nodded as if he had accepted his fate. But I am certain now. Ricky stared at him for a long time before he finally nodded. There was admiration in his human eyes. On the other side, Barney Jr. could not help but look at Ricky in horror, then at the Knight of Judgment. Zacriel? What is going on? Zacriel exhaled and turned to Thales and his former colleagues. All of you, put down your weapons. When he said this, everyone on Thales' side was shocked. See, commanding officer? Tardin asked tentatively. Zacriel shook his head. We can't defeat him. At least, we can't do it without the corresponding weapons and methods. Ricky snorted softly. His terrifying voice made Thales restless again. Thales hesitated. He glanced at Ricky, who had a cold expression and a terrifying voice under his hood. What is he? Zacriel was silent for a while. He glanced at the others. Including the disaster swords, those in the know lowered their heads. Those who did not know had puzzled looks on their faces. They are like the gods, an illusory legend. Zacriel stared at Ricky. He breathed laboriously under the pressure of the two mercenaries. He gritted his teeth and said, but a long time ago, the legacy of the Watchmen and the files of the Secret Intelligence Department recorded such existences. They have appeared in the history of kingdoms and even the Empire more than once. Such existences? Thales was stunned. Zacriel sighed softly. He recited a description in a cadence. They feed on flesh and blood, and hunt for souls. They reveal themselves in the fire, and vanish before the gods. Thales blinked. Zacriel's words awakened a sense of familiarity. Reveal themselves in the fire? Vanish before the gods? That's right. This is the common language translated from the language of the ancient empire. That's why it's so strange. Thales frowned. So he is, Zacriel shook his head. He stared at Ricky with increasing vigilance. No, it's not him. The Knight of Judgment quickly changed the person he referred to, and it made the people in the room shudder. It is not human. It? Thales looked at Ricky, who did not move under his hood, with a strange sense of panic in his heart. In the next second, Zacriel spoke in his most mysterious and nervous tone. It came from hell. In the strange and uneasy atmosphere, Ricky curled up the corners of his lips under his hood. He listened to Zacriel's last word with great interest under everyone's terrified gazes. Demon. Chapter 475. Under the light of the fire, Thales stepped onto the stone stairs in the storage room while being guarded by Klein and Joseph vigilantly. There was an indescribably strange stench in the air, causing Thales to frown repeatedly. He could not believe it. A few hours ago, he was escorted into the prison of bones by the disaster swords, and a few hours later, he was still forced to leave with them under the watchful eyes of the disaster swords. It was an unconventional way to have a beginning and an end. The heavily injured Zacriel was supported by Cannon and Bruley as he staggered in front of Thales to his left. The security around them was even more exaggerated than Thales. Ricky, with his hood on, walked beside them. He did not move an inch away from them. Not far behind the prince, Tardin and Quick Rope returned to being tied up. They endured the wary gazes of the people around them with gloomy expressions. Barney Jr. and Belden, who had injured Ricky before, were probably considered dangerous. The two of them were separated from the others. Their hands were tied behind their backs, weapons were placed on them, and they were monitored separately. When he thought of this, the weak and tired Thales could not help but sigh. After Zacriel fell to the ground weakly, they had no choice but to accept reality and surrender. It was not just because of Ricky's uniqueness and mysteriousness, but also because all the royal guards were at the end of their tether after experiencing many fierce battles and the sensory torture from the alchemy ball. They could not fight head-on. The secret stone stairs in the storage room brought them to a new platform. Through the torches held by the disaster swords, Thales could vaguely see a dozen figures waiting for them in front of the tunnel. The moment he saw them clearly, Thales' pupils shrank. Looks like you are the winner tonight, Honorable Crassus. A fair-skinned man with a swollen face and tied up sat on the ground. He cast a glance at Thales and Zachriel and put on a fake smile before he looked at Ricky. Wow. It's Steak. Thales looked at the subdued leader of Shadow Shield on the ground in surprise. He did not run away. Instead, he fell into the hands of the disaster swords. Steak turned to Thales and smiled weakly. He maintained the last semblance of a leader. Look, Your Highness, if you had chosen to go with us, at least. The assassin leader shook his head at the murderous disaster swords around him and shrugged. He had a look of pity on his face that said, "Why don't you listen to my advice?" Thales frowned at him. Ricky ignored Steak's words and looked at Samuel, who was behind him. Samuel nodded and walked forward. Suppressing the disgust on his face, he questioned, "Why are you here? When will the people you left on the ground start moving to distract the camp's attention?" Thales was slightly stunned. The captured Steak was also stunned. Divert attention? His eyeballs began to roll. Operation? Steak seemed to have thought of something, and a smug look appeared on his disheveled face. "Let me tell you. Look at me now. Do you think they will still act?" Samuel's expression turned cold, and he strode forward. "I'm not Ricky, Steak. I'm not as polite as him." Steak smiled. "Very well. Then, I hope you don't mind that I would like to speak to Crassus directly, if you still want to escape Blade Fang's camp with our help." He looked past Samuel, straight at Ricky. Ricky did not speak. His face was still covered by the hood. However, in the next second, Samuel furrowed his eyebrows and kicked Steak's head hard. Steak fell to the ground with a groan in pain. Blood flowed from his nose. "Listen up, assassin." Steak was drenched in cold sweat. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He wanted to struggle to get up, but Samuel's boot was pressed against his chest. It was clear that he did not want to let him have an easy time. "You can still negotiate like this in our hands," Samuel said coldly. "But if you fall into Constellation's hands with us, don't forget, the letter that proves that you killed Herman Jadestar is still with us." When this name was spoken, Zachriel, Cannon, Bruley, Tardin, and all the prisoners who heard it were shocked. They raised their heads in unison and looked at Steak. Steak, who was struggling with all his might, froze. Thales raised his eyebrows and remembered the letter in his bosom. Samuel snorted coldly. "So, do you want to go with us, or become a guest of the kingdom's secret intelligence department? Whether it is King Kessel or the Black Prophet, they will definitely welcome you." There was silence. The disaster swords stared at their conversation coldly. Steak gritted his teeth and panted for a while on the ground. In the end, the leader of Shadow Shield sneered, sighed, and said in resignation, "That's right." He said in resignation, "Half an hour later, the abnormality in the prison of bones will be discovered. According to the plan we agreed on, but now you have ruined it. My people will first burn down the military supply warehouse, then assassinate a certain Western Desert noble who is hated by the heavens and hated by the people, and create unprecedented chaos in the camp." Thales lowered his head and sighed. Steak tilted his head and revealed a cold and fierce expression. "I guarantee that the group of Western Desert nobles who came from afar and are not used to the climate will be in a flurry, and they will only be able to figure out what is going on after 2 hours." Samuel frowned. "Can you do it?" Steak gave him a look that said, "What do you know?" and snorted coldly. "Williams, who is the most difficult to deal with, is not in the camp. So, yes. We can do it." Samuel looked at Ricky. The latter nodded under his hood. Samuel raised his leg and let Steak, who was panting in pain, sit up again. "Very well, we will take action at that time." However, the moment Steak caught his breath, he smiled again and said, "But, there will be a small problem with our follow-up plan." Samuel, who was halfway through his turn, turned his head back again. His expression was one of displeasure. "What trick are you trying to play now?" Steak quickly shook his head. He understood the temper of the person in front of him, and he had a submissive look on his face. He said in resignation, "You have to understand, once my people meet up with us outside and find out that I was captured. Don't misunderstand, they will not fight you to the death. But you have to know that Shadow Shield has an outstanding tradition of cutting off one's tail to survive. Cutting off one's tail to survive. Samuel narrowed his eyes slightly. Steak turned his head and wiped the blood from his nose that flowed to his chin with his collar. He sighed in resignation. My subordinates will cut off our escape route and leave without hesitation, leaving us in the chaotic camp to fend for ourselves. The disaster swords were silent for a while. Samuel looked up. Cutting off one's tail? Even if you are their leader? Steak showed an embarrassed smile. It is precisely because I am their leader. Then, Steak said in his heart, the Dragon Cloud City branch will have a new leader of Shadow Shield. Thales looked at Steak, who was covered in blood from his nose and was covered in wounds. He suddenly had a new understanding of Shadow Shield. Steak shrugged again. He had an expression of resignation that could not be faked or real. He gestured at the rope that bound him with his chin. What do you think? I can give up on the prince, but our cooperation doesn't seem to be over yet. At least help me untie me and put on an act in front of my subordinates. At this moment, a terrifying voice rose in the air. It sounded like the hissing of a sand snake, but also like a gust of wind blowing through a cave. It made Thales feel uncomfortable. Don't worry. The people around him subconsciously retreated and covered their ears. Ricky walked through the crowd. With his hood on, he came before Steak and continued to torture Thales' ears with his inhuman voice. We have our own way. But Thales did not know whether it was because he was already used to it or because Ricky deliberately controlled it, but when he heard Ricky's inhuman voice again, the discomfort and desire to tremble were no longer as strong as before. Steak was also affected by the voice, and he trembled for a few seconds. He was puzzled for a moment, then he instinctively asked, Crassus, why is your voice so strange? Ricky gave a signal to the person behind Steak with his eyes. In the next moment, a slender figure behind Steak walked forward and knocked him out with the hilt of her sword. Thales saw the person who knocked Steak out clearly. Once again, he was stunned. We're done. Prepare to leave. Klein, who was beside Ricky, walked forward and spoke to the person who was waiting there. Well done, miss. The information you brought back is worth 1,000 taels of gold. You will be rewarded in the end. It was Marina. Under Thales' surprised gaze, the disaster swordswoman who tied him and quick rope up in the tavern, Marina Novork, who wielded dual swords, nodded. She glanced at the prince with a cold gaze, and her gaze met the prince's. Wait, what did Klein just say? What information I brought back? A second later, Thales suddenly understood. Marina was the one who brought the information that Zacriel was chasing after Thales to the disaster swords after she woke up. After that, Sean chased after him and quick rope. And after Thales had no choice but to seek help from the prisoner guards, Samuel replaced Sean and appeared in front of them. When he thought of this, Thales' face turned pale. He glanced uneasily at Ricky, who was by his side under the hood. After the prince was saved by Yodel, he thought that he had gotten rid of the mercenaries, and that the only threat left was Shadow Shield. But in reality, whether it was Marina, Sean, or Samuel, Thales had always been under the surveillance of the disaster swords, who were hiding in the dark. Until Thales' party and the other enemies in the underground prison exhausted each other, and both sides were injured. The more he understood, the heavier Thales' heart became. The group of people were escorted by the disaster swords and continued moving forward. Then, they went up another stone staircase and arrived at a huge circular platform that seemed to be able to accommodate hundreds of people. A huge circular stone pillar stood in the center of the platform. Around it were a dozen different stone platforms or tables, and there was also a huge, dilapidated, round well that was already empty. Many of them had already been broken and abandoned. They had turned into countless stones or scrap metal and were scattered all over the ground. Thales carefully stepped over an obstacle that he did not know was made of steel or stone. He looked at the layers of stone platforms on the platform and asked in a daze, "This is..." Ricky did not even turn his head around. The forge hall. Or, what's left of it. This time, Ricky's voice started to return to normal. Although it was still unpleasant to the ears, it no longer gave the impression that he was scratching against a steel plate. Ricky sighed and said, "A long, long time ago, the prototype of the world's first batch of standardized anti-mystic equipment was secretly born here." Thales was shocked. He stared at the stone platforms, which had obviously been abandoned for a long time. His gaze changed. What a pity, Ricky's footsteps stopped. It was only then that Thales realized that they had arrived in front of a stone slab. Ricky took out the key that had returned to its former owner from Thales' hands. He gently wiped an ice symbol that said, "Towards Omniscience," on the stone slab. "Everyone, rest where you are. Also, hold tight," Ricky said faintly. Following his orders, Zacriel was forced to kneel by a stone platform by Samuel. Cannon and Bruley protested as they were carried away by swords. Quick Rope and Tardin walked to a spot far away from them under Klein's watch. The guards were scattered far away, and they could not look at each other. But, rest? Hold tight? Thales did not react to Ricky's words for a moment. But in the next second, as the key in Ricky's hand began to turn, a rough and unpleasant vibration came from under his feet again. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk Thales held onto a stone table beside him and steadied himself. He subconsciously looked around. He thought that another exit was about to open. But when he looked up, he realized that he was wrong. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk in the dim firelight, Thales was surprised to see that the wall at the edge of the platform was slowly sliding down. Soon, Thales felt his body become heavy. There was a faint pressure coming from the soles of his feet. Many people, including the disaster swords, jumped in shock. Their expressions changed abruptly. Before Thales could finish his sentence, he realized the current situation. He looked at Ricky, then at the wide, descending curved wall around him in shock. "We're going up?" Ricky smiled. "You are very sharp, Your Highness." He nodded and spread his arms in the midst of the panicking crowd. He watched with satisfaction as the entire platform slowly rose. "Now, we are riding the tools that the wizards used to transport materials up and down the tower to the surface, which was once the top floor." Asterisk rumble. Asterisk up and down the tower. The top floor? Thales narrowed his eyes and sized up the deep darkness beyond the firelight. "But isn't this underground?" He did not finish his sentence. "Yes, most people think that the prison of bones was born an underground dungeon." Ricky sat on the stone platform beside him and faced Thales. His tone was filled with emotion. "But only a few people know that this place, the confinement research lab under the alchemy tower, was once a huge tower that rose from the ground." Huge tower. Thales was stunned. "What?" The prince subconsciously raised his head to look at the ceiling. "But we came in," but Ricky only raised a finger and stopped him from speaking. "You know, thousands of years ago, before the empire was built and before humans rose to power, the Great Desert was not called the Great Desert." Ricky sighed softly and knocked on the stone platform he sat on. At that time, dozens of sandbanks of various sizes had yet to be connected. The lakes and oases were not covered by layers of yellow sand. This magic tower stood among them. Unfortunately, too many years have passed, and countless sandstorms have buried most of its body. Now, many people think that Blade Fang's camp was born as a sturdy and reliable sand dune. They are not surprised as to why so many fortresses can be built on soft sand. They are used to it. There was a hint of regret in Ricky's voice. "Rest well. We will be able to reach the surface soon." Thales was silent for a long while amidst the slow but rhythmic, and to a certain extent, intimidating rumbles. "You know this place so well?" Thales said quietly. "So, you have seen how this tower used to look like?" At that moment, Ricky quickly raised his head. His terrifying yellow eyes were revealed under his hood. Thales subconsciously leaned against the stone platform behind him. "You do not have to spend so much effort to test my background, Your Highness." Unknowingly, Ricky's voice had returned to normal, just like his face. Other than that yellow eye, he was almost like a normal person. Ricky stared at Thales for a long time, making the latter even more uneasy. "Yes, I am older than I look," Ricky said softly. "But I am not that old either. At least, I do not have as much history as you think." Thales subconsciously gulped. Looking at him, Ricky laughed involuntarily. "I know what you want to do, Your Highness. I can see that you have a special quality." Ricky stared straight at Thales. The teenager suddenly realized that Ricky's yellow left eye was changing color. It changed back to its normal human color. "Even now, even in the most disadvantageous, worst, and most hopeless situation, you still refuse to give up, right?" Ricky chuckled and pointed a finger. "I wonder, did you obtain the sin of Hell's River because of this, or did the sin of Hell's River turn you into this?" Thales was slightly stunned. Most disadvantageous, worst, most hopeless. Thales turned his head and glanced around. On the slowly rising platform, Zacriel narrowed his eyes and stared at them with a tired expression. He completely ignored Samuel's words beside him. Bruley and Cannon were tied together and sat on the ground in a sorry state. Tardin leaned against a stone pillar and looked elsewhere angrily. He seemed to have been provoked by his nephew, Quick Rope, who was crying and chattering non-stop beside him. Barney Jr. and Belden were in the distance. Thales could only see their blurry figures. But based on their history of ambushing people, he guessed that the two brothers would not be treated too well. The disaster swords stood all over the place. All of them were vigilantly watching the seemingly exhausted captives. Thales sighed. They were all in trouble, and there was nothing they could do. "But, I'm used to struggling in the dark." Thales stared at the dust on the ground. He leaned against the stone platform to relieve his fatigue and said quietly, "Even if there's no light in front of me." His words made Ricky silent for a while. "Me too." Ricky curled up the corners of his lips and smiled faintly. "We all are." "No, you're not." Thales sneered in his heart. "You can even be reborn. Don't worry, my dear." Ricky looked at him and subconsciously changed the way he addressed him. "You'll be safe." Thales exhaled and answered in resignation. "Thank you." But Thales immediately remembered Ricky's identity, and he felt even stranger. Just now, he was comforted by a living demon. Ricky suddenly reached to his waist and took out a cloth bag. "High-quality jerky. Do you want some?" Thales was startled again. "What?" "Don't be shy. I know that the sin of Hell's River is a huge burden on the body." Ricky unceremoniously took out a piece of jerky from the bag. "It would be strange if you weren't hungry." Ricky put the jerky into his mouth and tossed the cloth bag to Thales. "And I need to replenish a lot of my energy." Thales caught the cloth bag in a flurry. He stared at Ricky dumbly, then at the cloth bag in his hand. In the end, Thales sighed and took out a piece of jerky. He had no choice but to imitate Ricky and start eating. As a result, an unusual scene appeared on this platform. Thales sat by the stone platform, and Ricky sat cross-legged across him. The man and the demon sat opposite each other in silence, and they both tried their best to bite the jerky in their hands. At this moment, Zacriel's voice suddenly cut in. "Why?" Thales and Ricky turned their heads at the same time. Zacriel leaned against the stone platform not far away with a weak expression. "Demon, what is your goal?" Ricky frowned slightly. When he saw the weakened Zacriel, Thales subconsciously wanted to hand him the jerky, but Ricky glared at him and stopped him. Zacriel ignored the jerky and said airily, "That's right. After the Battle of Eradication, it has been a long time since a demon dared to appear on the ground and in the human world." After the Battle of Eradication, Thales seized this timing. "Not for a long time?" Ricky stared at Zacriel and smirked. "Are you sure?" Zacriel did not answer immediately. He looked at Ricky for a long moment. Finally, when Ricky turned his head around impatiently, Zacriel spoke with a hint of hesitation. "All right. A long time ago, there was a suspicious record in the inheritance records of the watchman. It was said that a king of constellation was muddle-headed. His subsequent actions brought about countless disasters and chaos to the kingdom. There were countless disasters, and the people were plunged into misery and suffering. Thales was shocked. Zacriel stared at Ricky with a burning gaze, as though he wanted to dig something out of Ricky's body. After that, the temple and the secret intelligence department suspected that king was possessed by a demon. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 476. In the midst of the anxious atmosphere, Zacriel stared at Ricky with a burning gaze. But this has never been confirmed. Ricky was silent for a while. Oh, interesting. Ricky stared into the Night of Judgment's eyes and smiled. Which king? Under the man's profound gaze, Zacriel shook his head firmly. I cannot say. Thales exhaled. As the floor trembled, Ricky suddenly turned his head around and cast Thales a profound glance. It startled the latter. But in the end, Ricky turned his gaze away and responded to the Night of Judgment's words. Watchman, how much do you know about demons? How much do you know about me? Zacriel was stunned for a moment. Come, tell me, and tell your prince, Ricky said with a smile. Zacriel cast Thales a strange glance. In Constellation, Sunset Temple and the kingdom's secret intelligence department have been dealing with existences like you for a long time. Thales' expression changed slightly. According to Sunset Temple, you cannot invade the world with your true bodies. You can only possess people and use your current body as a vessel. Or perhaps you have lost your mind and can only speak through the mouths of your believers. Zacriel scrutinized Ricky carefully. But no matter what, your current appearance is just an illusion. Your roots are in hell. This is why you did not die even though you were fatally injured. Possession. Confusion. Thales suppressed the shock in his heart and digested the new knowledge. Ricky stroked his chin and raised an eyebrow. Interesting. The leader of the disaster swords nodded and said, anything else? Zacriel was silent for a while. According to the records of the kingdom's secret intelligence department, aside from consciousness, you can also contaminate the world. Zacriel stared at the part of Ricky's body where he was injured. He gritted his teeth and said, the flesh and blood contaminated by you have abnormal activity that cannot be explained by common sense. You live in every inch of your body and every bit of your spirit. Unless you meet your natural enemy, you will never die and will never be reborn. Contaminate. Thales remembered something, and he could not help but turn pale. Natural enemy? Ricky's interest seemed to be hooked by this new term. Zacriel continued to scrutinize Ricky's expression. The weapons blessed by the priests in the temples possess the power of the gods, and they can cause irrecoverable damage to you, Zacriel said softly. This is the so-called divine vanquishment. The temple. Thales recalled the few times he had crossed paths with Sunset Goddess and Bright Moon Goddess, but they were all unpleasant memories. But you must have a purpose, don't you? Zacriel stared at Ricky. It's written in the Sunset scripture that when demons appear in the world, they must have a request. Then, why did you come all the way from hell to find out the truth about the Dragon Breaker? Ricky was stunned. After a second. Hee. Ricky's lips curled up. He finally could not help but laugh. Ha 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 ha. Thales and Zacriel looked at him questioningly or coldly. Finally, Ricky was done laughing. He raised his eyes and said in a mysterious tone, so, your understanding of the gods and demons, as well as heaven and hell, came from Sunset Temple, which supported the Jade Star King and became the Orthodox Church of Constellation, right? Thales tensed up. Zacriel pursed his lips tightly and did not say a word. Ricky leaned back against the stone platform. He seemed to be rather relaxed. You know, before Bright God Church split up, the most primitive and unmodified Bright God Edict would tell you that the sun and hell's river stood opposite each other in the unreachable heavens and earth. One was the source of all things and gave them life, while the other was the end of all things and buried death. The two coexisted equally. Everything was natural and had its own rules. Bright God Edict. Thales thought of something. He remembered that Saroma had once told him about the boring creation myths of these religions. But during the age of the Empire, the Holy Sun sect, which was the most influential in the church, and the Holy Sun precept, which they regarded as their standard, began to say that the sun was beautiful, holy, and benevolent. Only those who believed in the gods, especially those who believed in the Holy Sun and were blessed by the gods, could ascend to heaven after death and enter God's kingdom without suffering. Ricky's gaze turned cold. On the contrary, Hell's River was terrifying, and cruel. Only sinful souls would pass through Hell's River and fall into hell controlled by demons, where they would suffer for eternity. From then on, the Bright God Church's self-proclaimed Orthodox Holy Sun faction began to take power. In order to win the favor of their Lord God, in order to prove that the Holy Sun was the true successor of the Bright God, they competed with each other to perform well. They fought for power internally, reopened the Inquisition, suppressed the outer gods, and persecuted the heretics. Ricky snorted softly. And the irony is that today, when the Holy Sun declined and split up, look at the dawn scripture and sunset scripture. They began to argue about which of the two suns was more sacred. Were the dawn and sunset siblings or husband and wife? Ricky shook his head and sneered in a mocking tone. Hee hee. Ricky straightened his body and stared at Zacriel coldly. And you took what these churches told you. These records change once every era, and every version is distorted once, as the truth? Zacriel furrowed his eyebrows tightly. So, what is the truth? The Knight of Judgment subconsciously raised his voice. What exactly do you want to do? But Ricky suddenly raised his index finger and stopped Zacriel from speaking. You just mentioned a certain king in Constellation's history, right? A mysterious smile appeared on Ricky's face. It made Thales shudder inexplicably, and he remembered Ricky's black face in the past. Coincidentally, I also have a story about a king. Thales and Zacriel looked at each other. They were both stunned. Legend has it that a long, long time ago, during the boundless era of kings, there was also a great king in the world. He had great achievements in war, and he was wise and far-sighted. Ricky's tone was mixed with the low rumbling sounds of the platform beneath his feet. It sounded even stranger in the empty and dim space. One day, a demon blocked the king's path. It said, "Wise king, please accept my help. I will help you conquer the world and distinguish between loyalty and treachery." Ricky's smile did not fade. The king was wise. He was not moved at all. Demon, I know what you are up to. You just want to destroy my kingdom. The demon flew into a rage out of humiliation and attacked the king. But the king's power and army were unparalleled. The king's wisdom and strategies were as deep as the sea. Soon, the demon and its minions were defeated and imprisoned. Ricky's tone became even stranger, and it made Thales' heart clench without him realizing it. The demon trembled in fear and begged in the prison. Please, great king, I can provide you with greater power, or else you will not be able to conquer the world. Ricky curled up the corners of his lips and looked at Thales, making the latter's heart tremble. I can conquer the world on my own. I do not need your weak help. The king wisely rejected it. Demon, I know what you are up to. You just want to destroy my kingdom, but in the face of my power, you are nothing. The king conquered the world, but wherever he went, there were cries of war victims everywhere. Wherever his army passed, blood would be everywhere. Soon, everyone began to oppose his conquest. The king remembered the demon's words and was extremely angry. So he went to the prison and tortured the demon. Ricky took a deep breath. His words continued. The demon trembled in fear and begged in the prison. Please, don't torture me. I can provide you with wiser advice. Otherwise, you will not be able to distinguish between loyalty and treachery. Zacriel's gaze froze. I can distinguish between loyalty and treachery. I do not need your foolish advice. The king wisely rejected it. Demon, I know what you are up to. You just want to destroy my kingdom, but in the face of my wisdom, you are as stupid as a pig." The king returned to the court and used his methods to suppress the voices of opposition. He regained support for the war. But one day, the generals who were loyal to him rebelled and betrayed the king. The king remembered the demon's words and was filled with regret. So he went to the prison and asked the demon. Thales had a premonition of the direction of the story. He frowned deeply. "Damned demon, come. I will accept your help," the king said angrily. In the next second, Ricky raised his head. A hint of yellow light flashed in his left eye, which had returned to normal. "But I have already destroyed your kingdom," the demon said with a smile and disappeared before his eyes. And the king could only sit on the ground powerlessly until the rebel army broke into his palace and destroyed his kingdom. Ricky finished his story and looked at Thales. He let out a few chuckles that carried a profound meaning. This made the teenager's heart turn cold. This story sounds like a fairy tale at first, but Zacriel did not buy it. It sounds like a foolish king who brought disaster to the country and the people. He was falsely accused of being a demon. Ricky shook his head nonchalantly. He did not seem to be offended at all. "You know, the servants of the monarch of annihilation are the most delicate and extravagant. They love to bewitch kings, attach themselves to the nobles, and witness death and chaos through the whispers and murmurs behind the scenes. Most of the time, wherever they are, there will be war. And the believers of the monarch of annihilation are a group of opera fans. Their favorite actors are the believers with firm beliefs in the temples. Oh, they will never get tired of watching these actors' beliefs crumble on the stage of life under their guidance. In the end, they will betray and blaspheme the gods." Ricky said a few terms that Thales had never heard of in a seemingly casual manner. Monarch of annihilation. Infinite monarch. Zacriel finally became solemn. He looked at Ricky with a grave expression. "So, you do not belong to the above two monarchs. You are the lackey of the other five." Ricky laughed involuntarily. Yes. There are 7 layers of hell, so there are only 7 monarchs who rule over hell, right?" Ricky said perfunctorily. "Let me guess, where did you hear this from? Sunset Temple? The kingdom's secret intelligence department?" He then shook his head. Mortal." As he listened to their conversation, Thales blinked furiously. Indeed, when he was in Dragon Cloud City, he had read quite a number of religious works, but hell, demons. But did you know that the King of Silence has a group of the most violent pets? They love to pollute powerful warriors and soldiers with strong wills because they can taste blood and violence the fastest. Ricky looked at Zacriel with a smile in his eyes. "Like you." At that moment, the Knight of Judgment was stunned. But Ricky continued. "They like to torture people's will, challenge people's limits, and enjoy human pain. For example, they will show boundless illusions to certain prisoners who have been imprisoned for many years, as well as the past that they miss the most and the people that they can't let go of. They will evoke the greatest regret, the most intense pain, and the worst nightmare in his heart, making him think that he has lost his mind." As he listened to Ricky's bewitching and meaningful words, Zacriel completely froze. Ricky deliberately said, "But they can unknowingly confuse his mind, distort his heart, and add the last straw to a taboo belief that has already loosened. From there, it will guide his actions after he is released from prison. And this kind of warriors who are not in their right mind, but can still bring about countless bloodshed, are the favorites of the King of Silence's pets." Enough. Thales cut Ricky off. The prince stared at Zacriel's dazed expression and said angrily to Ricky, "Stop talking nonsense." Zacriel took a deep breath and returned to reality. Of course, the demon is talking nonsense. Ricky did not seem to be angered by Thales' rudeness. He just leaned back against his stone platform and said airily, "That's what the king thinks too." Thales was instantly speechless. "Be careful, Your Highness. Do not make presumptuous guesses about what the demon wants to do. Do not think that you can be smarter than the demon, much less stronger than the demon." Ricky stared coldly at the wall in the distance as it gradually slid down. "Because when you ask the question, Ricky turned his head and stared at Thales with a pair of cold, deep eyes. It has already succeeded. By the side, Zacriel was silent. Thales stared into his eyes. He wanted to say something, but did not. The demon is always there, Ricky said with the ghost of a smile. But the demon does not speak. The gods know, Ricky snorted softly and added coldly. But the gods do not speak. The demon is always there, but the demon does not speak. The gods know, but the god does not speak. The prince felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine as he sensed the profound meaning in this sentence. Thales was silent for a while. He felt that he was completely suppressed by Ricky, whether it was his aura or the situation. But he remembered something. If they are really that terrifying, the teenager said again, attracting their attention. Then why did you have such a huge reaction to the name, Truth Brothers? As expected, the moment he said it, Ricky's arm trembled slightly. He stared at Thales with a complicated gaze. I have heard of it, Thales braced himself and continued. The calamities, the mystics. They killed the gods, started the battle of eradication, and dragged the demons from hell into it. At that moment, even Zacriel furrowed his eyebrows. Thales sucked in a deep breath and asked the biggest question in his heart. So, you came here today to ask about the world of purification. I mean, the Dragon Breaker's background, and the relationship between the legendary anti-mystic equipment and the two empresses. Is your goal a calamity like the Magic Empress? Ricky was silent for a long time. For a few seconds, Thales could only hear the rumbling sounds of the platform moving up and the mercenaries whispering to each other in the distance. Finally, Ricky spoke in his softest and most mysterious tone. The calamities killed the gods. This is probably what a wizard or a wizard's notebook told you, right? Wizard. Thales' gaze froze. The elegant figure in blue appeared before his eyes. TSK. Ricky clicked his tongue and shook his head. What's wrong? Thales asked, puzzled. Crassus of the Disaster Swords turned his head around and looked at Thales with a complicated and subtle gaze. You are so simple, that you are adorable. Thales was stunned. What do you mean? Ricky did not answer immediately. He only looked at Thales with a profound gaze for a while. How do you kill a person? Thales was stunned. Ricky sneered and nodded. He looked at Zacriel, who was opposite him. Oh, that's right. Pierce his heart, wait until he stops breathing and loses his life. But if I come back to life and start breathing again? Oh, sorry, you didn't kill me. Ricky laughed even more merrily and pointed at his neck. Zacriel's gaze on Ricky became even more solemn. But Ricky's next sentence made Thales even more puzzled. So, how do you kill my sword? Thales was stunned. What? Ricky touched his everlasting truth and smiled. To kill my sword, you also cut off the hilt of your sword, wait until it stops breathing, and lose its life? Thales blinked to show his puzzlement. No. Ricky shook his head mysteriously and pointed at his silver-edged longsword. Because swords have no life. You can't kill a sword. Thales was stunned. Then, similarly, how do you kill a book, a dream, an oath, and a spirit? Ricky's gaze became harsher and colder. How do you kill these abstract things that have no life and no boundaries between life and death? As he observed the prince's expression, Ricky seemed to have enjoyed enough of the shock on Thales' face. He nodded in satisfaction. Now, my dear, answer my next question. Thales took a deep breath and suddenly understood what he meant. No matter how powerful you are, Ricky stared at the dark ceiling, as if his gaze could penetrate it and reach the endless starry sky above his head. But how do you kill a god? Thales breathed in a daze. He could not help but think of what Asda had once told him. Surpass the gods and look down on all living beings, even though I am reluctant to part with your innocence and adorableness, my dear. At some point in time, Ricky's way of addressing him changed. It is time for you to lift your eyes from the lies, whether they are fabricated by the temple, the church, the magic tower, Or the wizards? Ricky's eyes sparkled. Self-righteous lies. Chapter 477. Lies. Thales was stunned for a full 3 seconds while the platform rumbled faintly. During those 3 seconds, Thales stared at Ricky, who seemed to be implying something under the firelight. Many scenes of him coming face to face with his past seniors flashed in his mind. As does calmness and elegance. It's not just me. Every mystic in the world can use their own methods to easily destroy the world in an instant. Giza's horrifying smile. You are walking further down the path of misfortune. Mystics, this is not a gift or a blessing. It's a curse and misfortune. Taurus's mysterious figure. Remember, child, stay true to yourself. Even if you think you have it under control, you still cannot let your guard down. The rising platform trembled slightly, snapping Thales out of his daze. So, what do you mean? The surprised Thales asked anxiously. The mystics didn't kill the gods? That's a lie they made up. Or were they deceived themselves? But Ricky only sneered faintly. Zacriel watched them with a profound and silent gaze. Thales was still indignant. Or is it that the calamities have never surpassed the gods, and the gods are far more powerful than the mystics? Abnormally powerful? Ricky did not say a word. He only closed his eyes gently, as if he was chewing on the eagerness and confusion on Thales' face at that moment. Under Zacriel's contemplative gaze and Thales' questioning gaze, Ricky's shoulders trembled violently, and he laughed uncontrollably. Ha 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 ha. Ricky raised his head amidst his laughter and looked at Thales, who could not find anything funny about him. Kill, surpass, far surpass, and powerful? Look at these words you chose. At that moment, Ricky's smile slowly melted. His gaze was incredibly fierce, as if he wanted to stab Thales in the eyes. The understanding of mortals is always poor and narrow, Ricky said slowly, but they are always self-righteous and do not know it. Just like you now, my dear. Thales was stunned. I don't understand, the teenager said subconsciously. Ricky turned his head away without caring about anything else. When you talk about two people who are related, you always imagine a chessboard, right? Chessboard? Thales was confused again. Ricky slowly raised his hands and clenched them into fists in the air. The sound of his joints cracking could be heard. Then, the two parties involved will be placed on the two ends of the chessboard in your imagination, and a game will begin. Abiding by the rules that you made up, they will play with each other to decide the winner, the loser, and the stronger one. He looked at his fists, his tone full of mockery and disdain. Thales frowned. Are you talking about the gods and the calamities? And maybe, demons. Thales stole a glance at Ricky. Ricky snorted softly. He looked at Thales, and his fists slowly approached each other in the air before they collided lightly. You're like a silly brat who doesn't know how to think and only knows how to nod and smile foolishly. You pick out two characters from a mythological bardic poem and a historical play and discuss who is better. Your standard is, let's see who A or B can lift the big, smelly, and hard rock covered in mud in the gutter at the second corner of his house. His tone was still as disdainful as ever. Thales was stunned for a second before he shook his head violently, as if he was trying to clear his overburdened brain. Wait. Can you stop using metaphors? Thales said in annoyance. I'm already confused enough. I really can't stand this. The prince looked frustrated. Ricky only lowered his fists, narrowed his eyes, shook his head, and clicked his tongue. But Zacriel, who had been silent all this while, interrupted at this moment. You mean, we think that the two sides of the chess game can follow the same rules to compare, but in fact, one side of the chess game can ignore the rules we think of, directly cross the chessboard, and eat the opponent's chess pieces? Zacriel stared at Ricky. Thales was slightly stunned, and he seemed to be deep in thought. Ignore the rules we think of? Does he mean, this time? Ricky finally put away his teasing and looked at Zacriel seriously. No, I mean, The demon and the Knight of Judgment stared at each other for a few seconds before he finally spoke softly. Perhaps the two parties in the game should not have been placed on two sides of the chessboard in the first place. Thales was stunned. Should not have been placed on two sides of the chessboard? Ricky's gaze froze slightly, and he pointed at his own head. What they are playing is not the same game of chess, not the same kind of chess, not even chess. It is not even appropriate for both of them to appear in your mind at the same time. Zakriel's expression changed slightly. Ricky turned to Thales again, as if he really enjoyed the feeling of teasing the prince. And my dear, you arrogantly asked me just now, but what I asked was, who won this game? Thales was stunned and speechless. Zakriel's expression was solemn. Ricky's expression was still calm, and he looked a little pleased. But at that moment, Thales remembered many memories he had neglected for a long time. A tense confrontation in the Sunset Temple. That's right, I am Licia Arund, the head ritual master of Sunset Temple, the only spokesperson of the Sunset Goddess in the world. The unusual exchange in Bright Moon Temple, if the gods truly exist, if they are truly the creator of all things in the world, how could they allow this to happen? In the black track under Dragon Cloud City, the light on Silver Shadowman's body shone. I was quite lucky after I died. I received the blessings and gifts from a certain great existence. When he thought of all the history of him dealing with the gods, Thales trembled slightly. Mortals often use their own limited imagination to understand the gods in their hearts. They are the gods they look forward to, fear, loathe, revere, love, and worship. Ricky and Zakriel were both stunned. They turned their gazes and saw Thales, who was in a daze. They subconsciously repeated the words they heard before. Mortals always use their own barren thoughts to understand the gods. Because their lifespans are short, they imagine the gods to be eternal existences. Because they are weak, they presume the gods to be existences with unparalleled might. Because they think of themselves as a member of the multitude of living beings, they imagine the gods to be of a higher and stronger kind. Thales took a deep breath, and a solemn expression appeared on his face. The problem is, eternity, power, life, these mortal things. If the gods are truly beyond the understanding of mortals and stand in a different perspective, then do they really see these things in their eyes? Under Ricky and Zakriel's strange and surprised gazes, Thales' eyes darkened. He stared straight ahead. His tone was grave, and his tone was ethereal. Because the true gods may be far beyond our imagination. They are another kind of existence. Thales exhaled and quietly sank into deep thought. On the slowly rising platform, Ricky and Zakriel looked at each other in surprise. Who said this? Zakriel asked softly. Dragon Cloud City's Bright Moon Temple. Thales did not even turn his head. He seemed to still be immersed in his thoughts. High Priestess Jewel. When Zakriel heard the name Dragon Cloud City, he could not help but frown deeply. Ricky was silent. Then, he sighed softly. Very good. This is probably the most detailed description of an indescribable god that I have ever heard in my life. An indescribable god, Thales furrowed his brows. He suddenly felt that the seemingly neurotic High Priestess Jewel had said to him in Bright Moon Temple 6 years ago, on that night filled with blood and conspiracies, might be extremely important. Your Highness. Ricky sighed. Even the way he addressed Thales became formal without him realizing it. You always surprise me. Ricky's gaze became solemn. Bright Moon. As expected, when Bright God Church is destroyed, the Church of Holy Sun is divided, Sunset Church is stuck in its ways, Breaking Light Church is corrupted, and the two temples are fighting against each other using Errol's name to cheat each other of their food and drinks, only the seemingly weak and aloof Bright Moon. Ricky sighed with emotion. Even though the mountains are gone, the Bright Moon is still in the sky. The Northlanders do have their ways. But in the next second, Ricky retracted his rare solemn tone and changed the topic. But, if she said that, are you sure her salary won't be deducted? This joke brought Thales and Zakriel back to reality. Ricky pulled the cloth bag over him and took out a piece of jerky. Eat it. There's only one. Ricky smiled and tossed the jerky to the weak Zacriel. For the sake of your prince. Zacriel was slightly stunned. He glanced at Thales. The prince shrugged and revealed a complicated and resigned smile. The knight said nothing else. He lowered his head and quickly bit off the piece of jerky. The three of them were silent for a while. Each of them had their own thoughts. You haven't answered my question. Zacriel's eyes were clear. He put the last piece of jerky into his mouth. What are you trying to do? But this time, the Knight of Judgment raised his head and looked at the mercenaries around him. Also, as an underground demon, how did you become the leader of the traitors of the Tower of Eradication? How did they willingly follow an inhuman existence? Zacriel narrowed his eyes and sized up each member of the Disaster Swords. Do you trust these people that much? Ricky followed the Knight of Judgment's gaze and looked at each of his subordinates. Crassus of the Disaster Swords was silent for a while. Do you know, Knight of Judgment? Ricky's gaze was profound, but there was a hint of pity and sentimentality in his tone. Do you know why we are always short on manpower, and why we even need to rely on Shadow Shield for this operation? Zacriel did not answer. He only waited quietly. In Thales' eyes, Ricky supported his chin with his hand, sighed softly, and pointed not far away in a very human-like manner. He pointed not far away, Salander Klein. Thales and Zacriel's gazes followed the direction of his finger and turned to look at the middle-aged disaster swordsman who wielded his sword extremely quickly. He comes from the Tower of Reformation, and he is one of the dishonorable products of the Northlanders' land expansion war decades ago. His father is a Northland noble with a title, and his mother is a barbarian who was kidnapped in the mountains. Because of this, he will never be accepted as a member of either side of his parents. Klein, who was not far away, turned his head around in alarm. When he realized that Ricky and the others were looking at him, he immediately cast them a questioning look. Ricky waved his hand at him, indicating that everything was normal. On the surface, the Northland nobles in the Tower of Reformation treated him as a chess piece to appease the barbarians after the war and pretend that they were at peace. But behind their backs, they only felt that he was a dirty, ugly bastard. The barbarian elders relied on him to negotiate and bargain with the Northlanders, but at the same time, they despised him as a sign of their own subjugation, and the shame of their tribe's defeat due to their rape. Ricky's tone became a little sad. No matter how much he honed his skills, Klein's identity will always be before his abilities. But he will never know who he is, because he is neither a Northlander nor a mountain barbarian. He will forever be a homeless orphan who wandered between two tribes. Thales spoke with a smile. Thales and Zacriel did not speak. They only looked at each other. Ricky snorted softly and turned to the other side. Falcon Joseph. He is a Kellanzani from Thornland. He once served as a special agent for the royal family in Olumbia Kingdom. Thales recognized the person resting by the stone platform. He was the spy the mercenaries had sent to the prison of bones beforehand. Like many of his peers, he lived in a muddled and muddle-headed world in Olumbia's laughable and pitiful political struggle. For the sake of the kingdom's mission, which he did not know was real or fake, he blindly obeyed his superior's orders. He did not hesitate to betray his conscience, and he was stained with blood. He captured, tortured, interrogated, and persecuted batch after batch of enemies of the kingdom. He thought that by doing so, he could gain a stable life in the world, so that he could lie to himself every night when he held his wife and children in his arms that he only wanted to support his family. Ricky's gaze was complicated. He shook his head at Joseph, who also sensed something and turned around to look at him. Until one day, his father-in-law was also labeled as an enemy of the kingdom, and was imprisoned. And Joseph's superior, who also wanted to support his family, turned Joseph's wife and children into bargaining chips to extort confessions from him. From that day onwards, the excuse he used to deceive himself shattered. Zacriel did not know if he had triggered something, but he sighed softly after he finished listening. Ricky's emotions seemed to have been stirred up. He turned to Thales, and his gaze became slightly gloomy. And Sean, who unfortunately died in battle, was a Nadarjan from Lagudan State in the Eastern Peninsula. Thales remembered Sean, who used an axe and was eventually killed in battle against Barney Jr. He could not help but be stunned. That's right. He used to be the most promising and representative occupation among the Nadarjans, a bandit. He was quite good at it, and his results were outstanding. Until one day, he fell in love with a lady he kidnapped. Ricky stared at Thales in a daze, but it was as if he was looking at another person. Sean gave up on everything. He only wanted to marry her, get married, and have children. For this, he did not hesitate to fall out with his gang and become enemies with them. He killed them repeatedly. Ricky sighed softly. There was an indescribable pain in his voice. But after going through countless hardships, everything settled down, and he was happy. He had children and lived a stable life. But his kidnapped wife poisoned herself, her daughter, her son, and everyone else's food except Sean's. Thales widened his eyes. Ricky's words continued. As a weak woman who could not control her fate, she took her final, most miserable, most helpless, and also the cruelest revenge. Ricky said slowly, from that day onwards, Sean understood that perhaps the world had already decided that he did not deserve happiness. He only deserved to sink into hell. Zacriel pursed his lips and said nothing. Ricky sucked in a deep breath and looked into the distance as if he had snapped out of his daze. Of course, there was also your comrade in the Royal Guards, whom you knew the most. Colin Samuel, who lost everything after the tragedy 18 years ago, and his old acquaintance's daughter, Marina Novork, who was born a noble but ended up in a corner of the world. When he heard Samuel's name, Zacriel's expression became gloomy. He said out of the blue, "I'm sorry." Thales did not know who he said it to. Samuel. Marina. Thales stared at the two people in the distance in a daze. He then looked at Klein and Joseph. These are disaster swords? Ricky stared at the knight for a few seconds and shook his head, unbothered. Every person who becomes the scion of the outer tower has their own story, Ricky said. As he spoke, the light in his eyes became serious. Every person is an inhuman existence rejected by this world. Rejected by this world. At that moment, Thales remembered the lonely figure who only had a sword a long time ago. There is a reason why it is called the sin of Hell's River. We should have left the mortal world forever, but we deceived the ferryman of Hell's River time and time again, and avoided death's summons at the last moment. So, our existence is the sin of Hell's River. It is proof that it did not manage death responsibly. Thales was lost in his thoughts. Do you understand now? Ricky raised his head with a stern expression and answered the Knight of Judgment's question just now. They are not following me. What they are following is the resentment and anger that comes from despair and injustice in their hearts. It grows stronger because of it, but they have nowhere to vent it. They can only burn in their empty wounds. Zacriel's gaze froze. At that moment, Thales clearly felt that the Ricky in front of him was different. The power of eradication in his body boiled again, and it gave the teenager a premonition of extreme danger. Scorching. Oppressive. Heavy. Thales shuddered. The scene of the disaster swords and shadow shield fighting against each other in an oblivious manner appeared before his eyes. Ruthless, crazy, and merciless. Zacriel clearly felt something. The Knight of Judgment's entire body stiffened. His right arm trembled slightly, as if he was suppressing his desire to attack. But Ricky did not care about the Knight of Judgment's abnormality at all. His gaze was like a blade, and it coldly cut through the air before him. Even his voice had gained a little more of the chilling vibe from before. This is far from what those so-called swordsmen of eradication in the Tower of Eradication, who have been corrupted for many years, are used to fawning over the children of nobles from various countries, and who seek benefits from both sides of the powerful forces. They are hypocritical and aloof. In the next second, Ricky stared straight at Zacriel, as if he could see through his soul. Join us, Knight of Judgment. His tone was firm and brooked no argument. We have too many similarities. You are a powerful warrior, but just like the other pitiful creatures, you cannot escape the cage of fate. You may not understand what we mean, but you will. We will let you see that fate is not inescapable. Zacriel remained silent. Ricky's expression was still terrifying. He extended his right hand to the Knight of Judgment. In this dark world, we found each other alone, just so that one day, you and I can see the tomorrow we hope for, and walk towards the Palace of Rest. Thales arched his eyebrows. He felt that Ricky's words had an inexplicable meaning. But Zacriel only shifted his butt, cradled his injured left arm, and turned his head away. Sorry, I made a vow. This sword will only be swung for the Emperor's order. The knight's voice was hollow and hoarse, but there was a calmness and firmness in it. It has no other use. The knight's words were simple and straightforward. It made Ricky's expression stiffen, just like the palm he extended. This sword will only be swung for the Emperor's order. As he listened to the unique words translated from the ancient empire, Thales' heart sank a little. He remembered how Nalji and Nair looked before they died. Ricky frowned as he stared at the stubborn Zacriel, who refused to budge. In the end, with disgust and resignation, he shook his head. Damn the people of the Empire. The Emperor's order, The demon then turned to Thales. Thales, who was burned by the flames of war between the two, subconsciously twisted his butt, changed his sitting position, and straightened his appearance. The teenager quirked an eyebrow. Maybe you should look for that red-haired guy over there with a crossbow. He should be helpful for your group's promotion and recruitment, but before Thales could finish speaking, no. Ricky did not care about what he said. He only looked away and waved his hand in disappointment. You can forget about it. Now is not the time. Thales, who had been looking forward to it for some reason, did not even have time to finish his joke. He did not even have the time to retract the smile on his lips. An indescribable, faint awkwardness surged in his heart. Am I that bad? At this moment, the Knight of Judgment added, by the way, aside from lunatics, no one is interested in cults that engage in self-hypnosis. Ricky was silent for a moment. You mean lunatics? Self-hypnosis? Ricky chuckled softly and returned to his calm and profound nature as a leader. You know, a long, long time ago, before the two magic empresses were empresses, Ricky leaned back against his stone platform, and an unsettling smile appeared on his face. They had another nickname among the wizards, another nickname that has been forgotten. Magic empresses, nickname? Thales tensed up, and he subconsciously pricked up his ears. Zacriel was also slightly startled. His gaze moved past Thales and returned to Ricky. Magic Empress? Ricky was not in a hurry to answer. He tilted his head and sized up the Knight of Judgment with great interest. Zacriel, tell me. Didn't you find it strange when you purchased mystic gun cores from the Empire? Why did only the Empresses have that kind of technology? Why did they affect the situation of the entire world? And 18 years ago, your colleagues, your kingdom, your past. When you look back on the past, do you feel that the world is so unfair? In the next second, Ricky's tone became deep, as if he was a mysterious fortune teller. Do you feel that fate is so heartless? Fate? Ricky's series of questions almost made Thales and Zacriel dumbfounded. Zacriel frowned. What are you hinting at? Ricky smiled. He looked to his left and right, as if he was worried about something. Listen carefully, my dear. Just like the Truth Brothers, before they became empresses, the two mystics, Blood Spike and Helen, were known by the wizards as, at that moment, the demon looked at Zacriel and Thales. There was mockery and warning in his eyes at the same time. The twins of fate. Thales and Zacriel were both stunned. Fate, twins? Wait, combined with what he said earlier, is he hinting at what I am thinking? While he was so shocked that he could barely think, Thales saw Ricky speak in the most complicated and incomprehensible tone. Knight, your king is very great. But he could not win against fate. Zacriel stared at the demon in a daze. His expression changed drastically, and he subconsciously shook his head. Trust me. Ricky raised his head and looked at the dark walls around him in the dim firelight. The prison of bones is not the end. Fate is a bigger prison. Fate is a bigger prison. Thales breathed absent-mindedly while his heart was in a mess. And we have the key to open the prison. Ricky took out the green crystal from his bosom and looked at Thales. The fervor in his eyes made the latter feel a chill in his heart. Perhaps it is the only key. For a moment, Zacriel and Thales were speechless. Now. Ricky smiled. Who is the lunatic here? Who is the one hypnotizing himself? Silence. A long silence. Amid the endless noise, Zacriel finally sighed. But he lowered his head in the end. Why, your name is Ricky, right? My name is Ricky now. Ricky shifted into a relaxed posture. He retracted his sensational expression and smiled. Why don't you consider my suggestion again? Zacriel raised his head. His gaze became clear again. He stared straight at Ricky. I suddenly have a feeling that you don't look like a demon. Instead, you look more like a human. At that moment, Ricky was completely stunned. His loss of composure and Zacriel's words made Thales suddenly realize that the man in front of him was an anomaly. What he said cannot be completely trusted. Interesting. Ricky remembered something and snickered. How do you know what a demon looks like? Zacriel did not speak immediately. He stared at Ricky for a very long time. In many records, demons from hell are cruel, harsh, and tyrannical, Zacriel said in a low voice. Inhumane. Ricky raised his eyebrows slightly. He stroked his chin and seemed to be deep in thought. About that. True demons are indeed inhumane. In the next second, Ricky suddenly leaned forward with his hands on the ground. He lowered his gaze and looked up at Zacriel and Thales. He flashed a mysterious smile at the two of them. For example, they can be so inhumane that they make you think that they are humane. Thales shuddered slightly. As he stared at Ricky's rather human-like smile and mulled over the hidden meaning behind his words, the teenager felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. Chapter 478. I remember now. You came to look for me in the dungeon. In the silence between the three of them, Zacriel spoke softly. It's because of the modified dragon breaker. And you have been hinting that our misfortune is because of the two supreme mystics who cannot be spoken of. Ricky turned around and smiled. Who doesn't suffer from fate? Zacriel was not fooled by Ricky's evasive answer. He calmly continued to ask. He calmly asked, so, the purpose of the disaster sword's existence is the opposite of their name, to fight against calamities? Under Zacriel's question, Thales suddenly realized that the organization he led was a better breakthrough than asking about the mysteries surrounding Ricky. Ricky clicked his tongue and shook his head. Correction. Ricky showed a disdainful expression. We are the science from outside the tower, not the disaster swords. Zacriel fixed his gaze on Ricky. You want me to join you, but I know nothing about you. Only the Secret Intelligence Department has your records, whether it is those strange powers of eradication, or your long-term activities as mercenaries in the Western Desert. But Zacriel shook his head. But what makes me curious is that the Secret Intelligence Department has always turned a blind eye to you. When he heard the name of the Secret Intelligence Department, Thales felt a chill in his heart. He thought of something and looked at Zacriel, but the latter only shook his head slightly. Ricky smiled faintly. If this can dispel your doubts, Knight, our relationship with Constellation's Secret Intelligence Department is closer than you think. When he heard this, Thales became wary. He remembered Dragon's blood from 6 years ago. At that time, the relationship between the Secret Intelligence Department and Lampard was also closer than he thought. If only Thales was not the last one to know about it. Perhaps Zacriel's relaxed tone gave him hope, because Ricky smiled and continued to speak. More than 100 years ago, Hill Crassus, who walked out of the Tower of Eradication, came to Constellation to avoid being hunted down. At that time, the Red King furiously attacked Sharp Blade Valley, and the relationship between Constellation and the Tower of Eradication was at its worst. At that time, Crassus made a deal with the Red King, John II. He obtained the king's permission and protection, and was able to hide in the western desert in the name of a mercenary group. Zacriel and Thales were both stunned. Ricky smiled and gestured to the people around him. This is the origin of the blood whistle, and it is also what you see today, us. 100 years ago, Crassus made a deal with the Red King, and Disaster Sword made a deal with Constellation? A thought flashed across Thales' mind. What deal? The king has the royal guards and a group of vassals serving him. Why would he need to rely on an outsider? Zacriel asked in a grave tone. Convince your subordinates to join us, knight, and I will tell you more, Ricky interrupted Zacriel confidently. Believe me, we don't have any conflict with your beloved kingdom. In fact, we even have a long history. And I can help you. Ricky's tone was bewitching. But to his disappointment, Zacriel only lowered his head and muttered to himself for a while. But there is a reason why the Tower of Eradication calls you the Disaster Swords, right? The Knight of Judgment asked softly. Ricky sighed. Correction, we've never admitted that we're calamities. He seemed to be very concerned about this. But at that moment, Zacriel suddenly raised his head. His eyes shone. Based on what you said, more than 100 years ago, the first Crassus built your organization in the name of mercenaries and hid in the western desert. Do you know what I remember? Ricky raised his eyebrows and made an expression that said, so? In the next second, Zacriel's tone became serious. Coincidentally, at that time, a certain underground organization that started off as bootlegging merchants in the western desert also grew stronger in Eternal Star City with the tacit approval of many powerful nobles, until it controlled the entire underground world. Ricky was slightly stunned. When he heard this, Thales thought of something. The knowledge he gained while he struggled in the underground world before he became a prince returned to his mind. Started off as bootlegging merchants in the western desert, underground organization, powerful nobles, gradually grew stronger in Eternal Star City, control the underground world. Isn't that Blood Bottle Gang? Thales subconsciously uttered the name. He could not help but feel surprised. At that moment, Ricky's expression became unpleasant. Thales suddenly understood many things. Zacriel had built a bridge for him to obtain information. Of course. Zacriel confirmed Thales' guess with a cold tone. Later, we all knew who was behind Blood Bottle Gang. Blood Bottle Gang, Thales could not help but think of those two strange figures again. One was elegant and graceful, and the other was sweet and pleasant. However, Ricky furrowed his eyebrows. The demon suddenly realized something. He had underestimated the human before him. But Zacriel was like a knight who followed up on his victory. He said coldly, then, when Blood Bottle Gang was flourishing, Crassus and the Outer Tower's legacy he had just built were called Disaster Swords by the Tower of Eradication? At that moment, Ricky's face turned ashen. Thales remembered. Ralph once told him that during the fight between gangs 6 years ago, Blood Bottle Gang had hired a swordsman with a strange power of eradication, and he listened directly to Asda. That was not all. Thales looked at Ricky, whose expression was getting worse, and remembered another detail. When he was in Dragon Cloud City, Asda said before he left, he wants to go to the Tower of Eradication. Thales could not help but clench his fists. He had never wanted to see the mastermind behind Blood Bottle Gang as much as he did at that moment. Asda, and, well, maybe only Asda. Built together with Blood Bottle Gang, and attacked together with the Calamities. Zacriel's tone was filled with mockery, as if he had seen through the lie. Yes, come, tell me again. Are you not Disaster Swords? Ricky was silent. Thales watched their confrontation cautiously. At some point in time, the aggressive Ricky and the speechless Zacriel had switched places. The one who was on the offensive now was the Knight of Judgment. You don't intend to join us, do you, Knight? Ricky's gaze gradually turned cold, and he finally raised his head. You went along with my wishes just to get information out of me. Just like how you guessed that I was a demon just now. Zacriel snorted coldly. You did not come to me just to recruit me. Zacriel gritted his teeth and raised his voice. Blood Bottle Gang and the Calamities played a part in the turmoil 18 years ago. You, who had such a good relationship with them, were naturally part of it, right? Ricky did not answer his question. From top to bottom, from inside to outside, the attitude of the demons became incomparably cold. Looks like you're good at more than just fighting, Knight. I am only good at fighting. Zacriel met Ricky's gaze fearlessly. He even gave him tit for tat. But swords are not the only way to fight. The two of them stared at each other, their gazes like swords. Thales felt a chill down his spine as he watched from the side. Finally, after a suffocating standoff, Ricky turned around. Samuel. Ricky shouted coldly, that's right. I think Zacriel's legs are a little numb from sitting. Could you kindly accompany your old officer for a walk? Samuel walked over from afar. He cast a puzzled glance at the two people who were about to start fighting, and he nodded. My pleasure. Zacriel snorted and shook his head. The Knight of Judgment did not wait for Samuel to support him. He stood up, dragged his heavily injured body, and limped into the distance. So he can walk by himself. Ricky stared coldly at Zacriel's back. Wariness surged in his eyes. Just now, he was just showing his weakness to me. This man was not a brute who only knew how to fight and kill. On the contrary, his insight was sharp, and his understanding was astonishing. Even when they were talking outside the battlefield, he would still bully his enemy, show weakness, and set up traps. He would obtain the information he wanted. The Knight of Judgment, Ricky tightened his grip on his sword. He made you nervous. Ricky turned around. Thales narrowed his eyes and looked at the demon with a hint of schadenfreude. You lost to a human in a battle of words, and got a lot of information from him, didn't you? Ricky's expression darkened. Thales sighed softly. But just now, you said that a real demon is so inhumane that you think he has a human heart. As he listened to the teenager repeat his words, the absent-minded Ricky furrowed his brows. What? Thales looked up. A real demon? Thales asked in puzzlement. What does that mean, Ricky? You mean that you are not a real demon? Ricky's cheeks twitched a little. But Thales was not done yet. Also, I tried to replicate your power of eradication in the tavern, didn't I? Thales said softly, paying attention to Ricky's expression. I know that the power of eradication is the pride of humans, and I also know that the blood clansmen and orcs have powers that are very different from the humans' power of eradication. Thales became serious. If you really have the body of a demon living underground and in hell, Ricky, then why do you have the power of eradication? Is it really as Zacriel said, that you have possessed someone else? If that is the case, then where did this body of yours come from? Ricky's expression became unpleasant again. He suddenly realized that the teenager in front of him might not be easier to deal with than Zacriel. As I said, Your Highness, there are all sorts of miracles in this world. Ricky looked at him deeply. And my existence is a little more complicated than you think. A little more complicated. Just as Thales was thinking about how he could get more information out of him, Ricky suddenly interrupted. So, you used the sin of Hell's River to replicate other powers of eradication, right? Ricky narrowed his eyes. Did you figure this out on your own, or did someone teach you? Thales vaguely knew that Ricky was trying to change the topic, but he had to admit that the thing he used to change the topic attracted the teenager's attention. The sin of Hell's River. Black Sword's face appeared in Thales' mind. Is this important? Ricky smiled. Of course. If you thought of it, then you're pretty good. But Ricky's expression immediately changed, as if a cold wave had arrived. If someone else taught you. Ricky said coldly, as if he was serious. Then he deliberately wanted to harm you. Or he didn't want you to improve at all. For a moment, Thales was completely stunned. Harm me? Thales was about to retort in disdain when he thought of Ricky's identity as a demon, but he suddenly remembered the scene when he parted ways with Black Sword. About the sin of Hell's River, after tonight, you better not use it again. No way. The teenager subconsciously clenched his fists. When he thought of this, the mocking words that Thales was about to say paused for a moment. Harm me? What do you mean? Ricky took a deep breath. Thales suspected that what Ricky wanted was the satisfaction of seeing others confused while he answered their questions. He leaned back, shook his head, and said with a smile, because the sin of Hell's River's transformation characteristics have so many uses, and there are so many ways to improve yourself, but you chose the stupidest, the least effective, the most troublesome, and the most boring one. Ricky's eyes flashed, and his expression was profound. Imitation. Thales frowned. Is there a problem? Ricky snorted coldly. Of course there is. The first Crassus once discussed this problem. Thales thought of something. The first Crassus? That's him. I know that it might be very effective, interesting, and impressive in the beginning. This time, Ricky was not his usual self. He stared at him seriously and sternly. Omnipotent power of eradication, is it? When he heard the words omnipotent power of eradication, Thales' expression changed. Yes, he does know something. When he saw Thales' tacit expression, Ricky sneered. So, you think that in the future, when you encounter powerful elites and useful powers of eradication, you will activate your sin of Hell's River, imitate and replicate them, and easily take them as your possessions, your spoils of war. You will then obtain their powers as if you were cheating? Thales asked. The teenager was stunned. He had never thought about this problem. Jayla's strange blade technique, Waya's edge of no return, Nicholas' twist of fate, he had imitated quite a number of people over the years, but... So, to you, the power of eradication is an apple or a sword? Ricky's expression grew sterner, and his voice was especially clear amid the rumbling sounds around him. You can eat it when it is delivered to your mouth, and you can use it when it is placed in your hands? Thales was a little dumbfounded by his sudden and fierce tone. Ricky then snorted softly. Tell me, Thales. This time, Ricky, who would either address him as Your Highness in a distant manner or call him, my dear, in a teasing manner, actually called Thales by his name. Ricky said coldly, do you think that this is the meaning of the sin of Hell's River, and even the true essence of the power of eradication? Thales raised his eyebrows and twitched the corners of his mouth awkwardly. No. Of course, he was not stupid enough to say, yes. However, Thales had a feeling that Ricky would become a different person when he was talking about certain topics, regardless of whether it was the duel with Barney and Zacriel, the story of his subordinates, or the sin of Hell's River. It was as if that was the last respect he had left. At that moment, Ricky stared straight at Thales, as if he wanted to see through his heart. Barney, if I remember his name correctly, have you imitated his power of eradication? Thales, who was thinking about what kind of person Ricky was instantly stunned. Barney? Chapter 479. No? Puzzled, the teenager asked, what's wrong? But this time, Ricky obviously did not want Thales to answer. Barney's power of eradication is the thawing of glaciers, which is known for taking advantage of the situation. But can you sense the existence of taking advantage of the situation in his fight? Thawing of glaciers? Taking advantage of the situation? Wait a minute. Thales was stunned when he heard the familiar term. Thawing of glaciers. Isn't this the power of eradication of the fortress flower from 6 years ago, Sonia Cecere? Is her power of eradication the same as Barney Jr.'s? But Barney Jr., the leader of the disaster swords, turned his head around and looked at Barney Jr., who was under strict guard in the distance. He voiced out Thales' thoughts. He's a ruthless person, isn't he? Ricky looked at Barney Jr.'s indistinct figure with a little emotion. Even with that kind of body, he could still seize the opportunity to force me into that state. Thales froze for a moment and remembered Barney's fight. No matter how hard he tried, he could not connect the fortress flower, the valiant female warrior Sonia, who fought with ease under the siege of Giza's endless tentacles, with Barney Jr., who risked his life and fought fiercely while covered in blood. Thales was very puzzled. Ricky turned his head around and continued to ask, "Do you know Barney? What kind of person do you think he is? What kind of person is Barney?" Thales suddenly remembered how the man looked when he lost hope and wanted to end his own life. The teenager was about to answer, but he suddenly realized that he could not give his opponent more information, so he could not help but shut his mouth. But Ricky did not care. He lowered his head and answered his own question. "Let me guess." He raised his right hand and slowly tapped his fingers. He should have had complete night training when he was young. It can be seen from his footsteps and habits. But he has become like this. He dares to put his life on the line just so that he can strike an effective blow at the most dangerous moment. Ricky's gaze froze. This is not a coincidence. He must have experienced something unforgettable when he was young, so he decisively and resolutely gave up the orthodox swordsmanship that he was used to. In the end, he took a risk and completely changed his fighting style, becoming what he is now, sacrificing everything for a single victory. While Thales listened to his seemingly logical analysis, he recalled Barney Jr.'s unusual fighting style and tried hard to keep up with his rhythm. Ricky raised his head again and looked at Barney Jr. Even his thawing glacier was greatly affected. "I can barely recognize it now." Thales raised his eyebrows. "But you still recognized it." Ricky shook his head and revealed a mysterious smile. "You missed my point." While Thales scratched his head in confusion, Ricky sighed, as if he was talking to himself. "I think Barney probably did not have a good life when he was young. He might even be antisocial, cold, and gloomy. And his tragic experiences over the past decade or so have shaped his extreme, ruthless fighting style. Not only to his enemies, but also to himself. I think he is probably tenacious, stubborn, and even a little stubborn. He is not easy to get along with, just like his power of eradication." Thales recalled Barney Jr. in prison, then remembered the Royal Guard's experiences over the past 18 years. He did not speak. Ricky retracted his sighing expression and smiled. "Tell me, am I right?" Thales looked at Barney in the distance, then looked at Ricky suspiciously. "You heard it from Samuel. They are old acquaintances." Ricky laughed when he heard that. But he only continued to turn his head and pointed at Zacriel, who walked beside Samuel. "Zacriel, the famous Knight of Judgment. What kind of person do you think he is?" "Zacriel." Thales pictured him painfully trying to stop Barney from committing suicide. Ricky must have recalled the scene when Zacriel charged at him. He said absent-mindedly, "Samuel told me about his power of eradication, and I have seen it for myself. That guy is basically a huge army with all kinds of soldiers. With just a wave of his hand, he can make everyone panic and throw them into chaos. What's rare is that he can move freely between movements and stillness without any sluggishness. At that critical moment, he still has the leisure to think about things other than fighting. God knows when he stuffed the tarp on me. Chaos of armies." Thales whispered in his heart. This time, he subconsciously thought, "If I want to imitate that power of eradication. To achieve that kind of result, he has to observe the complicated battlefield down to the smallest detail. He has to be extremely cautious, see everything, understand the enemy's situation in an instant, make accurate judgments, react immediately, and coordinate his body and mind. He has to take care of both the enemy and himself. He has to be a genius." Ricky sighed. If he wasn't a warrior, he would definitely be the best chess player. He would multitask, have a quick mind, have great foresight, and see the overall situation. And our conversation proves this point. Thales furrowed his eyebrows. As he listened to Ricky's evaluation of Zacriel, he seemed to have slowly grasped some of the meaning behind Ricky's words. Ricky picked up his water skin and drank a mouthful. Then, he tossed it to Thales without a care. "So, I guess that he is a cautious person in his daily life. He takes care of everything, has keen senses, and takes care of the overall situation. He is a person you can entrust your life to. But Ricky immediately sighed. This is probably also unfortunate. Compared to Barney, who sacrificed everything for a single victory, Zacriel has too many things to worry about. The factors he cares about are too complicated. His omnipotence and genius have become his curse and burden. But he obviously doesn't like to complain and vent. He only acts quietly and bears all the burdens alone. Those who carry too many burdens will always falter. Given time, they will either become self-contained and unable to extricate themselves, or they will become crazy and violent, unpredictable. As he listened to his narration, Thales was secretly shocked. Did Ricky know Zacriel before? After Ricky finished speaking, he smiled and said, "Look, through the power of eradication, I can learn a lot about them." But why? Thales frowned and shook his head. Samuel must have told you this as well. You gathered information about your target beforehand. Ricky snickered. As Ricky laughed, Thales pursed his lips. All right. The teenager's thoughts turned, and he dug out a figure he had not seen for a long time from his mind. If there is a powerful supreme-class warrior who has a rare power of eradication, Ricky listened to Thales' words with interest. Can make him change his momentum and posture, pull back his sword, and stab the next. He can make many feints or feints. While he is caught off guard and is unpredictable, he can deceive his enemy and win. What can you learn from this? After Thales finished speaking, he remembered the person who defeated him countless times in the training field over the past 6 years. He also remembered Dragon Cloud City. Feints? Oh, that's not common. Ricky was stunned after he finished listening to the narration. He began to ponder, which was rare. You have to know that almost every warrior is taught to be resolute when attacking, firm when defending, steady in their footsteps, and focused in their minds. Once they make a move, they must not have second thoughts. If they are on the battlefield and still expect to pull back after swinging their sword and find a better posture, these people are usually new soldiers, and they die the fastest. Ricky raised his eyebrows and said uncertainly, "But that friend of yours, he might be a rather special person." But that friend of yours, perhaps he is a rather special person. Perhaps he is a different kind of genius, able to turn his disadvantage into an advantage, giving him one more chance to regret his decision than his enemy. Thales chased away his memories and looked at Ricky seriously. Then, what kind of person do you think he is? This time, Ricky pondered for a long time. If I had to guess, he is confused. Huh? Thales was stunned again. Confused? Ricky nodded and made a guess. To pull back his sword and stab the next. I guess this kind of person might always want to do things better. To a certain extent, he is a perfectionist. So this kind of person. I'm afraid he doesn't live a comfortable life. It's hard for me to imagine him not feeling confused and perplexed when he faces himself alone. Thales blinked in disbelief. No way. That dead face. Perplexed. Thales could not help but automatically imagine Nicholas standing in a big city, staring at the map in a daze while facing the traffic, scratching his head in confusion. Perplexed. Or perhaps, the star killer standing in front of the neon lights at night, looking up at the sky, smoking a cigarette in melancholy amidst the breeze and steam whistles. Thales snorted and quickly covered it up with a cough. Impossible, he said subconsciously. No, the scene is too beautiful. The style is strange. I don't dare to look. I don't dare to look. Ricky also laughed when he saw Thales' expression. But after a few seconds, he suddenly put away his expression. Do you think this is funny? Thales immediately froze. Ricky's tone was rather formal. For a moment, Thales thought he was back in class, whether it was the class in his fragmented memories or the class in Asda in reality. This made Thales subconsciously put away his smile, and he sat up straight. Everyone's power of eradication is unique. It is formed through the user's long-term life and battles, and it gradually becomes one with them. It is closely related to their personality, experiences, and habits, and is inseparable. Even if it is the same power of eradication, in different people's hands, the difference will be like heaven and earth. Unique. The same power of eradication will be very different. Thales listened attentively and immediately remembered Sonia and Barney's thawing of glaciers. Ricky's tone became softer. Just like that, the style of the power of eradication matches the user's characteristics, echoes with each other, and reflects their understanding of battle, themselves, and their enemies. It is the unique emblem that is branded on every warrior. The unique emblem that is branded on every warrior, unique emblem? Thales immediately remembered the topic of their conversation, and doubt rose from the bottom of his heart. But the sin of Hell's River, the so-called omnipotent power of eradication, Ricky stared at him. His gaze was cold and sharp, and his tone was crisp and firm. You, on the other hand, want to perfectly display the great strength that countless experts have accumulated in every battle, every life and death experience, and every kind of experience through only a few minutes of observation and contact? Do you want to demonstrate the great strength that has been shaped by their personalities, experiences, bodies, and even their enemies and opponents? Thales was stunned. Personality, experience, body, even enemies and opponents. Ricky narrowed his eyes. When you were obsessed with imitation, the biggest mistake you made, Thales, was to treat the power of eradication as a tool that was separated from the warrior himself. You imagined the power of eradication as a platter made up of a few lifeless parts. You thought that you could take away one part at any time and ignore the other. You thought that you could only choose their strengths and ignore their weaknesses. You thought that you could only imitate the warrior's strength and benefits at this moment, and easily throw away the sweat, and price they paid in the past few decades of their lives. You thought that you could only remember the state you want to imitate at this moment, and ignore how they became what they are now from the past. Thales frowned heavily and began to think carefully about Ricky's words. Ricky leaned forward and stared at Thales intently. His tone became even fiercer. Did you know that even the most despairing suicide squad needed the help of Shaka wine during their suicidal charge on the battlefield in Western Desert? But Quill Barney, a man of noble birth, managed to do it so easily. This meant that he had to brush past the tip of a blade countless times. He had to train his spirit between winning by a hair's breadth and losing everything at the last moment. He had to abandon his hesitation about the pros and cons, seize the opportunity at that moment, and turn it into his normal state, and become the man he is today. So, his thawing of glaciers, his strength, and his fighting style are things that I can imagine, but I can never learn. Because I can't feel the terror of a hair's breadth, I can't practice that kind of decisive fighting style, and I can't reproduce his fighting style, which is full of distinct characteristics. Ricky's eyes flashed, and he spoke firmly. So, no, Thales, the power of eradication is not a kind of power, nor is it a weapon, much less a state. It is the warrior himself. Thales trembled slightly. From Eternal Star City to Dragon Cloud City, and then to Western Desert Hill, even though Thales himself had awakened to the sin of Hell's River and practiced sword arts, in truth, he had always been indifferent towards the power of eradication in his heart. It was very simple. Asda's words had affected his judgment. The power of eradication was just an accessory created by the wizards for the knights. In this world, forbidden magic represented the highest knowledge. Moreover, after experiencing mystic energy, and even knocking on the door, entering that thing stage that Taurus mentioned, but it was only now that Thales suddenly realized that he had forgotten again. He had forgotten the old crow's teachings and his own understanding of magic. Humility. Yes, magic might be all-encompassing and all-encompassing. It may seem vast, boundless, and enchanting. But the power of eradication. According to Ricky, it was much more focused and simpler than magic. Because it is the warrior himself. Thales pondered. Ricky's words continued, each sentence harsher than the last. In other words, Thales, your current sin of Hell's River is a true reflection of yourself. You only know how to adapt to the situation and can't find your unshakable self. However, Ricky's next sentence was like a long sword that pierced the bottom of his heart. This is your power of eradication, and it is the current you. You are forced to move forward, dragged forward, without a goal, without direction, swaying left and right, drifting along with the flow, and even, at that moment, Ricky's eyes widened in anger, as if he wanted to see through Thales' soul. Without a self. Thales was stunned. When he watched Ricky rely on his observations of the power of eradication to deduce the characteristics of Barney Jr., Zachriel, Nicholas, and the others, he found it rather interesting. But when it was his turn, Thales took a deep breath. If my sin of hell's river is me. The teenager lowered his head in a daze. Without a goal, without direction. Swaying left and right, drifting along with the flow. Without a self. Ricky did not notice Thales' abnormality, but the teenager was in a daze. For a moment, he could only hear his own breathing. Has he always been like this? Then, Ricky spoke again. His stern tone brought Thales back to reality, as if he had been blown away by a cold wind. The omnipotent power of eradication? Imitation? No, it is not as beautiful as you imagine it to be. If you are not me, if you do not know my personality, if you do not know whether I am radical or cautious, if you do not know whether I like to stab or slash, if you do not know my habits when I fight, if you do not know the strength I use when I hold my sword, if you do not know which muscles I use when I attack, if you do not know the situations and history of my battles in the past, if you do not know the life I have experienced in the past, and how I came to form such a power of eradication, Ricky's gaze became more and more terrifying, as if he was looking at an unbearable humiliation, as if Thales had committed a heinous crime. Then, you will not be able to imitate the most important and essential part of my power of eradication, the things that make it and I, the way I am. Thales, who had been thinking deeply about a certain sentence just now, could only listen quietly. If you have not experienced the Night of Judgment's life, you will not be able to obtain Zachriel's multitasking and ignore the terrifying burden he has to bear at all times. If you have not seen Barney's world, you will not be able to only enjoy Barney's terrifying lethality and ignore the devastating price he has to pay when he cuts off all means of retreat. Ricky snorted coldly, and his reprimand was merciless. No matter how exquisitely you imitate the sin of hell's river, the product of it can only be a substandard product, a nondescript dregs. Substandard, nondescript, at that moment, as Thales stared into Ricky's eyes, he suddenly felt that the fixed impression he had towards the power of eradication, the complacency and pride he had towards the sin of hell's river had been completely crushed at that moment. No, perhaps it's not just the power of eradication. And, Thales subconsciously clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Himself. Ricky stared at the slightly dejected Thales and shook his head gently. More importantly, when you rely on imitation and ignore these things, it means that you lack the most basic things towards the power of eradication that other people condensed with their lives, towards each of the people you imitate, towards each of your opponents, and even towards yourself. At that second, Ricky straightened his posture, and his gaze was incredibly serious. Respect. Lack respect? Thales was shocked by his attitude. But at the same time, the teenager could not help but start thinking, Black Sword, the imitation and duplication he taught me 6 years ago, the so-called omnipotent power of eradication, could it be, not a good thing? Ricky's tone could almost freeze the entire underground prison. You are not imitating at all, you are plagiarizing. For a plagiarist, the sword in his hand or in his heart will never be his own. The imitation you imitated is just superficial, and will forever lack the most important core. You will never become those great warriors who have internalized the power of eradication in their lives. Ricky finished speaking and stared at Thales without moving. He waited for his response. Thales did not speak. He did not know how to respond. After a few seconds, the teenager exhaled laboriously and asked, So, the so-called omnipotent power of eradication in the sin of hell's river is actually nonsense? Ricky snorted coldly. No. He leaned forward and gently raised his index finger at Thales. This statement is correct. But you're on the wrong path. Under Thales' confused gaze, Ricky spoke softly. The meaning of imitation is understanding. Understanding your opponent. understanding? Thales blinked. Ricky looked around, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. I don't know Barney, I don't know Zacriel, and I don't know that confused friend of yours. But I can understand them on another level through my feelings for their powers of eradication. Another level? Thales thought hard. The eyes of the leader of the disaster swords shone brightly. For example, through analysis and speculation, I can know, when I face Barney, I might not be able to withstand his life-risking attack head-on. Instead, I must use other factors from the side to delay, disrupt, and frustrate his attacks until I finally defeat him. When I face Zacriel, I can't compete with him in terms of being able to think about the entire situation perfectly. I can't even hesitate or think too much. Instead, I have to focus all my attention on what I'm strongest at. I have to use that to break through his defenses. Only then will I have the power to fight. As he spoke, Ricky suddenly froze. Thales, who had been listening to him with an open mind, had a puzzled look on his face. I see. Ha. Ricky tapped his palm in realization. He looked in Barney Jr.'s and Zacriel's direction, and he seemed to have understood something. Barney going up against Zacriel will probably be a good duel. Ricky's excitement faded away, and he turned around. And when I face that confused friend of yours, my best choice is not to fight him head-on, to fight him one after another, to drag out the fight, or to give him a chance to deceive me and launch feints to find my weakness. Instead, I should conceal myself, hide my motives, and before he can react, I will deliver a fatal blow from behind or even from the shadows. I will defeat him in an instant. Thales frowned. But Ricky immediately changed the topic. But do you know, he stared at Thales with a profound look. You can do all these better than me. Thales thought of something. Ricky sighed. My power of eradication has its own characteristics. My opponent's style has already become fixed, and this is how I can bring out my strongest points. But you, Thales, your sin of Hell's River is constantly changing. You can do more, understand more, grasp more details, and understand your opponent faster, better, and more perfectly through this so-called imitation. You can understand your opponent faster, better, and more perfectly than I can. Understand, my opponent? Thales mulled over the meaning of this sentence as he compared it to Ricky's example. The power of eradication is one of the most amazing powers humans have. How many elites have gone through countless trials and tribulations to achieve such an achievement? Ricky seemed to be rather sentimental. And the sin of Hell's River's imitation is not to simplify this process. On the contrary, it is to better understand this process of your opponent, and then better adjust and strengthen yourself, increase your advantage in battle, and give you options to deal with the situation. Thales' eyes lit up. You mean, I don't want to copy my opponent's advantage, but to find my chance to win? Ricky smiled. The surprised teenager recalled the elites he saw through the sin of Hell's River. The volcanic eruption in Araka Murcha's body. The colorless but determined power that filled the fortress flower. The silver needle-like glare that drifted about Nicholas' body. The gray color on Raphael's body. Thales suddenly understood. He did not want to become them. Instead, he wanted to surpass them. Through the imitation ability of the sin of Hell's River, you can deduce their experiences, characteristics, strengths, and weaknesses. You can grasp the most essential and purest parts of their martial arts and skills, and turn them into your advantage when you fight against your enemy. You should not lazily skip this step and dream of becoming them and copying their achievements. Ricky used his finger to point at Thales, who seemed to have understood something. Remember, the important thing is how you are, and not how strong your opponent is. The important thing is how much you gain, not how much you can imitate. Once you master this, you will be able to find a way out in every situation, and find a way to deal with every powerful enemy. Thales shuddered slightly. It was as if a train of thought that had been blocked for a long time in his mind had been cleared. Ricky narrowed his eyes and looked at Thales, whose eyes were becoming clearer. The stern look on his face slowly melted. The advantage of the sin of Hell's River's endless changes is not to allow you to imitate the real and become all your opponents. Instead, it is to allow you to face all your opponents calmly and fearlessly. Ricky took a deep breath and looked at Thales, whose expression had changed. He sighed softly. This is the true, omnipotent power of eradication. Thales stared at him firmly and nodded slightly with a serious expression. I understand. But... Thales hesitated for a while, but still asked, why are you telling me this? Ricky stared at him and did not speak for a while. But before Ricky could answer, thud. A slight tremor came from under his feet. Everyone's expressions changed. Including Thales. A few seconds later, the rumbling stopped, and everything returned to silence. Thales looked at his feet in surprise. This is... Thales' expression darkened when he felt the sudden lightness under his feet. The platform stopped. At that moment, everyone on the platform stood up, and it caused a small commotion. Ricky. A few seconds later, Klein walked over slowly with a torch in his hand. He said solemnly, we've reached the ground. Ricky nodded and waved his hand. The disaster swords got into action and were ready to move out. Thales subconsciously looked around, and to his dismay, he realized that he and his companions were still captives. Why did I tell you? Ricky turned his head around and stared at Thales. He said meaningfully, he said with a seemingly profound tone, I told you, my dear, you have a key that can open a door we have been looking forward to for a long time. Key? Thales frowned. Has anyone ever told you that you look like a temple priest when you talk so mysteriously? Ricky was slightly taken aback. But then he smiled. Yes, there has been. While Thales was stunned, Ricky raised his head and looked at the ceiling, which had unknowingly gotten close to him. It was as if he could see the world outside. He ordered loudly, everyone, get ready. Everyone, get ready. The day of release has arrived. It is time for the prison of bones. Under the gazes of all the mercenaries, Ricky's eyes focused, and his gaze turned fierce. It's time to say goodbye. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 480. It was a small piece of sand. It was located in the middle of several sand dunes of different sizes. It slept quietly under the dimly lit sky. It was dead silent. Then, all the sand on the ground began to tremble slightly. Bang. A muffled sound rose. An irregular surface suddenly appeared in the center of the sand. Thud. As muffled sounds rose one after another, countless grains of sand slid down from the gradually raised surface and fell into the dark hole underneath. The falling grains of sand rustled. The surface, which was several meters wide, continued to rise, revealing its grayish-black nature. More than 10 seconds later, a figure covered in dust and holding a torch was the first to emerge from the dark and mysterious hole. The figure patted off the sand on his body and looked around. Then, he turned around, extended his hand to grab the second person, and pulled the latter out of the hole. Then, the third, the fourth. More and more people climbed out of the hole. There were dozens of them. Then, a thin figure appeared from the hole and was pulled out. He stepped on the sand. Cough, cough, cough. Thales, who was covered in dust, took off his towel and coughed out dust and sand in pain. He patted off the sand on his body. The temperature of the cold wind before dawn and the smell of sand assaulted his senses at the same time. It made him shudder. It was familiar, yet unfamiliar. Thales subconsciously reached behind his waist, but he touched nothing. It was only then that he remembered that his dagger had been confiscated by Ricky. Behind the teenager, Tardin, Bruley, and Cannon's hands were tied tightly. They were escorted out one after another. Zacriel, Barney, and Belden were in an even worse state. They were even blindfolded and were personally watched over by Klein and Joseph. Quick Rope seemed to be treated as an unimportant errand boy. He bitterly moved the equipment the mercenaries retrieved from the battlefield. From time to time, he glanced at Thales, as if he was asking for help. Stake was also blindfolded. He was roughly pushed out under the watch of 2 mercenaries. Everyone came to the surface one after another. Isn't this the prison of bones? Thales stepped on the familiar sand. He ignored Quick Rope's resentful gaze behind him. While he cleaned up the mess on his body, he tried his best to observe his surroundings under the dim light. It's not even Blade Fang's camp? The vast yellow sand around him surprised and terrified him. Ricky turned his head around under the dim eastern sky. How, do you think we'll go back the way we came? Ricky threw away the torch in his hand and shook his head mockingly. The entrance to the prison of bones. I reckon that the people from the Secret Intelligence Department have already surrounded that place. Thales sighed internally. The prince hugged his arms and rubbed his body, which was suddenly exposed to the cold wind. He looked around in puzzlement. Where is this? It's not far from Blade Fang's camp. Ricky raised his head under the gray sky and stared at the familiar small row of fortresses in the distance. But I can just see it. Thales narrowed his eyes and observed Blade Fang's camp, which seemed to be right before his eyes. He felt dejected. In the desert, just in sight, was equivalent to walking for a whole day. So, what would happen to them next? What are you waiting for? Thales asked while rubbing his hands together. This time, Ricky only glanced at him coldly. Timing. Opportunity? Thales frowned. While the cold wind howled, Ricky raised his head to look at the sky. Everyone, final check. We're leaving. Ricky walked past Thales, who was deep in thought, and walked towards Samuel, who stood in a secluded spot. He stared at the royal guards who were tied up tightly in the distance and whispered to Samuel, "How is it?" Samuel avoided the group and cast a glance at Zacriel before he shook his head. They refused to join us. Ricky frowned and exhaled. Barney? Samuel snorted softly. He seemed to be very displeased. Especially Barney. That guy's temper is harder than a rock. Ricky stared at the blindfolded Barney and clicked his tongue softly. But he just had to be the one who mastered the secret of the Northland military sword style. Samuel's eyes brightened. Then, is he? But Ricky shook his head in disappointment. The thawing of glaciers. Both of them were silent for a while. Ricky swept his gaze over his subordinates who were doing their final checks and preparations behind him. He gestured at Zacriel with his chin. I've been trying to convince their commanding officer. If he agrees first, but Samuel shook his head firmly. Not Zacriel. The determination in Samuel's tone made Ricky a little stunned. The key is not Zacriel. Samuel looked at the slightly shorter and frail figure behind him. His expression was complicated. They are only loyal to him. Ricky looked in the direction of Samuel's gaze. He saw the teenager, who was covered in wounds, looked exhausted, and had a bruise on his chin. He stared at the sand under his feet dejectedly while he mumbled something. Him? Ricky was momentarily stunned. His gaze lingered on Thales for a few seconds. You told me that you could make them fight amongst themselves. Ricky turned his head around, and his expression became stern. What happened after that? When that child appeared, all of you knelt together? What happened? Samuel was silent for a while. The sleeping Nalji and Nair appeared before his eyes. And the teenager's smile. I rest by the Emperor's side, it's nothing. Samuel looked up and shook off his memories. He tried his best not to look at Thales. He's just, very convincing. Ricky raised an eyebrow when he sensed the alienation in Samuel's tone. Huh. Very convincing. Is that so? He cast Samuel a deep glance. I am very curious about one thing, Samuel. Ricky's words made Samuel nervous. Crassus narrowed his eyes. Before we arrived, did you manage to find out why the Knight of Judgment wanted to kill that child? Samuel's breathing froze for a moment. Why? He was silent for a few seconds. Ricky approached him slowly. What is it that you haven't told me yet? Maybe, it's about the royal family? When he saw Samuel's expression, Ricky chuckled. All right, I know that you might not be able to let go of the oath you swore in the past. I completely understand, but Samuel took a deep breath and interrupted him. Zakriel did that. Samuel looked at Ricky seriously. Maybe it's because he's really mad. Really mad? Ricky frowned, and his face was filled with suspicion. Samuel lowered his head unnaturally. You saw it too. Zakriel was shouting about killing them just a moment ago, and in the next moment, he came back to help them. I think he's really mad. This time, Ricky stared at Samuel for a long, long time under the dark but almost bright sky. Samuel did not raise his head. Oh, he's mad. Ricky's gaze never left Samuel, but his tone became strange. No wonder it's so hard to communicate with him. He continued to observe Samuel's expression. Samuel coughed and suddenly spoke. Listen, you want the secret of Barney's swordsmanship. Sure, if we can take that child away. At that moment, hey, Ricky. Uncle Ricky? Ricky, little dumbass. Ricky and Samuel turned their heads and were surprised to see Prince Thales raise his hand high in the crowd and shake it at them. Little dumbass? Can we talk in private? Thales' forceful shake of his hand and loud shouts attracted many people's attention. Behind him, Marina even put her hand on the hilt of the sword by her waist. You said, take him away? Ricky glanced at Samuel, sighed, and walked back. I want to. Ricky went in front of Thales and resumed his calm and slightly humorous expression. Your Highness, don't tell me that you want to find a quiet place to pee. Because you can do it on the spot. We don't mind. To his surprise, Thales smiled, revealing a row of teeth. I suddenly thought of a question about the air calamity. He went to the Tower of Eradication with all of you, right? As soon as he said that, the mercenaries who were busy with their own things fell silent. Many people looked in their direction. Ricky's expression changed. He turned his head and said to Samuel with a gloomy expression, watch them. Once he finished speaking, Ricky grabbed Thales' shoulders in an extremely rough manner and dragged him to a quiet corner away from the crowd. Ah, ouch, gentler. I'm still young, you can't, alright, I won't resist. Don't use any more force. While Thales stumbled and protested along the way, Ricky shook him off. Give me a reason not to knock you out, Ricky said coldly. But Thales only patted the sand off his body, panted, and shrugged. That dragon breaker or something else, that's what the air calamity wants, right? Thales smiled and said. Your behavior in the prison made me feel that all of you don't have that much desire for this. There was a subtle change in Ricky's expression. And what all of you want is black sword with the sin of Hell's River. Thales' tone became formal. Yes, I know. Black Sword was the one who brought that weapon back. Ricky's eyes widened a little. He stared at Thales for 3 seconds. My dear, I realized that. Ricky's tone could probably catch up to the temperature of the night in the desert. You're cuter when you listen to me seriously. Thales bared his teeth in resignation. The teenager turned his head to look at the crowd and scratched his head. Those names you mentioned, they took me some time to recall, but... Ricky narrowed his eyes. Thales turned his head around, took a deep breath, and said solemnly, the Iron Blood King was the king of the north who died in a heroic battle against the ancient orcs before the era of multiple kings. There was a drama from the age of the Empire that talked about how the Black Knight was put on trial for murdering his lord. Shalon Tannen was a name from the Tannen family in Northland. They were stripped of prestige Orchid region and removed from the 10 archduchy families of Extet because they attempted to murder the king. With every sentence Thales said, Ricky's expression became a little more gloomy. As for Hill Crassus, he was the person who betrayed the Tower of Eradication and established the disaster sword more than 100 years ago. Thales finished the last sentence. Ricky looked at him and snorted softly. This child, maybe Samuel is right. When he thought of this, Ricky said, "Correction, we are not called calamities." Thales interrupted him again. "Based on what you said, they were all people who awakened the sin of Hell's River, right?" Ricky raised his eyebrows. "You once said that the power of eradication is the person." Thales took a few deep breaths. "But it seems that every owner of the sin of Hell's River did not end up well. Including Black Sword." This time, Ricky stared at him deeply, as if he had discovered something incredible about Thales. "I have a few friends who trained in the Tower of Eradication. They told me," Thales said tentatively. "The biggest difference between the Disaster Sword's power of eradication and theirs is that it surrenders to the worst aspects of power, madness, brutality, and pain. Even the opponent can feel it. Am I overthinking things?" Thales paid attention to Ricky's expression. "Or should I really give up on the sin of Hell's River? Madness, brutality, and pain." Thales did not know if it was the Tower of Eradication or the Disaster Swords that agitated him, but Ricky's expression became unpleasant. "Your friend must have an extraordinary status." Ricky was silent for a while before he spoke. "You must know that we are the secret scars that the Tower of Eradication is most unwilling to reveal. Also, correction, we are not called Disaster Sword." Thales could tell that Ricky was changing the topic. He could not help but sigh. "I have seen how you fight. You cannot deny that you fight like beasts." Ricky snorted and shook his head. "Then you should know that we are stronger than the average swordsman of eradication, and we are bound by fewer restrictions." But Thales did not buy it. "What you taught me today, and what you said about looking forward to the day I reach the true world. Will I become a beast like that in the end?" Ricky snorted in annoyance. He was about to answer, but he suddenly remembered something. "Strange." Ricky raised his eyebrows. "Why are you suddenly so talkative?" Thales froze slightly. He looked behind him furtively, as if he was afraid of being seen. Then, he awkwardly raised the thing in his right hand. "Because of this?" Ricky saw the thing in Thales' right hand clearly. It was a dagger that shone with a cold light. It seemed to be the one he had seized earlier. Ricky's expression changed drastically. He subconsciously lowered his head and touched his bosom. "When did you steal?" Ricky did not manage to finish his sentence. Shik. In the next second, a gray blade that he was very familiar with appeared in the air. Like a battleship that broke through the waves, it pierced Ricky's left forehead, piercing his skull. Swoosh. The gray blade pulled out the skull, bringing with it an endless amount of blood. It splattered the sand red. "Ricky." Thales gritted his teeth and ran a few meters to the side. Before he could greet the dark purple-masked man who appeared again, he heard the mercenaries behind him, who had been paying attention to him, cry out in alarm. "Enemy attack." Joseph gritted his teeth in hatred. He roared and drew his sword. With a few mercenaries, he rushed towards the figure in black who suddenly appeared. "CK me, it's him again." Klein was so angry that he laughed. He also brought a few people to surround him. How many King times has it been? But in the next moment, Klein noticed that something was wrong. Thud. A loud thud rose. Joseph felt a pain at the back of his head. His entire body spun, and he fell down. The three mercenaries beside him turned their heads subconsciously and saw that the disheveled prisoner with his left arm in a splint had already squeezed into their midst. Klein lay on the ground and turned his head around while trembling. He watched in despair as Zachriel, who had broken free at some point in time and regained his freedom, easily and quickly knocked down 3 people. Or rather, he only knocked down 1 person, because the other 2 had knocked each other unconscious for some strange reason. Then, he stepped over Klein's body. Zachriel limped towards the place where Ricky and Thales were. He only left behind a few words that floated in the air. The 4th time. Klein sucked in a breath in pain. No, when did they break free? Not too far away, Bruley, who had also broken free from his restraints, roared and sent a person flying. Barney Jr. knocked over the mercenary guarding him with a headbutt. Tardin snatched an axe and threw it to Belden. Cannon threw a throwing knife that came out of nowhere. The mercenaries instantly fell into chaos. Joseph, who was charging at the front, turned his head around in surprise. At some point in time, all the prisoners had broken free from their restraints. They used the shock brought about by Ricky's fall to quickly break out of the encirclement and regrouped with Thales. No, they are, whoosh. An urgent sound rose. Joseph instinctively lowered his head, only to find that an arrow had been shot into the sand by his feet. CK, why didn't I hit you again? You're King fake, right? Across him, Quick Rope tapped the crossbow of time in exasperation. But when he realized that 3 people were surrounding him, Quick Rope immediately felt as if his soul had left his body. He dashed towards Thales while flailing his arms. Help! Samuel roared in the crowd as he reorganized the chaotic team and formation. Don't panic, they're just a spent force. We have the advantage in numbers. Thales breathed nervously in the chaos and uproar that lasted only a few seconds. He turned his head and saw Yodel throw something at Barney and the others, who were running towards him. But before the prince could say anything, he heard a chilling rustling sound coming from nearby. A cold wind blew, and Thales turned his head around with goosebumps all over his body. Ricky, who was as pale as a corpse, climbed up from the ground again in a pool of blood. He gritted his teeth, glared, and reached out to draw everlasting truth from his waist. You're courting death, but before he could finish speaking, Zacriel, who was the first to run towards him, had a stern expression on his face. He lowered his body, suddenly leaned forward, and extended his hand. In the next second, Thales widened his eyes and opened his mouth. He watched in shock as the heroic and imposing Knight of Judgment moved towards Ricky, who was resurrected. He threw a handful full of sand. Sand. Aya. Perhaps he did not expect the famous Knight of Judgment to be so despicable. Ricky, who had just drawn his sword, was caught off guard, and the sand landed on his head and face. Damn it! Ricky cried out in pain. He used his left hand to cover his eyes, which were covered in sand. He instinctively thrust his right hand forward, but Zacriel dodged it with an agile roll. Yes. That's it. In the chaos, Quick Rope, who had rolled and crawled over, clenched his teeth, swung his fists, and shouted, hit him again. Cannon, who had protected him until he reached Thales' side, frowned and looked at Quick Rope. Quick Rope's voice immediately became weaker. He looked at Cannon in embarrassment. The atmosphere, don't worry about Ricky, he'll be able to counterattack soon. Samuel gritted his teeth and tried hard to restore order. He commanded the scene. Surround them first. In the next second, Thales saw Barney Jr. raise the item he received from Yodel, and he came to a realization. Do you think you can kill me like this? Ricky rubbed the sand in his eyes in pain while he swung his sword according to the sound of the wind beside his ears. But soon, he heard a metallic sound beside his ears. Ricky closed his eyes and endured the pain in them. He only felt a huge force surging towards him and squeezing him from all directions. It squeezed him so hard that he shuddered. Thud. With a soft sound, everlasting truth fell on the sand. As the mercenaries cried out in surprise, Ricky tried his best to open his eyelids a little and saw the scene before him. Chains. At some unknown point of time, a vicious chain with countless barbs had already surrounded him from top to bottom, locking him down tightly. His left hand was chained to the left side of his face, and his right hand was chained to his body. He was kneeling on the ground. Barney and Belden held one end of the chain with cold expressions, while Bruley and Tardin held the other end. The 4 of them used their strength to pull the chain taut, one on the left, and the other on the right, locking down Ricky's movements. Come on, we know we can't kill you. Zacriel panted while his arm was suspended. He came in front of Ricky. Then I'll just trap you. The Knight of Judgment ignored the strange gazes from his subordinates and Thales and Quick Rope. With a calm expression, he rubbed off the remaining sand in his right hand, picked up Everlasting Truth in front of the immobile Ricky, and turned towards the mercenaries. By the way, it's a good sword. Thales exhaled and supported Quick Rope as he stumbled towards him. He recognized the chain on Ricky's body. It was the chain Stake had used to trap Yodel. Aha! Ricky, who was chained down, could not suppress his anger and roared. Zacriel. But just like Yodel just now, the more he struggled, the deeper the barbs on the chain pierced into him. The harder it was for him to break free. Thales panted, smiled, and gave Yodel a thumbs up. Well done. It had only been a dozen seconds since Yodel appeared and Ricky was trapped, but he felt as if he had experienced it for a lifetime. Yodel turned the supreme sword upside down, placed the hilt in front of his chest, and bowed slightly to Thales. In the next second, ripples appeared on the masked protector in black, and he disappeared into the air again. A few seconds later, under Joseph and Samuel's lead, dozens of disaster swords surged forward. They spread out from the front and surrounded the guards. But another figure was already in front of them. The Knight of Judgment's body seemed to have a certain aura. Wherever he stood, the mercenaries who had seen his abilities would freeze. Stay calm. Samuel blocked all the angry mercenaries in exasperation. He stared at Zacriel in front of him. Don't forget his abilities. Joseph gritted his teeth. He's badly injured. We just need to, no. Samuel shook his head resolutely. I can't take the risk. Don't forget that mask. Joseph roared angrily. Thales managed to calm his breathing after much difficulty. He observed that the situation had returned to a stalemate between the two parties. Ricky's eyes were shut tight. He was chained by 4 people. Thales supported Quick Rope and stood behind him. Cannon guarded him vigilantly by the side. Zacriel raised Everlasting Truth and stood calmly in front of the remaining mercenaries. The small sandy area slowly regained its silence. Only the sound of breathing could be heard. My old friend with the mask. Ricky tried his best to open his eyes a little while he was chained up. He tried his best to search for the mysterious figure. Marina said that you were killed. When did you come back? There was no response. Thales sucked in a deep breath and said with a smile, underground, when your people were resting and waiting, when I dragged you along to talk about demons and the power of eradication so that you could enjoy the pleasure of being a good teacher. Ricky froze for a moment. The teenager continued. Your old friend was lurking in the dark. He was busy untying the ropes, sending messages, and making plans. What? The pleasure of being a good teacher? Ricky's chest heaved violently as he was chained tightly. He struggled again, but the 4 guards' faces turned red. They locked him down tightly. And you used this opportunity to lower my guard, and when the time was right, you would step aside and talk. Ricky's eyes were shut, but his voice was filled with anger that seemed to want to burn everything. Thales chuckled to show his tacit agreement. Under the gray sky in the east, Ricky's face was filled with anger. He gritted his teeth and said to Thales behind him, I underestimated you again, Your Highness. You're really sinister, cunning, and full of tricks. Sinister, cunning. Full of tricks. Thales sighed. He turned around and looked in the direction of Blade Fang's camp. You praise me too much. Thales turned around and flashed a friendly smile at the exasperated mercenaries in front of him, baring his white teeth. After all, I'm not a demon. Chapter 481. Thales did not like dawn. The last dawn that left a deep impression on him was 6 years ago in Dragon Cloud City. It was the moment the calamities disappeared and the great dragon soared into the sky. But when the night was about to end and the dawn came from the east, what he saw was not hope, but an abyss. At that time, he was just like he was now, experiencing disasters that ordinary people couldn't imagine. He forced himself to hold on with minimal supplies and rest, and faced almost unsolvable problems. In the tense atmosphere, Thales clenched his fists in the face of dozens of mercenaries who were glaring at him with hostility. Barney Jr., who could only use one arm, wrapped the chain tightly around his left shoulder. He leaned forward and tried his best to bind Ricky. A brilliant counterattack. So, now, what do we do? Barney practically squeezed these words out between his teeth, which showed that he was in a difficult situation. The other three who were controlling Ricky weren't any better. They were prisoners who had just been released from prison, and after a series of battles, their supplies were far from being able to keep up with their consumption. All of them were panting and grimacing in pain. What to do? Thales took a deep breath and tried hard to get rid of the dizziness that seemed to be surging into his brain again. When they were captured by the disaster swords, Yodel, who was lurking in the dark, could only hastily inform Thales of his rescue plan. Ricky kept an especially tight watch on Thales. And that was the end of that hasty plan. But what happened next? Thales stared at Blade Fang's camp in the distance and tried his best to think of a way out. Zacriel still held his sword with one arm. He stood in front of the mercenaries who surrounded him in a semicircle. He faced his enemies' furious gazes and gritted teeth. His expression was calm and composed. "This is very unwise, Your Highness. Zacriel, you must know that we bear no ill will." Samuel, who stood at the forefront of the mercenaries, tried his best to control the disaster swords so that they would not lose control while he tried to convince Thales. "You better listen to him." This was Ricky, who was tightly bound by chains. His face was covered in sand and dust as he gritted his teeth and closed his eyes tightly. What to do? Thales shut his eyes. Camp, prison, disaster swords, shadow shield, let me think. Let me think. Quickly think of a way. However, at this moment, Quick Rope, who was standing beside him, screamed without warning. Holy shit! Thales opened his eyes and turned his head, just like all the other impatient people. They wanted to see what kind of trouble he was up to. Unexpectedly, Quick Rope did not seem to be the one who caused the trouble this time. Quick Rope stared at his empty hands in shock. He raised his head and lowered his head repeatedly. This place is haunted, but before he could finish, another figure appeared in the ink-colored ripples, holding the black crossbow of time in his hand. It was Yodel. For some unknown reason, the moment Thales saw him, he felt a sense of security from the bottom of his heart. Just like many years ago. Quick Rope's mouth formed the shape of an O, and it did not return to normal even after a long time had passed. Before everyone's eyes, Yodel bent over in a practiced manner, stepped on the pedal, and strung the bowstring in a few seconds. He took out a small arrow with a special design from behind his waist and put it on the crossbow. F***CK. What the F***CK do you want to do? Josh, who was among the mercenaries, cursed and then fell into deep thought. Quick Rope came to a realization. He stretched out his hand and shouted anxiously, "Wait, there's something wrong with this thing's crosshair," but Yodel did not have any intention of paying attention to them. The masked protector raised the black crossbow, faced the camp, and pulled the trigger at the sky. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk there was a rapid and piercing sound. Be it the mercenaries or the royal guards, everyone was stunned for a moment. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the sound of the crossbow was sharp and resounding, and those who heard it were moved. It spread from the sky and did not fade away. It spread through the wilderness, and it could be heard clearly within a radius of several miles. Of course, that included Blade Fang's camp. Yodel tossed the crossbow back to Quick Rope. He ignored the latter's mutterings of, "Why can't I?" who was greatly shocked. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the sound of the crossbow began to weaken, but Thales' ears twitched. He had heard this sound before. This is the signal arrow of the White Blade Guards of Dragon Cloud City? Under the surprised gazes of the prisoners, the prince looked at Yodel in surprise and delight. The masked protector nodded silently. Thales widened his eyes. But how did you? Yodel bowed and nodded. His figure began to blur again. The Star Killer. You didn't finish rummaging through his luggage. The masked protector's figure completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Only one sentence was left in the air. So. I didn't waste it. Didn't waste it? Thales raised his eyebrows. He imagined the miserable scene of Nicholas the Star Killer waking up and realizing that he was lying naked on the wasteland. Everything from his horse to his luggage had been plundered, and he had no money at all. Thales put away his boring thoughts, and his mood lightened. Very good. What we need to do now is to stall for time and wait for reinforcements. Oh, no, I recognize you. Tardin, who was tugging at the chains with all his might, widened his eyes. He stared at the spot where the masked figure disappeared and hissed. You're that little girl from Renaissance Palace. But Zacriel, who had been paying attention to the enemy, suddenly spoke and interrupted him. Tardin. Focus. We don't have time to talk about this. The Knight of Judgment's stern rebuke drew everyone's attention back to the enemy. I've had enough, and you reminded me of it. Joseph, who was at the forefront of the mercenaries, strode past Samuel and stared at the Knight of Judgment, who was like a natural moat. Since we're outside, switch to crossbows. The dozen or so mercenaries at the back did not hesitate. Filled with anger, they immediately put away their melee weapons and pulled out crossbows or shortbows from their backs or waists. What? Thales' expression froze. Zacriel frowned slightly. Crossbows. Great. Another thing I hate so much. Fire as many as you can. Load them up. Joseph's expression was ferocious. He pointed his longsword at Zacriel, who was frowning as well. Cover fire. I don't believe that I can't kill this son of AB*TCH branded warrior. Thales watched with an unpleasant expression as the mercenaries brought out more than a dozen crossbows of different sizes and a few ferocious bows. The crossbowman stepped on the pedal, bent down, and used a drawbar or a hook to load the bow. The archers quickly drew their arrows, nocked them, and loaded them on the bowstrings. The scene of countless crossbow arrows flying at him and little rascal during the night of dragon's blood appeared before his eyes. No. However, beside Joseph, Samuel angrily pressed down on a bow that was nocked with an arrow. Ricky wants them alive. Especially that prince. The mercenaries froze for a moment. They hesitated while the two leaders disagreed with each other. But before they could react, Joseph turned his head around and grabbed Samuel's collar. He said angrily, "It's you who wants them alive. Because you can't forget that damn brotherhood. You royal guard. And I don't care about that. I care more about ourselves." Samuel seemed to be shocked by Joseph's sudden outburst. He was stunned for a moment. He looked at his former comrades, who were struggling at death's door, and then at the angry mercenaries. Continue to load the bow. Joseph pushed Samuel away and ordered through gritted teeth. He turned around and said to Zacriel, "Listen up, branded warrior. Listen up, branded warrior. If you want to become a target, then continue to resist. Ricky won't die anyway." The mercenaries' actions caused the guards' expressions to change at the same time. Cannon subconsciously moved Thales behind him to protect him. Quick Rope looked around like a frightened bird, then hid behind Thales without anyone teaching him how to do so. The atmosphere became more tense. "Oh no, we can't wait for reinforcements." When he saw that the situation was not right, Barney Jr. gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He said to the others, "Bruley, later, you and Belden let go and cover Zacriel. Take down the leader at all costs, however, no." The sudden interruption made Barney Jr., who was formulating a plan, choke on his words. "What?" The vanguard turned to the person who interrupted him with a displeased expression. The Knight of Judgment stood in front of the group and shook his head as he faced the countless crossbows that were about to be fully loaded. "We will retreat to the dungeon and seek cover." Zacriel's expression was calm. He gestured with his chin at Ricky, who had his eyes closed. But before that, we will first chop off this monster's head. Kick it as far as you can. Wait for me to count. 3, but, hey! Barney Jr., who had been restraining Ricky strenuously, was already irritated. When he was interrupted, his expression changed several times. He said angrily, "I am the chief vanguard." Thales, who had been feeling anxious, raised his eyebrows. "But, he is the watchman." On the other side, Tardin tried his best to pull on the iron chain. He shook his head in agony. In the chain of command, he has to be a little higher. When he said this, everyone fell silent. Barney's expression froze a little. No. Zacriel turned his head around slowly. He was incredibly calm, as if he did not care. The legacy watchman is second only to the guard captain, and has the same rank as the vice captain when we are not at war. Higher, by a lot. High. A lot. Barney sucked in a deep breath. As if he was constipated, he turned his head back to its original position in pain. He bared his teeth and mouthed a rude word. He looked regretful, as if he was thinking, "Why didn't I kill this bastard with my sword just now?" The guards turned their heads away, trying their best not to look at the vanguard's expression. But at that moment, everyone? Belden, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. He stared at Ricky, who was trapped in the middle of the chain. There was fear in his voice that he could not hide. This man's strength, everyone was shocked. They turned their heads. "There's a problem." Right after he finished speaking, the chain in Belden's hands trembled. As if he could not control himself, he slid a few inches closer to Ricky on the sand. Belden was not the only one. Barney Jr., Bruley, and Tardin, the three people who controlled the chain, also began to slide at the same time. Thales glared at the chained Ricky. At some point of time, he had already freed his left and right hands from the chain. He held the barbed chain in a reverse grip and slowly pulled it back. What? The chain began to tremble violently. No, no, no. Barney Jr. stared in disbelief at the trail he left behind on the sand. There are 4 of us. What is going on? At that moment, a voice that caused fear to rise seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. It lingered in everyone's ears. You think you've trapped me? Rough. Sharp. Hoarse. It sounded like the roughest scraping sound in their hearts. It was sometimes strong, sometimes weak, sometimes high, and sometimes low. Everyone in the area, be it the royal guards or the disaster swords, shuddered. But the terrifying voice that seemed to have risen from the bottom of their hearts and surrounded them endlessly did not let them go. But you didn't. The faces of the 4 people who held the chain twitched. Their breathing became disorderly, and they were dragged even further. Many of the mercenaries dropped their arrows or loosened the strings of their crossbows that were already half-drawn. Some of them even covered their heads in pain. Zacriel shut his eyes and knelt on one knee. He panted heavily and relied on everlasting truth to support his body. You didn't, the voice went on and on. Thales could not help but shudder. He instinctively turned around and grabbed Cannon, who was swaying. Quick Rope was in an even worse state. He even screamed in pain and knelt on the ground while covering his ears. You didn't. Thales tried his best to stabilize his body, which felt as if he was about to lose his balance. He stared at Ricky in horror. What is this? The moment he heard the voice, his heart raced, and his blood surged. He felt a cold wind blow around him, and goosebumps rose all over his body. It was as if someone had brought out an endless nightmare. In the next second, Ricky, who was in the middle of the chain, shook his arms. The guards on both sides could no longer bear it, and the chains fell from their hands. Bang. An ear-piercing explosion rang out. While many people closed their eyes in pain, Thales, who tried his best to open his eyes, was shocked to see the chain shattered inch by inch and fell to the ground at Ricky's feet. It revealed the bloodstains on his body caused by the barbs. No, no. But this was not the most terrifying thing. Ricky gently wiped the sand off his face and gave Thales a disturbing smile. Thales tensed up. He felt as if there was some kind of power in that stare under the yellow light. After he was freed, the man seemed to be a little different. Imposing manner? Posture? Or something else? I told you before, don't think that you are smarter than demons, and don't think that you are stronger than demons. Ricky's voice was still terrifying. Under the faint light of dawn, his pupils shone with a rare and ominous yellow light. He stared straight at Thales. Thales was shocked and came to a realization. *T. My first target after I'm freed is. In the next second, Ricky moved and rushed towards Thales. The sudden change only lasted for 2 to 3 seconds. Zacriel reacted the fastest. He roared, got up from the sand, and rushed towards Ricky. Stop him. The 4 royal guards who had their chains freed were second only to Zacriel. One after another, they gritted their teeth and got up to block Ricky's charge. On the other side, Klein, who had just recovered from his dizziness, pushed aside the crowd that was swaying left and right. He pushed aside Joseph and Samuel, who were at the front row and covering their ears in pain. He shouted in exasperation, "Attack!" The mercenaries roared in response. With the help of their powers of eradication, they stood up, drew their swords, and attacked. The once balanced situation became chaotic once again. The moment Ricky moved, Thales could not care about anything else. He instinctively turned around and ran towards the exit of the underground prison. But he had overestimated his own body. He had just eaten and rested, so he could still walk slowly. But now, the more he ran, the weaker his legs became, and the darker his vision became. At the center of the chaos, Ricky stopped, turned around, and swung his arm at Belden, who was trying to intercept him from the side. Thud. The penal officer, who only had time to protect his head and face, grunted. He was thrown backwards by the terrifying force and fell into the soft sand. In just a moment, Barney Jr., Tardin, and Bruley, who were the closest to him, had already caught up to Ricky. Bruley roared and raised his arms to meet the attack head-on. Barney Jr.'s left elbow struck Ricky's waist, and Tardin kicked Ricky's knee. The 3 of them were prepared to suppress their enemy in unison. But at that moment, endless power of eradication surged from Ricky's body. It was like an endless abyss, allowing him to turn around calmly and face the 3 men. The 3 men who crashed into their enemy instantly felt the power of their attacks disappear without a trace. It was as if they had touched a ball of cotton that had no end, or a boundless abyss. Ricky only trembled slightly. Did you think that I was just a target that wouldn't die? The terrifying voice traveled into their ears again, causing the 3 men who held Ricky back to tremble at the same time. Oh no, Barney Jr. only managed to spit out half a word. In the next moment, Barney Jr., Tardin, and Bruley were either sent tumbling or flying in a straight line, like kites with their strings cut. They stirred up a cloud of dust on the sand, like splashing waves. At that moment, Ricky seemed to have become a different person. His gaze became more ruthless and fierce, and his movements became fiercer and faster. He became even crazier. Ricky snorted softly. He turned around and took a step forward, but Zacriel's sword had already closed in on him like a shadow. Ricky wanted to dodge, but he frowned when he realized that Zacriel seemed to be at the most perfect angle. He could not dodge at all. So, he smiled faintly. *Rip. Steel broke bone. But Zacriel was stunned. His sword cut into Ricky's cheek from the side. It even cut open half of Ricky's lips, but it stopped in his mouth. Did you say that you want to cut off my head? Ricky, who had half of his cheek cut open and was bleeding non-stop, bit the sword in his mouth, literally, in his mouth, and revealed a strange smile. Beautiful skills, his teeth and lips did not move, but that terrifying voice rose out of nowhere in an incredibly bizarre manner. It made Zacriel's body tense up, and he shuddered. Stupid idea. Ricky grabbed the sword by the side of his face, pulled it out, and pulled it back. Zacriel immediately let go of the sword hilt, and only then did he avoid being pulled back by Ricky's great strength. In just a short while, the sounds of battle rose all around them. The mercenaries surrounded them. Barney Jr. and the others, who struggled to get up, had no choice but to fight against the enemies. Give up, before more casualties occur. Samuel went up to Barney Jr. and advised him through gritted teeth. F***CKU. Barney Jr. cursed and flung a chain he had grabbed from the ground. Thales, who had finally reached the exit of the dungeon, felt his legs go limp. He needed quick rope support to stabilize himself. Go and help them. Thales tested the lifeless sin of Hell's River and the mystic energy, which was almost taboo, while he said firmly to the hesitant Canon, stall for time. Go. Canon's hesitation only lasted for a moment before he shook his head firmly. No. You're more important. Thales was so angry that he could only clench his teeth and gasp for breath. On the other side, Ricky retrieved his silver longsword. Without waiting for his half-cut face to recover, he charged at the unarmed Zacriel. Zacriel dodged the sword and frowned. To his dismay, he realized that Ricky's strength seemed to be endless. His movements were fast and coherent, and there was no hesitation. But his moves were ruthless, his momentum was astonishing, and he was very oppressive. The Knight of Judgment, who had lost the initiative and was in a terrible state, was in a difficult situation. He was in danger a few times, but he could always avoid danger at the most critical moment. After he forced Zacriel to roll away in a pathetic manner, Ricky suddenly stopped moving, turned around, and swung his sword. Asterisk clang. Asterisk he left a trail of sparks in the air. As the metal clashed, Ricky extended his right arm and stabbed a figure in the ripples in the air. Thales was shocked. You forgot something, Mask. Ricky turned his head to look at Yodel, who was gradually becoming visible. His terrifying voice rose again. The night is over, and dawn has arrived in the desert. And when you attack, I can see your footprints. The masked protector trembled. He grabbed the sword stuck in his left shoulder and tried to stop Everlasting Truth from advancing any further. In the next second, Yodel seemed to have given up on struggling. Instead, he raised his head, shook his right hand, and the gray short sword shot out like lightning. Ricky only tilted his head slightly and dodged the attack. You missed. Ricky sneered and looked at the masked assassin, who was trembling and kneeling on the ground because of his terrifying power of eradication. But the one who answered him was not Yodel. Instead, it was a gray short sword that pierced through the back of his neck and came out of his mouth. He did not miss. Zacriel, who had appeared behind Ricky at some point of time, said coldly. Ricky trembled. He felt his cervical vertebrae being severed, and he could no longer feel anything below his neck. He could not help but let go of the long sword. No, Ricky widened his eyes in disbelief. His oral cavity was clearly destroyed, but his terrifying voice still rose out of nowhere, causing Zacriel to shudder involuntarily. How did you? Zacriel tightened his grip and stopped Ricky from continuing. Do you know what abilities this legendary anti-mystic equipment has? The Knight of Judgment shook his head in disgust and pushed Ricky's body away. As expected, legendary anti-mystic equipment? Ricky fell down powerlessly. He watched helplessly as Zacriel pulled Yodel up, patted the latter's shoulder, picked up Everlasting Truth, and turned to him again. Zacriel raised his long sword coldly. I'm not telling you. However, in the next moment, Ricky howled on the ground. His howl was shrill. It shook people's hearts. All the people who were fighting in the field shuddered. They could not control themselves and instinctively knelt down. Thales used all his strength to hold onto the metal plate at the exit of the dungeon. Beside him, Cannon and Quick Rope had already knelt down. They were in great pain. What in the world is this? On the other side, Ricky struggled to get up at an even faster speed than before. He used his arms to block Zacriel's trembling long sword. It was as if he no longer needed time to regenerate and recover. Zacriel and Yodel looked at each other, then at Ricky in shock. The yellow light in Ricky's pupils became more obvious, and strange, charred muscles could be seen faintly from the wounds all over his body. Then don't ever speak of it again. Ricky stared at Zacriel and Yodel in front of him. For the first time, a resolute killing intent appeared in his eyes. At that moment, Zacriel instinctively trembled in the face of danger from his skin to his blood. In the distance, Thales saw with his eyes wide open. Ricky shook his arms, and Zacriel and Yodel were sent flying. Zacriel fell to the ground and coughed up blood in pain. Covered in blood, the horrifying Ricky walked towards Yodel. "You're great, Mask. The last person who killed me twice without me being able to fight back. My name is Jasmine Lorraine." Ricky lifted the masked protector from the ground and covered his right hand with the dark purple mask. "Then, let us see what's under your mask." "No, no." Zacriel, who fell to the side, extended his hand in pain and fear. "That mask. You can't." Ricky laughed savagely. He grabbed the edge of the dark purple mask, and infinite strength surged from his palm. For more than 10 years, Thales had never heard Yodel cry out in pain or in pain. The masked protector was a man of few words. Even when he was injured in battle, he would only let out a grunt. Until this moment. "Ayaha!" Yodel roared in pain and anguish. Under Ricky's incredibly delighted, savage laugh and endless strength, Yodel struggled even more. His limbs trembled uncontrollably, and the extent of his movements was so great that it was as if he was enduring the most terrifying torture. "No!" When Thales saw this, he gritted his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. He instinctively snatched the crossbow of time from Quick Rope's hand. "Give me the crossbow." Quick Rope was shocked. But that crosshair, at that moment, whoosh. A shrill, sharp sound rang. It was as if the morning light had broken through the darkness. What followed was an even more piercing explosion. Crack. The mercenaries, the royal guards, and everyone else froze and raised their heads. Under the faintly glowing sky, a dazzling spark flickered in the air. It flashed so much that the figures on the chaotic sand swayed wildly. The spark was not the only thing that broke the chaos. Woo, a melodious horn call came from afar. Clear. Loud. Penetrating the hearts of people. 8. Chapter 482. The expressions of all the mercenaries on the field changed. Cavalry. Beside Thales, Cannon, who had been lying on the ground and listening, was the first to shout. His voice was filled with uncontrollable joy. A large number of cavalry, very close. Soon, even without Cannon's reminder, Thales sensed something. The gravel beneath his feet began to tremble. The inexplicable vibration was getting closer and closer, coming from behind the sand dune above their heads. Just like the waves. The mercenaries and royal guards lowered their weapons when they realized what was about to happen. Looking at the cluster of sparks, listening to the horn, and feeling the tremors on the ground, Ricky stopped what he was doing. The madness and bloodlust in his mind stopped for a moment. That was, woo, Thales narrowed his eyes amidst the light and the horn. He felt something. True enough. Behind Ricky, a shadow suddenly appeared at the top of the dune below Sparks. A white shadow. A speeding white shadow. And it was rapidly approaching the chaos under the sand dune. Woo! Amidst the sound of the horn, the speed at which the white figure approached was comparable to that of a soaring eagle. In just 2 seconds, it was right in front of him. Hence, Thales quickly saw its appearance clearly. It was a white horse. A galloping white horse. Pure white. Flawless. Graceful. It moved its 4 hooves at an astonishing speed. It was like a streak of ink-colored lightning. However, its movements were unhurried and extremely elegant. It was so loud that people even ignored the sound of hooves. Woo, the horn continued. Everyone was stunned. That's... Barney Jr. stared at the white figure in a daze before Samuel pushed him away. Samuel panted as he wiped off the blood on his face caused by the chains. It's him. If you don't want to die, don't move. Thales also looked at the white figure in surprise, but when he saw the figure on the horse, he immediately realized that it was a knight. It was a knight with an equally elegant and calm posture, but his speed was so fast that he could not see his appearance clearly. Soon, the sound of galloping hooves became clearer and slower. Thales subconsciously raised his head. He suddenly discovered that, at some point in time, under the dim light that gradually appeared in the east, countless black shadows had already appeared on the surrounding sand dunes, looking down from above. Cavalry. That's right, they were cavalry. Countless cavalrymen. His footsteps rumbled as he crossed the hill. Just like the others, Thales turned his head to the left and right and stared at the top of his head in a daze. He watched as the cavaliers who suddenly appeared reined in their horses, and under the long but clear sound of the horn, they slowly urged their horses to descend the slope. They closed in on the little patch of sand. Like the waves of the sea over the reef. It was unstoppable. If Thales, who had been talking to the suzerains in Dragon Cloud City, still did not know what thousands of cavaliers meant, then he understood now. Several thousand cavalrymen. This meant that no matter how wide your field of vision was, the moment you opened your eyes and raised your head, all you could see was this group of black cavalry. There are no blanks. This meant that no matter how good one's hearing was, when they advanced in unison, the only thing that filled one's ears was the sound of their hooves galloping. No exceptions. This meant that no matter how mature and calm one's mind was, when thousands of warhorses weighing hundreds of pounds came over with a weight that made one's heart palpitate, the only thing that could remind oneself was that one's heart was beating faster and faster uncontrollably, to the point where it was about to jump out of one's chest. There was no room to breathe. Everyone was stunned. Except for Zacriel. As the person who was the least affected and the most focused, the Knight of Judgment stared at Ricky, who held Yodel hostage. In the next second, he seized the opportunity when Yodel was absent-minded and suddenly moved. He appeared behind Ricky and strangled the latter's neck. Thud. Ricky was forced to let go of Yodel. The battle began again. The sound of the horn changed. The cavaliers on the sand dune, whose faces could not be seen clearly, froze. They seemed to be hesitating about this strange battle. Only the white silhouette that appeared first was still rushing down. But under the sand dune, Ricky, who was threatened, roared in anger. His anger rose, and he activated his great strength. With a roll, he threw Zacriel to the ground. You're really annoying, Knight of Judgment. Ricky picked up his long sword. His terrifying voice rose again, and it made many people tremble again. But before Ricky could raise his sword, Yodel's figure and his strange gray short sword appeared again. The blade pierced through Ricky's chest. Aya! Ricky roared shrilly. He turned around and swung his sword. Yodel shuddered and rolled to avoid the attack. But he could not go any further. Because in the next moment, the white figure that first appeared on the sand dune closed in on him. It went straight to the center of the battle between the three of them. It was like a gust of wind that blew away a lot of sand. Ricky only had time to dodge to the side and narrowly avoid the white horse's charge. But Thales saw in surprise. The white knight rose into the air and shook his arm. In the next second, a long spear that was completely white and even shone with a faint light magically appeared in the knight's hand. It swept through the air along with the white knight's movements. Thud. The white spear hit Ricky's chest. With the momentum from the horse, Ricky flew out with a cry of pain. He landed on the sand slope behind him, and countless waves of sand were stirred up. The white knight in the air also trembled because of the recoil. But he easily adjusted his posture in the air. The long spear drew a trajectory on the sand, and he landed gracefully. Thales was shocked. He understood that this was an ally. But in the next moment, the white knight suddenly turned around. The tip of his spear turned like a snake and lashed at Yodel, who had just ambushed Ricky. Thales tensed up. Whose side is he on? The masked protector nimbly parried the spear, and with a nimble but slightly pathetic roll, he avoided the attack. But on the other side, Zacriel frowned deeply. He picked up Ricky's longsword and wanted to help Yodel out of the predicament. But the white knight seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He withdrew his spear and turned around. A shocking scene appeared. With a crisp mechanical sound, the white spear, which originally had its rear hand acting as a lock and its front hand acting as an axis, magically changed its length. It retracted its front and thrust backwards, and the second tip of the spear protruded from its owner's rear hand. It was only then that Thales realized that it was a double-headed spear. And it can retract freely? In the blink of an eye, the white knight had already turned around. His front hand became his rear hand, and he thrust his spear at Zacriel. The moment the spear and the sword were about to clash, the Knight of Judgment's expression changed. He knew very well that a sword was at a huge disadvantage against a spear. He instinctively withdrew his sword, took 3 steps back, and barely avoided the white knight's thrust. The white knight was slightly surprised. He seemed to be puzzled by Zacriel's perfect evasion of his confident strike. At that moment, Ricky let out a shrill roar again, and it made everyone's hearts palpitate. In the billowing sand, Ricky rose again and rushed back into the battlefield. He rushed towards Zacriel, who had yet to gain his footing. The Knight of Judgment gritted his teeth slightly. But before he could react, a figure flashed in the air. Yodel appeared in Ricky's path and intercepted his knee. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk as the horn continued to sound, the battle between the 3 of them resumed. Ricky's momentum was aggressive. He was incredibly angry after being toyed with repeatedly, and he wanted to kill Zacriel. Yodel, who was hidden in the dark, moved back and forth. He dodged in a disheveled manner and tried his best to stop Ricky. While Zacriel defended himself calmly, he tried to find a chance to counterattack and cut off the demon's head again. But before Thales could react, the white knight moved again. He dragged his spear behind him and strode across the sand at an astonishing speed. He charged into the battlefield between the 3 people. At that moment, Thales felt his vision blur. In the chaos, the white knight did not have any qualms. He thrust his spear left and right, and it flew swiftly. He struck the enraged Ricky repeatedly, forcing the latter to slow down. At the same time Zacriel used the momentum to counterattack, the white knight thrust his spear forward and accurately intercepted the Knight of Judgment, causing him to return empty-handed. Occasionally, the white spear would strike at a cold and baffling angle. When ripples appeared in the air, it forced Yodel, who had intended to launch a sneak attack, back into the shadows in a flustered manner. The 3 of them were like 3 wolves fighting against each other, but before they could touch each other, they were interrupted by the strange spear in the middle. Everyone, including Thales, stared at the chaotic battle in a daze. That white knight, he's fighting against 3 alone? The figure moved back and forth in the sand. Thales felt his eyes sting as he watched. The white knight's body was incredibly agile. His feet were not his only fulcrum. He would occasionally move back and forth while the 2 ends of the spear tapped on the ground as an axis. Every single time, he would avoid danger. Thales could not help but be reminded of the flying locust blade. And his 2-headed white spear was like the most amazing weapon. It could extend and retract at will, and its length did not matter. It could move left and right, front and back. It could be used in any position and from any angle to deliver the fiercest and most precise attacks. With his agile body and fierce attacks, the white knight swung his spear in the air with a whistling sound, and it brought with it an intimidating momentum. He did not need to defend. He could force the enemy out of the threat zone. Finally, after the chaotic battle lasted for nearly 10 seconds, Zacriel seized the opportunity. He rushed forward, turned his long sword, and changed his target from Ricky to the white knight. The new knight frowned. He moved his body and parried with his spear, but in the next second, he found himself in an awkward position. He was separated from Yodel, and could only watch as Zacriel pounced on Ricky. Rip. The longsword cut into Ricky's shoulder blade. That's it? But Ricky raised his head swiftly, and with a fierce voice that had never been heard before, it made Zacriel frown and retreat. This voice seemed to be very unique. Thales, who was standing a little further away, cried out in pain and knelt on the ground. Then you're finished. With a ferocious expression, Ricky pulled out Everlasting Truth from his shoulder and rushed towards the unstable Knight of Judgment. Yodel wanted to go forward, but he, too, swayed under the shrill voice. But at this moment, when everyone was in a terrible state because of the roar, only the White Knight moved. He faced the incoming attack without being affected in the slightest. Like a white feather fluttering in the wind, he gracefully and calmly swept past Yodel. Only the White Knight's voice could be heard amid Ricky's terrifying voice. Quiet. It was a cold, clear voice. It was like a clear stream in an endless pool of filth. It cleansed people's hearts. It could not be questioned, refuted, or disobeyed. Ricky, who was still angry just a moment ago, instantly fell silent, as if he could not control himself. In the next second, the white spear lashed down like lightning. It struck Ricky's shoulder. Thud. That dull thud seemed to have come from the bottom of his heart. Ricky's long sword fell, and he knelt on the ground. Very good. The White Knight said softly, and then withdrew his spear. Ricky did not stand up again. He shook his head, as if to wake himself up. Soon, Ricky raised his head again and stared at the White Knight before him in disbelief. The yellow light in his eyes slowly faded away, and the wounds on his face slowly healed. You. Ricky mumbled. Thales, who was slowly approaching, finally saw the White Knight's appearance clearly. The knight was of average height, and he was slender. He looked to be in his 30s. He was dressed in a white riding uniform, neat and clean. He walked with an upright posture, and he had a natural imposing manner, as if he could not be shaken by the chaotic battle just now. The only thing that stood out was, the knight's left shoulder, where his pauldron should have been, was covered with a grayish-white, ugly, and huge, skull. It added a murderous air to him. The White Knight seemed to have sensed Thales' gaze. He turned his head warily. The moment he turned his head, the teenager felt as if he had used a blade to cut through the waves. The sharp mark he left behind was fleeting, but it was unforgettable. Under the light of dawn, Thales was stunned. Because, Thales suddenly realized that the man who had descended from the white horse was really a little, too handsome. He was so handsome that when his facial features turned to Thales, it was as if lightning had broken through the air. Even in broad daylight, he had the illusion of dispelling the darkness. His jet-black hair looked like the most ideal ink color for an oil painting. It complemented and highlighted his white traveling uniform. His skin was fair, but in the desert that was filled with yellow sand, he exuded a rare, robust, and heroic air. Below his left ear was an exquisite, sparkling silver earring. It was right above the ugly skull. And his gaze, Thales stared blankly. He only felt that the pair of faint amber eyes hid the most beautiful, but also the most lethal blade. It attracted every connoisseur, and at the same time, stabbed every person who was overly engrossed in it. The White Knight glanced at Thales and turned his head back. It was only then that Thales realized that he had rudely stared at him for a few seconds without taking his eyes off him. The handsome White Knight no longer paid attention to Ricky. Instead, he turned to the other two. Under his gaze, Yodel sheathed his supreme sword and quickly vanished into thin air. Smart, the White Knight said coldly. The battle stopped without a sound. The empty space under the sand dune became quiet again. The White Knight withdrew his right hand, and the magical white spear shrank to the length of an elbow, as if it was a magic trick. He put it away behind his back. He glanced at the mercenaries and royal guards behind him as if nothing had happened. His expression was very indifferent, as if there was nothing there. But it made the people behind him nervous. The White Knight did not say anything. He turned around and gestured at the sky. Asterisk rumble, asterisk the sound of hooves could be heard again. The cavaliers on the sand dune began to move again. The mercenaries and royal guards raised their heads warily. The cavaliers on the sand dune from all directions were getting closer. There were many of them, and there were already hundreds and thousands of them in sight. More cavaliers were still appearing from behind the sand dune, and they were slowly descending the slope. Coupled with the size of the horses, they looked like black ants that covered the entire mountain from afar. They came from every direction in a black mass, and it was incredibly oppressive. It was only then that Thales recognized them. The cavaliers in the front row all raised their bows and aimed at the crowd under the sand dune with hostility. It was as if they were going to fire 10,000 arrows at once with just one command. This made the people under the sand dune even more nervous. Hey, Barney Jr. was about to speak when he saw Hope, but he was held back by Samuel, who was behind him. Don't speak carelessly, Samuel said in a low voice. At the same time, he swept his gaze over his former colleagues with a warning gaze. He gestured at the White Knight with his chin. That bastard doesn't like people interrupting when he's doing things. Under the nervous and wary gazes of the crowd, the handsome White Knight walked to Zachriel. He lowered his head and looked at the warrior, who had a bloody nose, a swollen face, and wounds all over his body. He looked incredibly pathetic, but he still continued to fight. The handsome man's voice was cold and hollow. There was an inexplicable power in it, and it was like a cold current in the silent air. I recognize your brand. The man raised his head. Like an eagle, he accurately captured the figures of Barney Jr. and the others in the crowd. And all of you. The expressions of the royal guards darkened at the same time. Zachriel also stared at the White Knight in front of him. He narrowed his eyes, as if he remembered something. Ah, I recognize you too. A few seconds later, the Knight of Judgment smiled. Young man. Zachriel sighed. You are this generation's prison guard 8. Chapter 483. Prison guard? Thales' heart clenched. He remembered something and quickly walked forward. Behind him, Quick Rope caught the crossbow he threw in a flurry and caught up with Cannon in a disheveled manner. It's not easy to forget that face when you escorted us to prison. Zachriel's voice was a little dejected. Before him, the White Knight's expression did not change, but there was a hint of weariness in his exquisite and handsome features. And you should be in prison, the handsome man said coldly. Not here. Zachriel shook his head and said nothing. The cavaliers around them drew closer, and they almost dyed the yellow sand dunes in front of them black. They were piercing and oppressive. The man in white turned around. The skull on his left shoulder swayed slightly. He looked at Ricky, who sat on the ground. Blood whistle, sword peddler. This time, there was a shocking chill in the man's eyes. All of you shouldn't be here. All of you should be, where you should be. There was a disturbing meaning in the handsome man's words. Many of the mercenaries could not help but gulp when their identities were called out. Ricky's appearance had returned to normal. He stared at the knight in front of him and answered respectfully, I'm sorry, Your Grace. I'm sorry, sir. We're on a mission. Ricky shrugged. His expression was resigned and innocent. But we ran into some accidents. The handsome man frowned slightly. Your mission, at that moment, Thales, who had already approached the knight and could no longer hold back, spoke loudly. Don't believe him. I am the second prince, but in the next moment, the White Knight suddenly moved. He turned his right arm, and the tip of a spear appeared out of thin air to attack Thales. The teenager, who was thinking about how to explain, did not even have the time to react before he felt his body sway. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the air became blurry. The moment Thales could see the scene in front of him clearly, he was already leaning against Yodel's chest, protected by the latter's left arm. In front of the masked protector, the gray supreme sword blocked the white tip of the spear. Cannon and Zacriel had already drawn their weapons without a sound. Their expressions were solemn, and they were ready to attack at any moment. Interrupt me again. The White Knight stared at Thales. His amber eyes shone with cold, murderous intent, causing others to forget about his handsome face. I'll kill you. Thales stared blankly at the tip of the spear that was only a few inches away from him. He was momentarily speechless. You can't. Yodel shook off the tip of the man's spear and pulled Thales up. You don't know who he is. The White Knight retracted his spear. The spear turned back into a short spear and was sheathed on his back. I don't care. The handsome man said coldly, the same goes for you, Anonymous, no matter what your relationship with the Secret Intelligence Department is. The earring on his left ear swayed gently, still as exquisite as before, as if he had not seen the tense scene just now. Cannon and Zacriel, who were the closest to them, sighed in relief. It was only then that Thales regained his breathing. He touched his heartbeat, which had started beating again, and stared at Yodel in astonishment. But the masked protector just shook his head without saying a word, as usual. The White Knight turned to Ricky again. Your mission? Ricky smiled. Ongoing. Crassus of the Disaster Swords looked at the increasingly dazzling red light in the east in resignation. I believe that you will see the progress very soon. The White Knight was silent for a while before he spoke again. Your accident? Ricky sighed. Please allow me to introduce you. Ricky extended his hand and gestured at Thales. This is Prince Thales Jadestar, one of our accidents tonight. Ricky's expression was resigned when he said this. Whispers immediately rose from the cavaliers who were closer to him. The White Knight frowned, but it made his face, which looked like it came out of an oil painting, even more vivid and eye-catching. He turned his head and sized up Thales carefully. It was probably the first time in his life that he was stared at by such a handsome man. Thales felt that his clothes and appearance did not quite fit the standard of a prince. For some reason, he felt his face burn. The White Knight turned his head and spoke to Ricky again. I need an explanation. Thales was shocked. But Yodel immediately pressed down on his shoulder and stopped him from speaking. Williams doesn't like to be interrupted. The masked protector bent down and whispered into the teenager's ear, and he is serious. As Yodel spoke, he added another sentence in his heart. It doesn't matter if you are a prince or not. Williams? Thales was surprised. Oh, it's my fault for not introducing you. That caused the misunderstanding between you, respected Prince Thales. Just as Thales searched for the memory of this name, Ricky seemed to have just come to his senses. He gave Thales an apologetic smile. The one standing before you now is the legend of the battlefield at the eastern border of the desert. The mercenary leader extended his hand to gesture at the ridiculously handsome knight before him. Adjectives flew out of his mouth as if they cost nothing. The thunder wings on horseback. The ruthless killer who can travel 10,000 miles. The terrifying nightmare of the mixed breeds and barren breeds. Thales looked at the handsome knight before him and listened to the adjectives. He only felt his heart become a mess. Legend, thunder, killer, nightmare. Compared to the black mass of cavaliers around him, the White Knight's figure was particularly eye-catching. And the only master of Blade Fang's Dune. Ricky sighed slightly. The gaze he gave the man became more complicated. Baron Roman Williams. Roman Williams. Baron? Thales frowned. Roman, on the other hand, only listened to Ricky's words coldly, not saying a word. Of course, you can also call him. Ricky heaved a sigh of relief. He used the tone he was most wary of to call out that name. The legendary wing. The legendary wing. Thales furrowed his eyebrows tightly. His thoughts raced. Among the three commanders of Constellation, the one with the most terrifying reputation, the most contradictory, and the most complicated. He rose to power during the Bloody Year and the Desert War. He slaughtered countless people, and he even trapped and killed 6,000 orc captives alive. He once returned to Eternal Star City with a triumphant reputation. He brought his army along with the king and paraded around Eternal Star City. From then on, he was rumored to be the one who could conquer Western Desert with his face. The legendary Wing? The legendary Wing himself, the handsome and terrifying Roman Williams, who was rumored to be fierce and terrifying, stared at Thales indifferently. His expression did not change. At that moment, Thales' gaze was fixed on the hideous skull on the knight's left shoulder. He recognized it. It was an orc skull. However, at that moment, bang. A loud sound came faintly from afar. It was like thunder behind the clouds. The crowd burst into an uproar. The cavaliers stationed on the sand dune were also shocked. They comforted their anxious horses. Thales instinctively looked in the direction of the loud sound, and he was immediately shocked. It was Blade Fang's camp. A puff of black smoke rose slowly from the direction of the camp. Everyone stared blankly at the unique situation in Blade Fang's camp. Only Ricky, who sat on the ground, exhaled and smiled. Roman turned his head around. Anger could be seen in his eyes. He roared angrily at the cavaliers on the slope. Frank? However, even his roar was clear and penetrating, as if it had the power to cleanse people's hearts. Soon, a gray-haired middle-aged knight in full armor walked out of the crowd and looked at the camp in the distance, where black smoke rose. The eternal oil has exploded, sir. The old knight named Frank frowned and said, "Those damn old soldiers. Those damn old soldiers. After we left, they didn't even know how to manage military supplies and logistics." But at that moment, a second puff of black smoke rose slowly from the other side of the camp. The legendary Wing's expression became even worse. Wait, that is, Frank's gaze focused, and his tone began to change. The second source of fire, in the direction of the shops. It's arson on purpose. His voice caused a commotion among the cavaliers. Many of them began to whisper anxiously. But with just a turn of Roman's head, everyone who was swept by his gaze subconsciously shut their mouths. The army returned to silence. But as if the heavens wanted to play a joke on this handsome knight who liked silence, a few seconds later, a horn that was hurried and made people panic came from the direction of the camp. Woo. 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 3 consecutive blasts. The sound spread throughout the wilderness. This time, the mercenaries and the cavaliers finally erupted in a shock and uproar that was difficult to suppress. The handsome Roman seemed to be unable to take it anymore. He did not bother to restrain his subordinates, but quickly turned his head around and shouted in the direction of another hill. "Felicia!" A commotion rose among the cavaliers. A red-haired female cavalier shouted and chased away the people who blocked her way. She rode to the foot of the sand dune. It was clear that Felicia was a rare beauty, but she had strangely shaved off the left side of her head, and there was a strange tattoo on her face. It reminded Thales of Ralph, who was beside him. "Sir, the messenger has confirmed it. It's an invasion alert," Felicia said in exasperation. 7th grade. As they watched the smoking camp in the distance and listened to the increasingly urgent horn blasts, the commotion in the army grew louder. In the midst of the commotion, the legendary Wing lowered his head and said nothing. Perhaps it was because of his attitude, or perhaps it was because of the strict military discipline, but soon, the restless cavaliers calmed down. What left a deep impression on Thales was that when an astonishing number of cavaliers calmed down from the commotion, the soundless silence that instantly disappeared was also astonishing. In the terrifying silence, Roman slowly turned his head around and looked at Ricky, who was on the ground. "You?" Ricky exhaled softly and raised his head with a smile. He stared at the legendary Wing, who had an overwhelming advantage in terms of strength and numbers, without flinching. "Yes, Lord Baron. What you are seeing now is our mission." Whispers rose among the cavaliers. Thales frowned and looked at the crowd. Stake had been knocked unconscious during the chaotic battle just now, and he was still unconscious. Roman's expression was calm. There was not a hint of emotion on his handsome face. How did you do it? Ricky shrugged and spread his hands in resignation. Oh, this is all thanks to my comrades from Shadow Shield. This time, Roman interrupted him without hesitation. His tone was cold. What happened? Ricky was silent after he was interrupted. He lowered his gaze and pondered for a while before he raised his gaze. The prisoners in White Prison, Ricky's tone was natural, and he was not panicked at all. They have been released, and they are looting and causing chaos in the camp. Ricky smiled and continued to speak. And the military supplies warehouse, which concerns the survival of the garrison army, is burning fiercely. It is shaking the army's morale. The cavaliers began to stir again. Ricky looked in the direction of the camp and clicked his tongue. But now, the suzerains of Western Desert, the only ones who have the garrison army in the camp and have the strength to deal with them, are on the verge of internal strife and mutiny because of an assassination attempt by a feuding noble. As for the highest level of alert, level 7, Ricky listened to the indistinct sound of the horn beside his ears and chuckled. The gray mixed breeds and barren breeds led by Shattered Stone Tribe and Shureran Tribe have sneaked back from outside the camp. They are preparing to use this opportunity to launch a surprise attack and invade Blade Fang's camp while it is busy with its own affairs. They will plunder to their heart's content and wash away the humiliation they suffered during the Desert War 11 years ago. Shattered Stone Tribe? Thales was shocked. The army on the sand dunes around them finally burst into an uproar. The middle-aged knight, Frank, was first stunned before he roared in anger. F***CKU, but Roman suddenly raised his hand. Frankie's curse was stuck in his mouth. In the next moment, the army became quiet again. No one dared to whisper anymore. Roman raised his head and glanced at the camp where black smoke billowed out. Indeed, they are selling swords, Roman said coldly. You have exceeded my expectations. Ricky nodded. He looked rather sentimental. Tonight is not an ordinary night. There are some small surprises. Both of them were silent for a few seconds. In the next moment, Roman suddenly spoke. So, what do you want? When he said this, the royal guards, Frank, and Felicia looked at the legendary wing in surprise. Ricky smiled. You do have sharp reflexes, Your Grace. He stood up and gestured to his subordinates before he bowed respectfully. We, the friendly and kind Blood Whistle, are your mercenary companions, Baron. Ricky hooked his finger. Klein immediately patted an unconscious captive awake and brought him forward. We will offer you the highest person in charge of Shadow Shield in Northland, Stake. Ricky looked at the frightened expression on Stake's face when he woke up in front of the cavaliers. He smiled faintly. His appearance will make the assassins who have been causing trouble in the dark give up on their target and flee in all directions. The legendary wing frowned and did not speak. We will also return the only heir of Constellation, Prince Thales Jadestar. Ricky extended his arm to the nearby Thales, who could not help but grit his teeth. His status is enough to suppress those wild and unruly suzerains of Western Desert in your camp. Ricky observed the other man's expression and seized the opportunity to smile humbly. Of course, we will also offer you an opportunity. Ricky pointed at the camp in the distance, where black smoke billowed out. You do not have to waste those opportunities on us bumpkins who have hostages in our hands. You can use them to quell the chaos and turn the tide. This time, even Zakriel began to frown. He re-evaluated the man who had been a crazy, ruthless, and belligerent demon just a moment ago, but had now become the level-headed and wise Crassus. The legendary wing still did not speak. We, Blood Whistle, will use all of the above to buy from you, Your Grace. Ricky nodded respectfully. Our lives, safety, and freedom. Chapter 484. The crimson hue in the east began to fade, and the sky became brighter. But the atmosphere on the sand became stranger. Under countless gazes, Roman, who was as handsome as a painting, stared coldly at Ricky, whose armor was damaged and covered in blood, but who was not injured at all. Thales sucked in a deep breath and turned to look at his surroundings. The cavaliers who were ready for battle, the nervous mercenaries, the royal guards who had complicated emotions, and the many and exquisite blade fangs camp in the distance. He was deep in thought. Finally, the legendary wing turned to Stake, who was guarded by Klein. Shadow. Shield. Roman looked into Stake's eyes, which were filled with indignation and pain. Stake stared at the handsome man in front of him and realized something. He no longer struggled pointlessly, but frowned and fell into deep thought. More. Ricky raised his arms with a smile on his face. He has a close relationship with all of you here. Aside from the fact that he is the mastermind behind most of the chaos tonight. The leader of the disaster swords pointed at Blade Fang's camp in the distance. His tone was mysterious. He is also the main culprit who colluded with the enemy to sneak into Blade Fang's dune and assassinate Herman Jadestar during the bloody year 18 years ago. Thales sighed. Stake closed his eyes in indignation. At that moment, the sand became quiet. For a moment, only the howling of the wind could be heard. Even the intimidating gaze of the legendary wing froze. In the next second, the cavalier officers in the first row on the sand dune burst into an uproar. What? Frank frowned in disbelief. Are you talking about Ghost Prince Tower? And the fall of the camp? This person? For a moment, countless pairs of eyes were trained on Stake. Ricky nodded and looked at the scene he caused with satisfaction. A surprise gift, right? Zacriel, who was obviously exhausted, sat on the ground and stared at Stake with a profound gaze. Damn you, Samuel, that guy. Barney Jr. pushed Samuel hard, but perhaps because of the arrows around him, he did not continue to attack. Did you always know? Samuel only pursed his lips and did not speak. In the slightly chaotic scene, Thales looked at the person who had the most authority. The legendary wing did not say anything, and he did not restrain his subordinates, who were in an uproar. The White Knight only stared at Stake, who had his eyes closed. His attitude was unclear, and he did not move. That's impossible. The female knight, Felicia, gritted her teeth. It was obvious that she had recalled some unpleasant memories. When I was young, I saw the scene of an execution. The king had already killed the assassins that night, but at this moment, the silent Roman finally raised his right hand. The uproar of discussions and whispers in the army were all put to a stop. It was as if that hand possessed supreme majesty. Soon enough, the mercenaries and royal guards quietened down. Everyone looked at Roman's actions with solemn but nervous expressions. However, the legendary wing only turned his head around slightly and looked at Ricky. Evidence? The corners of Ricky's mouth twitched. He reached into his bosom confidently. I have a letter, but halfway through his words, Ricky seemed to have remembered something. He put down his hand and looked at the prince in the distance with a strange expression. Ahem, our prince has a letter written by Prince Herman. On it is the signature and date of his death. It is the spoils of war that the leader of the assassins took away that year. Stake opened his eyes and stared at Ricky in disbelief. Roman's gaze immediately shot towards Thales like lightning, and Thales shuddered. Yodel's words rose in the air and crept into Thales' ears. Give it to him. Thales frowned and cast a glance at the legendary wing's perfect face, but he still obediently took out the letter and handed it over with trembling hands. Roman stared at the expensive letter. He was silent for 2 seconds before he slowly took it and opened it to read. Stake's expression became even more gloomy. Ricky only said nothing and waited quietly. Finally, under the gazes of hundreds and thousands of pairs of eyes, Roman put down the letter. Ricky exhaled. See, I didn't lie to you. So. The legendary wing did not speak. Only his amber eyes shone faintly, reflecting the boundless desert. Crassus. Do you think that he will let you go just because you used the prince and me as a bargaining chip? At that moment, Steak, whose face was ashen and defeated, let out a broken laugh that was close to despair. He is the legendary Wing. He is resolute, ruthless, and merciless. Under everyone's disgusted gazes, Steak coldly stared at Ricky, who betrayed him. He said viciously, "Let's not talk about whether he likes your threat or not. Obviously, it will be more beneficial for him to eat all of you." The mercenary's expressions instantly became very unpleasant. At that moment, a voice that was not very harmonious rose into the air. Ahem, about that, everyone frowned and turned to the teenager who was ignored. "Can I get it back?" Thales ignored Yodel's anxious reminder from behind him. While he touched his head, he smiled foolishly and extended his hand to Roman. "You know that it belongs to my uncle?" Everyone stared at him in a daze. It was as if someone had popped a balloon, and the tense atmosphere instantly dissipated. Roman frowned for a few seconds, as if he wanted to reevaluate the teenager who dared to interrupt him again. And Thales could only brace himself and endure it. His smile froze. Fortunately, perhaps because he had confirmed his identity, the legendary Wing did not threaten to kill him at every turn. Instead, he extended his hand in an abnormal manner and returned the letter to Thales. Asterisk tick, tick. Asterisk by the side, Ricky narrowed his eyes and imitated the sound of the clock. "Time is passing, Your Grace." He pointed at the smoking Blade Fang's camp in the distance. Roman did not answer him. Instead, he turned to the third dune. "Duro?" On the third dune, a sturdy knight rode out from a group of cavaliers who were dressed very casually and arrived in front of the legendary Wing. Thales and Quick Rope both moved. They recognized him. It was Duro. He was the psionic warrior they met on their way back. He was the boss of the Freak Squad in the Stardust unit. "The lads are ready, Your Grace," Duro, whose left arm was thicker than his right, answered respectfully. "Anytime." Roman stared at the camp in the distance and nodded. "Of course, if you want, we can snatch the prince back right now." Duro looked at Thales. It was obvious that he did not recognize the teenager, who was even more disheveled than he was during their journey in the desert. He then glanced at the mercenaries in disdain. "Then, we only need one charge. We don't even need to use Karl's rotating troops, and we can crush all of them." Duro's gaze was filled with hostility and murderous intent, just like the other cavaliers' gazes. His words made the mercenaries and the royal guards nervous. Only Ricky sighed unhurriedly. "I have another piece of news for you, Your Grace." Crassus, the current leader of the Disaster Swords, narrowed his eyes. "One of your deputies seems to be called Duro?" In the next second, Ricky pointed at Duro, then at Steak. "He has been selling information to Shadow Shield for a long time." Thales frowned. He first remembered Duro's act of accumulating wealth, then he remembered the conversation between the three parties in the tavern. Duro, who was named, was first stunned, then his expression changed. He urged his horse to charge at Ricky. He was furious. "CK your mothers." At that moment, Klein and Joseph instinctively moved closer to protect Ricky, who was still smiling. The cavaliers in the first few rows also aimed their bows and drew their swords. Even Thales' arm was grabbed by Yodel, who was hiding in the dark. The scene instantly became chaotic. At that moment, whoosh. White light flashed. The white long spear instantly appeared in the legendary Wing's hand, and he stabbed it into the sand with one hand. At that moment, Thales felt as if the air around him had been replaced by water. All the noisy sounds stopped. Roman spoke softly, but he sounded as if he was talking in his sleep beside everyone's ears. "Silence." Thales shuddered. This sentence seemed to have some sort of power that forced the chaotic crowd to stop their hands and mouths. They also subconsciously stopped moving. 1 second, 2 seconds, no one spoke, no one moved. The scene instantly became quiet again. Only the rustling of the wind could be heard. The legendary Wing then pulled out his long spear and put it back on his back. The people in the area looked as if they had just woken up from a dream. They seemed to have remembered how to breathe. Sir. Duro's steed raised its front hooves. It stood up like a human and stopped moving. Duro pointed at Ricky angrily. He was so angry that his lips trembled, and he spoke incoherently. This son of a b*tch. He's so bad, but the legendary wing only glanced at him. His words. Is it true? When he saw his superior's face, Duro's words instantly froze. But he immediately reacted. How is that possible? I don't know this so-called assassin at all. However, Ricky gently pushed Joseph away, who was shielding him behind him. He chuckled and said, but he told me that your wife and daughter are seriously ill, right? Duro was stunned. Maybe you'll do something unusual for them? Duro gritted his teeth. He glanced at the cavaliers around him and said angrily, don't you *king slander me. At that moment, the legendary wing spoke softly again. I hate arguing. It was just 3 short words, but they were like holy words from a religion. They instantly made Duro and Ricky shut their mouths. Roman raised his head slightly. His eyes were like lightning as he stared straight at Duro. You only need to say yes or no. Duro panicked. Of course not. I was promoted by you, and I have always been loyal to you, but he was interrupted by his superior again. But you don't sound so sure. The legendary wing's voice was still steady and hollow. It sounded as if it came from the horizon. Duro instantly froze. He stared into his superior's eyes and instinctively lowered his head. He seemed to be hesitating. My wife and daughter are indeed not in good health, Your Grace. Duro's tone was a little soft. He rubbed the reins with his hands, and he spoke with great difficulty. I can't pay for my labor. Sometimes, I will think of ways to earn some money with some merchants. The legendary wing frowned. Felicia, who was by the side, saw Duro's embarrassment. She could not hold it in anymore. Your Grace, we should deal with these things in the future, but before she finished speaking, Frank, who had urged his horse to her side, pressed down on her shoulder. The middle-aged knight shook his head at the puzzled Felicia. As a bystander, Thales frowned slightly. Earn money? With information? Ricky snorted softly and looked at Stake. Your wife and daughter are not sick. They are just periodically poisoned by these assassins. At this moment, Duro's expression finally changed drastically. He turned to Stake, who seemed to be unafraid of death. What? Ricky said sarcastically. You don't have to thank me, but this is the cause. On the other side, Stake, who was subdued, laughed so hard that he bent over. The legendary wing looked at Duro quietly. So, you are indeed selling information? Duro's face was livid. He looked around at his colleagues and was extremely flustered. It's just some unimportant information. You know, Blade Fang's camp does not have a police station. The merchants are always worried about security and want to get some insider information. His colleague, Frank, sighed softly. But Roman interrupted Duro. For example, this time, the so-called information about the various armies gathering in Blade Fang's camp, and the main regular army mobilizing on a large scale? Duro's words died in his throat. He was terrified, and the successive blows made him unable to react to them. But I don't know, Your Grace. I really don't know about those merchants, the legendary wing still responded coldly. By the side, Felicia could no longer continue watching. Your Grace, she said tentatively. We should first rescue the camp, but Roman interrupted her without hesitation. The camp is always impregnable. He stared at Duro, who was drenched in sweat. The coldness in his voice even infected the air. But my deputies may not always be the same. These words caused Frank and Felicia, who were beside him, to shudder and fall silent at the same time. Duro shuddered. Your Grace. Roman took a step forward and slowly approached Duro's steed. Your family member is seriously ill. Why didn't you come to me? Duro was clearly taller than Roman when he rode on the horse, but at that moment, he looked like a trembling mouse that saw a cat catching mice. In the next second, Thales only saw a flash of white light before his eyes, and it was followed by Duro's pained screams. Ah! The cavaliers in the first few rows cried out in surprise. When the shocked Thales turned his gaze around, Duro had already landed on the ground. The leader of the freaks did not die. He lay on the sand and panted in shock while he stared at the white spear in front of his chest. The tip of the spear was only a few inches away from his throat. True, because you know, Roman said coldly. I don't care. The legendary wing turned around, and the white spear returned to his back. It was only then that Duro breathed a sigh of relief after surviving a disaster. Just like the other cavaliers. Snake shooter, Roman said loudly. On the third sand dune, a cavalier was pushed by someone, and he hurriedly urged his horse forward. By the looks of it, he was a little flustered. Your Grace. Thales recognized him. He was another psionic under Duro's command, and he had met him once in the desert. The legendary wing looked up. From now on, you are the new leader of the freaks. The cavalier known as Snake Shooter was stunned. He looked at leader Duro, who was on the ground. Huh? But Frank grabbed his arm by the side to stop the panicked Snake Shooter from continuing to speak. As for you, after today, you will retire. Roman looked at Duro, who was lying on the ground with a dazed expression. Go to Nikolai and solve the problem of money. You have too much in common, ranging from stupidity to blindness. He snorted coldly and turned around, allowing Duro to be helped up by Snake Shooter and Felicia. But in the next moment, the legendary wing walked toward Stake. This instantly attracted many people's gazes. Under Ricky's signal, Klein gently let go of Stake's arm. So, it's you. Roman stared at Stake coldly. 18 years ago, you extended your hand to the camp, and now, you extend your hand to my army. The legendary wing's voice was light and hollow, but there was a chill in it. You. Stake froze for a moment, as if he was frightened by the other party's aura. He then sighed. It's just work. Stake lowered his head and coughed violently a few times. He looked very disheveled. Just like you, Your Grace, I only obey orders from a higher authority. Thales remembered something, and he frowned slightly. I do not obey orders, assassin, the legendary wing answered coldly. I only protect my property. Roman walked forward slowly. As he spoke, his handsome facial features seemed to have turned into a sharp steel blade in an instant, and he stared at everyone who stared at him. And Blade Fang's camp is my property. No one can touch it. Roman stared at Stake intently. No one. Stake stared at him in a daze, as if he was a little frightened by the Baron at this moment. You don't need to be like this, Your Grace. I have already admitted defeat, and I will cooperate with you. Stake seemed to have lost his composure a little when he sensed the meaning behind the other party's words, but he still tried his best to save himself. All of this, including all the assassinations during the entire bloody year, was the handiwork of our master. His name is Teng. The Secret Intelligence Department definitely knows him. And I can help you, help the Secret Intelligence Department, and help Constellation find him. Stake cast an indignant glance at Thales. He has a terrifying secret in his hands, including the mastermind of the bloody year. It concerns the fate of all of Constellation. Frank and Felicia looked at each other. Even Zacriel pursed his lips tightly. But this time, Stake made a miscalculation. But Blade Fang's camp belongs to me. The master of Blade Fang's camp, the legendary wing, Roman Williams stared at Stake and said softly, It belongs to me. It only belongs to me. Thales watched this scene quietly. Stake was anxious. Of course, and you protected it very well. Listen, I know who participated in this incident. The Northlanders, the secret room, and even other forces of power. I can bring you to them. I still have a lot of resources that can be used by my subordinates. You can treat me as, but in the next moment, the legendary wing moved. A strange white light instantly flashed and turned into a long spear that went straight for Steak's heart. Asterisk rip. Asterisk the sound of flesh being torn rose. Thales tensed up. In the next second, Steak lowered his head in a daze and saw endless blood gushing out of his chest. No. He did not understand. The legendary wing continued speaking. He was cold, unwavering, and emotionless, as if he did not hear Steak's words. That's mine. He stared at Steak from above, as if he was looking at a powerless, struggling worm. Steak seemed to finally understand his fate. He lifted his gaze from the fatal wound on his chest and tried his best to squeeze out a final, broken smile. Then, it turned into a ferocious look. Phantom. Phantom's shadow shall never be destroyed, forever, but the white light flashed again, and it sliced through Steak's neck. Steak's fierce last words came to an abrupt end. Those who want to take it from my hands. Roman held the severed head expressionlessly and let the spear in his right hand drip with blood. You will have to pay the price. Steak's headless body fell limp on the ground. Thales widened his eyes as he watched this scene. Shadow Shield Steak, the person who once manipulated the situation in Dragon Cloud City and Blade Fang's camp at night, died quietly in a corner of the desert just like that. He did not even have time to finish his last words. But in the next moment, Roman retracted the spear in his hand, turned it into a short spear, and stabbed it into the head's mouth. His next action made quick rope cover his mouth in horror. Thales stared at Roman's actions in a daze. He leisurely and skillfully used the short spear to tear the flesh on the head back and forth. Cut. Everyone's expressions changed. Amid the terrifying sound of friction, flesh and bone flew, and blood flowed. Roman's movements were skillful, and his expression was indifferent. It was as if he was cutting vegetables. The people around him felt a chill in their hearts as they watched. Fortunately, Roman did not like to talk much, or else Thales guessed that he would definitely hum a tune at that moment. Soon, after a few seconds, only 2 bloody holes were left in Steak's eyes, which had died with everlasting regret. His lower jaw had also been separated from his head. The head became even more hideous, and the blood continued to drip down. It made Thales' skin crawl. Roman put away the spear and turned the head in his hand left and right with great interest. That expression, it was as if he was watching a craft. This thought made Thales feel disgusted. Everyone's expressions were unpleasant. Only Frank coughed. Sir. The legendary wing then turned around and tossed half of Steak's head to Frank. The latter endured great disgust and caught it. He turned the bloody eye holes to the other side. Roman's expression was indifferent. He did not show any emotion, but Thales felt that he was in a good mood at that moment. He grabbed a handful of sand and rubbed the blood stains on his hands. Deal with it on the spot first, then burn it after the war. Burn it? Thales frowned. Carusa Shattered Stone Chief's quality is not bad. In the face of his subordinate's strange gazes, Roman shook his shoulders and tapped the ugly half of an orc skull on his left shoulder. It's just that it's been more than 10 years, and I'm a little tired of wearing it. I want to change it. The legendary wing pointed at the ferocious head that Frank had tied onto the horse and said softly, be gentle. End of chapter. Chapter 485. Be gentle. Thales felt suffocated when he heard that. Under almost everyone's unpleasant expressions, Ricky coughed. Can I treat this as a deal being made? Since we've done you so much, help? This sentence brought Roman, who had just completed his artistic creation, back to reality. The legendary wing slowly turned around and walked towards Ricky. His footsteps were slow, but there was a rhythm to them that made one's heart tremble. Klein and Joseph stared at the Baron, who made them shudder uncontrollably. They wanted to brace themselves and go forward, but Ricky stopped them. The leader of the mercenaries went up to him without fear. "Sir?" Roman and Ricky stared at each other. One of them was indifferent, and the other was calm. The people around them became nervous. Many of the mercenaries and cavaliers tightened their grip on their weapons. The royal guards instinctively stood together and drew closer to Thales. But Thales lowered his gaze and sank into deep thought. Finally, after a few suffocating seconds, the legendary wing snorted softly. "Take your men and get lost. Blade Fang's dune no longer welcomes you." Once he said that, many people breathed a sigh of relief. "And if you dare come back," Roman did not continue. Ricky smiled and nodded. "Very good. Very fair. Then, good luck. And, happy working with you." Ricky extended his palm. But the legendary wing, with an indifferent expression, did not even look at him. He walked past him and walked towards his subordinates. Ricky raised his eyebrows and retracted his palm in resignation. The cavaliers in the first few rows put away their weapons when Frank and the others signaled them to. "That's great," Quick Rope whispered gratefully behind Thales. "No need to fight anymore." On the other side, Roman led his white horse back and loudly gave orders to the people around him. "Felicia." At that moment, Roman's previous bloodthirst and abnormality were gone. He became agile and straightforward, and he had his own awe-inspiring presence. "Send out the flying wing cavaliers. Occupy the lookout points around us and observe the enemy. Don't be in a hurry to engage in battle. If the Baron and mixed breeds really come, I want to know each and every one of their positions." The female cavalier shouted in response to the Baron's orders. Under her lead, hundreds of cavaliers on one of the sand dunes turned around in an orderly manner and disappeared into the rolling sand. The legendary wing turned his head around. "Frank. Poe. Equip the Edge-Breaker cavalry and feed them the last of their rations, including those who have only been here for a month. Especially Poe, your new recruits who came from the inland. I will come later. Remember, we all have 4 legs. Try to fight outside on flat ground." Poe, another knight beside Frank, seemed to be a little puzzled. "Shouldn't we first light the beacon and ask for help?" Roman answered without hesitation, "Who are you pointing at? Ruins or Brave Soul's castle? You must know that the men of the Western Desert are shivering in their camps, waiting for us to save them." Frank and Poe nodded in response, then led their respective subordinates to ride away. Thales quietly watched Roman deploy his troops. His frown deepened. Just like that, half of the cavalrymen left in a grandiose manner. The scene was no less imposing than when they had first arrived. Snake Hand. The new leader of the freak squad was stunned for a few seconds before he hurriedly replied, "My lord?" Roman glanced at him. "Prepare the guards, especially the freaks. Once we deal with the outside, there will only be thugs and rebels left in the camp. It won't be very difficult, but it will be very troublesome." Snake Hand hurriedly responded to him and led his new subordinates away in a rather unpracticed manner. There were immediately only 200 to 300 cavaliers left on the sand dunes around them. By the looks of it, they were Roman's most trusted personal guards. Before Thales' eyes, the mercenaries began to count their luggage and number of people under Klein and the others' orders. Roman finally turned around and ordered the remaining cavaliers, "Carl. You and my personal guards will bring the prince to the first supply outpost in the east." Thales instinctively raised his head. The legendary wing lowered his head and stared at Zacriel, who sat on the ground. "Also, keep an eye on the prisoners in the prison of bones. Send them back after the war." Roman said coldly, "They do not belong to the sunlight." The expressions of the royal guards darkened at the same time. Roman walked to his white horse. The cavaliers surged forward and stared at the prisoners with hostile gazes. Thales sucked in a deep breath and refused a cavalier officer's attempt to help him up the horse. They helped me a lot in the prison of bones. They even saved my life. The prince walked forward and attracted many people's gazes. Can you let them go? Barney Jr. and Belden's eyes sparkled. But the legendary wing only shook his head coldly. They are prisoners. Roman did not even look at Thales. He just packed his luggage and minded his own business. And I am the prison warden. Move faster. We still have a mess to clean up. Thales clenched his fists tightly. On the other side, 3 cavaliers roughly pushed Bruley, who seemed to be the biggest among them, to the ground. The latter struggled continuously. Hey! Barney Jr. protested, but he was immediately pushed down by countless cavaliers and tied up. Thales took a deep breath. It's nothing. Don't resist. Zacriel calmly waited for the cavaliers to drag him up from the ground and tie his hands. At the same time, he tried to persuade the others. We are just returning to the place where we belong. His tone was very normal, as if this was just a stroll. Very soon, Tardin, Cannon, and Belden were all escorted away. Barney Jr. gave him a sarcastic and resigned smile. Zacriel gave him the most profound expression. Thales stood where he was and watched everything quietly. Cheer up, everyone. At least we saw real sunlight, and not those damned flames. Tardin was forced to walk, but he still straightened his neck and looked in the direction of the sunrise. He smiled with tears in his eyes. It was as if he could not bear to part with the last ray of sunlight. Thales watched expressionlessly as the cavaliers took away the prisoners from the royal guards and tied the ropes from their hands to their mounts. Belden, who was the last to be escorted past him, sighed at Thales. Take care, Your Highness. We can only escort you up to here. At least, you are safe. Thales nodded bitterly. He had a lot on his mind, but he did not speak. Hey, I'm not committing a crime. The prince turned his head and found that Quick Rope was also escorted away. The pitiful man struggled, and he was so excited that he shouted with a Camian and Northland accent. Why? Thales. I'm the prince's favorite attendant. My father is new, that's something Casso. But the cavaliers ignored his protests and continued to escort him to the row of prisoners. Thales shut his eyes tightly while he struggled and shouted. Then, he opened them abruptly. Baron Williams. For the 3rd time, the prince rejected a cavalier's invitation to get on his horse. He walked resolutely towards the legendary wing and said loudly, "Let them go." Under Roman's surprised gaze, Thales gritted his teeth. Anyway, the prison of bones has already been broken. If you are worried about your responsibility as a prison guard to guard the prison of bones, then... He raised his head. I will bear the responsibility. In the name of the heir to the kingdom, Thales Jade Star. His voice attracted a lot of attention. Roman glanced at the cavaliers around him, who were somewhat curious about the prince. They lowered their heads and went about their own tasks. The legendary wing turned his head around and strode forward until he was a few inches away from Thales. He lowered his head and looked down at him. Before you tell me what to do, tell me, Prince. Roman said coldly. His handsome face had a different kind of sharpness at this moment. Do I look like your father? Thales pursed his lips and gritted his teeth. Roman did not intend to wait for his answer. He snorted coldly. Then don't cry to me. The legendary wing lowered his body and whispered into Thales' ear, that's right. Because I don't care whose son you are or which kingdom you are going to inherit. Thales' face immediately turned livid with rage. But you are a baron of the kingdom. You are stationed in Constellation's territory, and you control the regular army of the royal family. The prince suppressed the anger in his chest with great difficulty. His face was red. The baron snorted. Very well. Then let me guess, what you're thinking now is when I become king, I'll make you pay? Am I right? Thales clenched his fists tighter and tighter. Don't wonder how I know what you think. Roman sneered and whispered, because, that's what the trash would think. Once he finished speaking, Roman straightened his back and left in front of Thales, who had an unpleasant expression on his face. The prince was left alone in the wind, trembling in anger. Ricky walked over from the side. He looked at Roman's back, then at the sullen Thales. He seemed to have understood something. But he only shook his head. I guess this is our separation, Your Highness. Thales suppressed his temper and turned to him. Ricky smiled faintly. Don't forget your sin of Hell's River. We are full of expectations for your future. Thales clenched his fists tightly. Samuel also has a brand on his face. If I remind Williams that Samuel was also rescued by you from the prison of bones, do you think he will be locked up with Williams? Ricky was taken aback by the words that came out of nowhere, but he quickly reacted. Yes, it's possible. Ricky shrugged and smiled. But do you really have the heart to do that? After Samuel suffered for so many years for your royal family, he still ended up like this? Thales took a deep breath and closed his eyes. I see. Ricky glanced at him in puzzlement. In the end, he raised his eyebrows and strode towards his mercenaries. As he listened to the sounds of the prisoners being locked up in the distance, Thales clenched his fists for the last time before he released them. Thales closed his eyes and whispered to the air, Yodel, I need you to do me a favor. I need you to do me a favor. A few seconds later, a weak and hesitant voice came from the air. I can't win against Williams. Thales opened his eyes swiftly. No. I want you not to show yourself. A questioning voice rose in the air. But Thales only stared at the backs of the royal guards who were tied up one by one. He said softly, no matter what happens. Once he finished speaking, Thales did not wait for Yodel's response. He strode forward and caught up to Roman and Ricky. Hey, pretty boy. William's back froze. And you, dummy. Ricky stopped in his tracks. Under the strange gazes of many people around them, both of them turned around at the same time and frowned at Thales. But this time, Roman frowned a little. He felt that the prince seemed to be a little different. We have to talk, the three of us, in private. Thales strode over and waved his hand to signal the others to do what they were supposed to do. Perfect timing. I'm very hungry. It's best if we can have something to eat and drink. The teenager's footsteps were exaggerated, and his tone was casual. The way he ordered people around made it seem like this was his home. Roman and Ricky looked at each other. They did not seem to be able to react to the situation. Thales, on the other hand, put his hands on his hips and stared at them arrogantly. A few seconds later, the legendary wing exhaled. He looked at Thales as if he was looking at a lunatic. We're in a state of war now. We don't have time to satisfy your royal extravagance. Roman shook his head in disdain. Your Highness. Thales snickered. The teenager put his hands on his hips and pointed at Roman arrogantly. No, you are not in a hurry to save them, because everything is under control. He turned to the side and pointed at Ricky. And you are not in a hurry to leave either, because you are not worried. There was another period of silence. The situation was a little awkward. The prince's terrible sense of humor seemed to have ruined it a little too much. A few seconds later, the legendary wing no longer wanted to pay attention to Thales. He snorted, turned around, and left. Ricky shrugged, flashed a mocking smile, and turned around to leave as well. By the way, not a bad attempt, child. Thales sighed as he watched them leave into the distance. Do I have to be so straightforward? However, after Thales' next sentence, the situation changed. Or do I need to tell everyone after the war that the two of you are actually in cahoots? At that moment, Roman and Ricky shuddered at the same time, and they immediately stopped moving. A few cavaliers who were closer to them seemed to have heard something. They looked over in puzzlement. Thales smiled. He walked forward. As he slowly approached the duo, he lowered his voice. And the legendary Wing himself is the culprit and mastermind behind the disaster in Blade Fang's camp from last night until today? 1 second. 2 seconds. Finally, on the 3rd second, Roman and Ricky, who were frozen on the spot, turned around at the same time. They looked at the smiling Thales. At that moment, there were no words that could describe their expressions. The teenager walked until he was face to face with them and stopped. The wind blew gently, and the sun rose from the east. The gazes of Roman, Ricky, and Thales interacted with each other in this atmosphere. They looked at each other, and they stared at him together. "Baron, we need to depart," a cavalier officer approached from afar and reminded Roman. But the legendary Wing turned around in an unusual manner. He said angrily with a fierce tone that was rarely seen on him, "Do what you need to do." The officer was so frightened that he took a step back and quickly walked away. Many of the cavaliers and mercenaries who were staring at them instinctively lowered their heads. Roman took a deep breath and turned his head around to stare at Ricky. His tone was impatient and displeased. "What did you tell him?" Ricky's face turned green and red as he gritted his teeth. He gritted his teeth and said, "Nothing." But at the same time, Thales quickly blurted out, "I told him everything. I told him everything." Ricky turned his head around and stared at Thales in disbelief and resentment. "What?" Thales still had a smile on his face. He gave the mercenary leader a thumbs up. "By the way, not a bad attempt, Ricky." Roman's expression was unpleasant. He looked at Ricky, then at Thales. The legendary Wing took a deep breath. He felt that he had nowhere to vent the power in his arms. Then, in front of the two adults, who were almost petrified, the dirty teenager sat down cross-legged. "Now, can we talk?" Thales puffed out his chest. With his bruised face, he said to the two people in front of him with strange expressions, "Then, I want food and drink." "What?" At that moment, Roman's handsome face was filled with anger. His expression said, "How dare you?" And Ricky's eyes practically popped out of their sockets. "Oh." Thales suddenly remembered something. He patted his thigh in a pompous manner, turned around, and pointed at the prisoners who were being escorted. He added, "Same for them." End of this chapter. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.